Welcome to listening to stories on Kevin TV audiobook channel. Chapter 331. Cirilla Zilfira I.A. Ared woke up the next day beside Ayala in their room. He sat up, looking at the door. "Come on, I know you're standing outside." The door opened, and the Queen walked in with a smile on her face. "How did you know I was there? I hid my presence well." She scanned Ared with her eyes. There wasn't any magic around him. "Tap." Ared tapped his head. "As long as you think you can't escape me." The Queen stepped back, seeing the purple flame burning in Arad's eyes, which she found extremely disturbing. Psionic? That's a rare power to have, indeed. She closed her eyes, sitting on a chair beside the closet. But psionic abilities don't work when the user is sleeping. The Queen stared at Arad. "Aren't you lying?" Arad stared back at her, smiling. "I never sleep. Each second passes, I'm awake and observing each move around me." Arad stood from the bed, approaching the Queen. "All 2,569 people in this castle. I've been watching ever since I woke up yesterday." As a dragon that can stay awake for a long time, Arad never sleeps when in a location he doesn't trust, especially on quests. He learned to sit motionless through the night, pretending to be asleep just to watch and guard. "Explains why I wasn't able to surprise you yesterday." She smiled. "By the way, I came to retrieve my clothes." Arad blinked twice, staring at her. A dark hole appeared on his chest, and he plunged his hand, pulling a leather pouch and showing it to the Queen. "I sold them." The Queen's face paled as she stared at the pouch. "To whom?" "Don't know. Put it in the auction." Arad shook the bag. 23 platinum coins for the full set. The Queen's fresh clothes, as Jack expected, they could be sold for a ridiculous price to the right pervert. "I can't believe you." The Queen cried, rushing out of the room in panic. Arad extended his hand toward the door. Gravity magic. He used the pull to close the door and then shoved the pouch back into his stomach. "Don't worry about it. I neutralized them so they can't be used to curse her." A voice came from his chest, and Arad smiled. "I know." Ayala sat up, looking at Arad's face. "I told you she would come looking for them. She shouldn't have left them in the first place." Arad looked back at her with a smile, standing up and stretching his arms. Click! The Queen opened the door again, approaching Arad while panting. "The guards are on their tail. Let's hope nothing back would happen. If you're worried about curses, I already neutralized them." "They also can't be used to track you." Arad approached the Queen, looking back at Alla as she stood. "You what? What got you to know curses?" The Queen gasped. "Even among archmages and the dark arts, such a thing shouldn't be easy to achieve." Arad smiled, lifting his hand. "Curses that bind people into submission? Slave contracts? Curses that kill people? Death snake? Curses of petrification? Medusa's bane. Even curses that break marriages and force lovers. I know more than I look." He rested his fists on his hips with pride. "I'm the one teaching you at night. Don't forget me." The Queen's eyes lit up as she stared at Ayala with a happy smile. "If that's the case, then there shouldn't be a problem taking you there now." Ayala looked back at the Queen. "To where?" "Your family's domain, the Deianira's household." She smiled, waving her hand for them to follow her. "We'll follow you after we change." Arad nodded, but the Queen sat back on her chair. "Then I will be waiting." She smiled. Ayala looked at Arad with a passive face, and he approached the Queen, grabbing her by the head. "See you later." Void step. He sent her away, dropping her in the middle of the throne room head first. Crack. She fell on her nose, almost breaking it. "How did he do this?" she cried. The Queen stood, walking toward the throne as the guards chased after her. "Your Majesty, how did you get here? This isn't your problem. Leave at once." She wiped the blood from her nose, hushing them away. "I want the throne room empty." The guards saluted her as they rushed out, locking the door. The Queen approached the throne. "What am I going to do with this dragon? I can't figure a way to keep him around." She knocked on the throne with her hand, and a magical door appeared behind it. The Queen walked through it with a sad face. Ding, the door closed in Arad's room. He was changing clothes with Aella, smiling, crank. Suddenly, Arad's eyes shifted into draconic as scales covered his skin. The queen's mind disappeared. He growled, feeling as if her soul got snuffed like a candle in a storm. It's a huge problem if someone killed the queen. They won't get away. I will catch them. Arad was less concerned with the queen's safety and more about eliminating the grave threat that just appeared to a dragon. Having someone killed in his presence without him knowing how it happened is a grave insult and danger. The dragon would chase the killer to the end of the world to squash them. The castle shook as Arad blasted through the fools, landing in the throne room just 5 seconds after the queen disappeared. It wasn't a curse nor teleportation magic. She phased out of existence. Crack. Arad shifted into his draconic form upon landing in the throne room to enchant his senses, prowling around with deep growls. Everyone in the castle stopped moving, shaking in their boots as they felt the dragon's frightful presence descending upon their minds. Dalla woke up from her bed, shivering to the bones. A dragon? No, it's Arad. She rushed out in her pajama, running at an incredible speed toward the throne room. The moment she got close, she saw the 2 guards at the door standing as if paralyzed, crying and pissing themselves from Arad's sheer presence. "What is happening?" she asked, but they couldn't reply. Their minds couldn't decide whether to fight or flee and ultimately landed on standing there, hoping for the best. Dalla grunted, paralyzed with fear. She grabbed the door with her hand, opened it, and rushed inside. Clap. The door smacked behind her as she froze, seeing Arad's jaw above her head. His heavy, hot breath gushed at her face as she saw his opal teeth as clear as the sun. "Grr," Arad growled, sniffing her. "Dalla? Not the one behind it." He turned around, running like a cat toward the throne. Thud. Dalla fell on her, but staring at him. "This isn't a mere dragon. Why is his aura so heavy?" She wasn't versed in magic, so she couldn't tell why. Arad stood on his hind legs, lifting his front claws and balancing with his long tail. "This throne, it has traces of a strange magic." Arad growled, "Yes, divine magic, like the one Lydia used, but with a different scent," he mumbled. "We can break it, can't we?" Arad mumbled again, and Dalla stared at him, confused. To whom he's talking? 2 magic circles appeared in front of Arad's claws, crackling with a bolt of purple arcane lightning. The queen walked through darkness, her eyes closed. Bam. She suddenly heard a loud magic burst, stopping her in her tracks. The queen bowed, looking at the ground as a massive tree exploded from the ground, reaching the heavens. "Cyrilla, the current queen of the elves," a woman's voice came from the tree. "Lift your head." Cyrilla lifted her head, staring up to see a throne in the middle of the tree trunk, a blonde elvish woman sitting on it, glaring down with her ruby-red eyes. "I came as your ordered goddess of the elves, Sylph Zilphira," the queen said with a calm voice. "You came but failed. The dragon would still roam the world unbound to the roots of fate," the goddess said with a bored voice. "No wonder he's useless to her." "Sorry, I couldn't find the fated one. Where should I keep looking?" the queen said with a sad voice, fearful of her failure. "No, being fateless isn't a bad thing," the elf goddess smiled. "I would say it's best for him and worst for everyone else." "What do you mean?" the queen gasped, pondering an answer. "Mortals shall not know fate, and you're one," the elf goddess smiled. "That elf with the dragon?" Her mother prayed with her dying breaths to spirits of wind to protect her daughter. The elf goddess stood walking down. Clank! Clank! Her heels knocked loudly on the wood, and she smiled. "The wind spirit has no such power. They are mere forces of nature." Approached the queen. "What do you think they did?" "The wind spirit prayed for you, asking for help," the queen replied. "Wrong," she glared at the queen. "She prayed to whoever is listening, and the one that answered is the fairies' goddess." The queen started sweating. "Titania, her name is Ishtar, but she's the one called Titania," the goddess sighed. "Warn the dragon. She's hungry for magic, and she's dwelling in that mansion, awaiting the day of the wind spirit herald arrival." Chapter 332. Cyrilla Zilphira, IEI, crackle. The queen looked back, sensing a faint disturbance in the forces. What was that? She gasped. The dark void around her quaked, blowing like a breeze. The elf goddess sighed. This place is isolated from the outer world. It's a lone demi-plane in the infinite void of the astral plane. She lifted her hand, pointing behind the queen. That void brat's natural habitat is the astral plane. His magic is slowly digging its way, and soon he will reach us. The goddess flicked her finger, causing the world tree behind her to quake. The branches crackled, slowly sinking into the ground as the leaves blew away, leaving a faint smell of lemon. It can't be. This place is protected by you. How could Arad jump in? The queen gasped. She is in the presence of a goddess. A mortal shouldn't be able to enter. The astral plane is a limitless void. The gods see it as a waste to leave such space unused, especially since it has nothing their presence can crush. Sylph, the goddess of the elves, smiled from ear to ear. In the past, a red Dracaina lived her life as a housewife, raising her 2 daughters in peace. But one day, the Dragon King got a prophecy from the Dragon Goddess and decided to pull her out of her house to be one of his mates, and wanted to kill her 2 daughters. What do you think happened? I don't know. She got taken away or blessed, the queen replied with a puzzled face. In the historical texts, the ancient chromatic Dragon King was a multicolored rainbow-like dragon with all the elements under his claws. The current Dragon Queen is the former king's cursed daughter that got the blessing of an elder god who rose to power in her time. In a rage, she ripped the king to shreds and jumped to hell chasing the dragon goddess and killed her in a year. She then got the title of the fire goddess. The elf goddess laughed. Don't underestimate dragons. The first overgod Ao made them as a symbol of power, and the second overgod didn't bother to change much. I can't believe it. The queen looked down, thinking about it. If all it took to transform a housewife dragon to a god killer is taking her family from her, then you can't underestimate any dragon, especially this void kid. The elf goddess turned around. Mess with him or his wives, and history might repeat itself. She glared at the queen. He would rip you to pieces, tear the kingdom apart, and chase me to the end of the world. That can't be right. You can beat him, right? The queen gasped. I can with ease, Sylph smiled. But that's what the first dragon goddess thought, and she ended up killed. Her body started disappearing. Albeit I have the strongest monster to call for help. She could feel that silky silver beard on tip of her fingers. Don't let your rage take over. This is my last warning. The goddess's voice echoed across the darkness. Ding. The goddess disappeared and the queen stood in the darkness. I know dragons are powerful, but can they really get strong enough to kill a god? She walked back, opening the gate to the throne room. Bam. The moment the gate opened, she faced Arad's growling jaw, grunting as the whole room cracked. Arcane magic seemed from his claws, sending shivers down her spine. A few more minutes, and he would have broke in. You're alive? He growled, his hot breath blowing her hair back. What happened? The queen gasped, glaring behind him and seeing Dalla standing behind. You're there as well? Only Dalla knew of her regularly going in. This was the first time in 100 years that someone else noticed. Clack. Arad shifted back into his humanoid form, looking at the gate behind the queen. What is that place? How did you get completely erased? I didn't get erased. I just had some work to do, the queen replied. She isn't supposed to expose the elf goddess's involvement in the matter. It's a private room where I can work in peace. A special private room? Arad stared at the queen. Wait, is there something like that? If I'm going to build a castle between Alina's mountains, I want a room like that. You could say so. The queen puffed her chest, waving her hand to close the door before Arad could jump inside. It doesn't just muffle someone's presence. It's linked to a faraway location which causes all my traces to disappear the moment I step inside. Usually when someone uses invisibility, silence, spells, or magic to hide their aura and breath, they can't completely erase their traces, and Arad is used to using his senses to track them. To him, it was like a man seeing a house vanish into thin air when the queen went inside. How did you get it? I want one. Arad stared at the queen. Such a useful-looking room, he won't pass the chance of having one. You can't get one. The queen sighed. It's a blessing by our goddess. We mortals can't make such a thing even with 1,000 years of work. Arad sighed with a sad face. You don't need it, but we might be able to get one in the future. Now how about we deal with the mess in the castle? Doma said with a smile. And Arad looked back. Crack! A brick fell from the ceiling where Arad had fallen through. Oh, that mess. What did you do? The queen cried, rushing toward the hole and staring with a shocked face. Who did this? Arad looked away. Not me, Crack. The queen's neck snapped, glaring back at him with red, glowing eyes. It was you? How many floors did you break? Dalla gasped. Heh! She's about to rage. I told her that's a dangerous skill. She sighed, walking toward the hole. I'm counting 10, including the 2 reinforced ones. Dalla looked up the hole, an exhausted smile covering her face. This doesn't look like a hole, as if he disintegrated the floor as he passed instead of breaking it. Golden chains rage from within. The queen mumbled, golden lines emerging on her skin as she started glowing with white light. So she's a monk and a warlock. Wonder if she's over level 40. Doma smiled inside Arad. Get ready, as paladins call upon their god's power. Warlocks call upon a higher being like devils, angels, or monsters to grant them magic. Arad smiled. Let me try as well. He lifted his palm, pointing at the queen with his eyes closed. Infinite curses boiling in darkness, he mumbled, black tattoos crawling on his skin. Clang. A massive golden warhammer appeared on the queen's shoulder as golden chains danced around her body like snakes. Farron. The ghostly figure of a large blood elvish woman dotted with plate armor appeared behind the queen, dripping her aura like oil. Dalla growled, stepping away as she kept her eyes on the queen. A warlock of the Archangel Farron, there aren't many people who can face her divine power. The queen had to make a pact that forced her to serve the elf goddess for life, just to call on the angel's powers. She stared at Arad. I can't sense any pact magic around him. His words are an empty threat. She smiled as Arad lifted his palm up. He's bluffing. Arad, don't fight her with your own power. Dalla shouted. That apparition is of an angel. It's holy magic, one hit, and you will turn into ash. She knew Arad was a vampire and didn't want him to die. Clang. Out of nowhere, a large stone sword emerged in Arad's hand, landing on his shoulder, and a gust of dark magic started swirling around his body. Heh? Dalla gasped, taking a step back. The ghostly figure of a pink-haired hag emerged behind Arad, lifting her hands above his shoulders. Something is granting him power without a pact or a contract. That can't be real. She glared at the queen. Stop, you two can't clash here? Arad isn't a warlock, but he has something that most don't. A powerful being willing to grant him power without restraint. Doma smiled inside Arad. Be grateful that I don't ask for a written pact like others. She seems to have the monk, warlock, and barbarian classes. Knock her with a solid punch. I will deal with the source of her power. Bam! Arad lunged forward, and the queen did the same. Clang! The queen swung her hammer down, and Arad swung upward with the stone claymore. A shockwave of curses and holy magic raged, shaking the castle. Crackle! The queen's golden chains coiled around Arad like snakes, strangling him and burning his skin with holy magic. Dama's ghost smiled behind Arad. Divine chains, what a fickle thing to deal with. You ask too much of this old hag. She lifted her wrinkled palms, crossing her fingers as a gush of black smoke gushed out of her dry lips. Hail to the snakes! The queen's necklace and wristbands jerked to like, turning into worms that soon became large snakes, entangling her body and dropping her to the ground. Dunfarron's ghost above the queen swung its hammer at Arad's head. He is tied with the divine chains and can't dodge or teleport away. The attack wasn't normal, but instead dripping with divine magic, a holy smite that even Lydia can't hope to match. A strike is fresh from an angel. Clang. A black barrier emerged in front of Arad, taking the hit and shattering. You look so young and beautiful. Doma started crying. How good for you. How good for you. She stared at her with tear-filled eyes. How good for you. Eye of envy swash. Farron's body burst into flames, her holy magic rapidly disappearing back into the heavens. A great curse I see. Farron smiled. Give Cyrilla a good hit in my stead. Bam. She disappeared and Cyrilla lost consciousness, drained of all of her power. Crack. As the chains around Arad shattered into golden mist, he looked at Doma. Why do you look like that? And why are you crying? It's just the conditions for an eye curse. When a person sees another person with greater fortune and blessing, they are prone to envy them and wish ruin upon their lives. Envy is a curse that causes people to lose what they were blessed with. Doma explained the curse directly into Arad's mind as she faded back into him. Arad took a deep breath and approached the queen, a monk, warlock, and a barbarian. He stared at her. A level 45, she barely got 5 levels into barbarian and still cannot control her rage. Dalla approached them. What about you? Don't want to say. Arad stared at her. Unless you told me about yourself. He smiled. Dalla smiled back at him. Level 55. 20 levels as a dancer bard and 35 as a slapper monk. Want the unbelievable truth, the real lie, or the sensible answer? Arad looked at her. A draconic mage, a sorcerer as you might call it, and I didn't reach level 20 yet. The rest is innate power, Arad smiled, lifting the queen. I didn't expect you to reply, Dalla smiled, but you can expect our support in the future. Dalla didn't believe Arad and is certain he lied. The power he holds is beyond their understanding. So decided on the safest option, supporting him until further details are revealed. Chapter 333, to the Deianira mansion. The queen woke up in her room feeling a sharp pain coursing across her body. Damn it? Withdrawal again? She growled, reaching into the water bottle at the bedside table. Dalla stood from the couch and approached the bed, handing the queen the bottle in pain. As usual, rage withdrawal, she gulped as if she didn't drink in years. What happened? I didn't kill anyone, did I? Dalla smiled. Not this time. Arad knocked you out. The queen sighed in relief. Thank goddess, I didn't go all out, it seems. No, you did, Dalla said with a passive face, staring at the queen in the eyes. You even summoned Farron to aid you in battle. The queen started sweating. Where is Arad? Is he hurt? That was divine magic. He's unscathed. In fact, he wiped the ground with you. She looked away. He even pulled a patron without a pact. He's a warlock. He shouldn't operate without a pact unless his patron is weak. The queen stared at Dalla. You must be wrong. His patron is the curses which Doma. She is by no means weak. Dalla sat on the bed, but for some reason, she's granting him power without a pact. The curse which? That's the only being I expected to have the worst and most unfair pacts. The queen started thinking, Dalla must be wrong. He can't be a warlock or have the witch at his side. Is she fine? A voice came from the other side of the bed. The queen looked back. Yeah, I'm fine. She paused, seeing Arad sitting at the bedside, staring at her eyes. Heh, she cried, rolling out of the bed. What are you doing here? I felt you wake up, so I came to check on you. I punched you hard. He stared at her, panting, and smiled. You seem energetic enough. You can't just enter. What are the guards doing? The queen cried. I asked them the same. They said, Will a sane man stand before a carriage to stop it? Arad looked at the door. I'm more surprised you didn't hear me walk in. The withdrawal doesn't just cause pain, but a decrease in all of the queen's senses as well. She can't hear that well, and her vision is blurry. Cyrilla stood, leaning on the bed and looking at Arad's face. Bring everyone and wait for me outside. I will lead you to Ayla's family's mansion. I will call Cyrilla by her name from now on. She is still the queen, %. 2 hours later, Arad stood at the castle gate with Ayla at his side. Jack and Lydia rested on the side, looking at the capital's map. The elf goddess, goddess of dances and swords, and the goddess of spiders. It's rare to see 3 churches in the same city without a problem. Lydia smiled. From the look of it, guards patrol every street. It's going to be rough around here, Jack sighed, and Lydia gave him a disappointed stare. Eris stood behind Arad like a ghost, her body covered with a black robe from head to toe as she yawned. I do want to sleep. Can't we go at night? Isdis lifted an eyebrow. You can stay awake for a bit, right? I heard vampires don't need to sleep that much. That isn't right. We need to sleep as much as humans do, and sometimes for longer when blood is scarce. Eris shook her head, approaching Isdis. Blood isn't a problem for you, is it? We've provided you with plenty. Isdis stared back at her. Your blood doesn't taste that good, and neither is Ayla's. Eris smiled beneath her veil, staring toward Arad. His blood, on the other hand, is a delicacy. You almost died, Isdis sighed. Eris giggled. It's a guilty pleasure. It's sad that his blood is weaker than mine. Drinking it damages my guts. We need to get you off the blood somehow. Can't you drink animal blood? Isdis stared at her, looking at a cat walking by the wall. Eris stared at the cat for a moment. The cat paused, glaring back at Eris and growling. When Eris moved slightly, the cat fled the scene. I can't, a vampire, need to drink their race blood. The further they get off it, the less value they get. Eris looked at Isdis. I need to drink half-dragon blood. Elves or dragons provide me with less nutrition, so I sleep a lot. Eris approached Isdis, whispering in her ear, To be honest, your blood tastes like watered beer with cheese, unlike Ayla's blood, which tastes like sweet jam with a hint of mint. I couldn't be more grateful for someone to call me disgusting. Isdis smiled. How do Arad taste? Like a grilled steak with an amount of hot pepper and garlic. What makes it good is that the taste disappears right after you swallow, making you crave more. She looked at Arad with a grin. Abe-light, all that spices burn my stomach. We should try getting you to walk in the day. Arad looked at her and soon spotted Cyrilla approaching with Dalla and 5 armed guards. You all seem ready. Cyrilla looked at them, inspecting their armor from afar. Took you long enough, Arad approached her. I wonder why. I had some matters to take care of. Cyrilla approached Arad with a smile. Nothing you should care about. Dalla looked at Arad. Her armor didn't fit, so we had to get her another one. She knocked on Cyrilla's back. It's a bit tight around her chest, so she might not be able to pant or bend that much. Cyrilla glared back at Dalla with an embarrassed face. Who told you to speak? You're unable to fight at full power due to that, and they need to know in case something bad happens. Dalla looked at Arad, and then at the guards. I will protect her, but keep an eye out. The 2 guards saluted her. As you order. You 2 always listen to her more than me. Cyrilla cried. The guards follow her orders, but they rarely show any excitement when doing it, unlike when Dalla is the one ordering them around. No, Vylob. The 2 guards looked at Cyrilla. We have to keep a formal attitude around the queen. They lied. Dalla, as the headmaid, had been sneaking the leftover food of the royal court to the guards and always spoke up in their favor to the kingdom's generals. She might have more power over the castle's guards than the queen herself. Arad looked at them, confused at the guard's smile. Should we go? We don't have the entire day. He looked back at Eris. Several guards rushed to stand at the castle gate, clearing the way for the queen and her guests to step down to the royal carriage awaiting at the street. People gawked out of their windows, mumbling as they saw Cyrilla walking down the steps with a large human behind her. Since when did we start allowing humans into our land? An old woman sighed, closing her window. This best end soon? The carriage door opened, and a butler walked out with a smile on his face. My queen, the carriage is ready. Dalla approached him. I will take over from here. Good job. The butler bowed. Take care. He then returned to the castle. Dalla approached the carriage and inspected it. Your Majesty, the carriage is ready. I can see that, Cyrilla sighed, getting inside with Isdis, Eris, Lydia, and Aela after her. Arid and Jack sat beside Dalla in the driver's seat as she took the lead. The carriage started to move immediately with the guards beside it on horseback. Cyrilla looked out of the window. It's been a while since I got out. Dalla glared back. Get your head inside the carriage. Do you want to get assassinated? Cyrilla smiled. I have you and Arid around. They can try. You have someone after your head? Arid looked back. I don't know, but all royals are targeted. It's more annoying than dangerous. Cyrilla waved her hand, poking her head out of the window with a smile. Jack looked at Arad. She's right. Killing her won't be easy. He smiled. A lot of fools try it all the time. Dalla looked at him. After years, one fool might succeed. That's why we can't drop our guards. Speaking about that, Jack smiled. How do you intend to deal with today's ambush? It's getting close. Dalla stared at Jack, confused. What ambush? Jack blinked twice. Damn it. I thought you already knew, he stared back. Aela, 5 at the northern tower, 7 on the east tile rooftops, and the woman pretending to be pregnant on the street. Thud. An arrow flew in toward Dalla's eye. She swung her hand, slapping it away at the last moment. Crack. Aela kicked the carriage door open and jumped outside, pulling the bowstring. Bam, 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 bam. She fired 3 arrows toward the rooftops, killing the tree assassins who stood there. Zon Arad teleported to the tower, finishing the ones hiding there. Clang! Lydia rushed toward the woman in the street, swinging her sword and killing her on the spot. Thud! Jack rushed out, stabbing the woman's stomach with his dagger, pulling the halfling hiding inside. Novices, words about your ambush had already spread. Chapter 334. Deianira's Mansion and the Peculiar Pixie. The carriage reached a large walled garden, and Cyrilla looked outside the window, where here, swash. Isdis pulled her head inside. We just got attacked. Don't poke your head out like that. But they failed. Cyrilla opened the door, jumping outside with a smile. See? No attacks. She puffed her chest. Be more concerned. Dalla looked back, walking down to stand beside her. Arid looked at the old, crumbling walls. He could see traces of blue magic glittering between the cracks, followed by a golden haze. He walked forward, extending his hand, touching the cracks. Hey. At that moment, he could feel a sharp pain surging from his fingertips. His mana getting sucked out like a flowing river? Gah, Arad cried, pulling his hand out and staring at the wall with a sweaty face. This thing absorbs mana like hell. We shouldn't touch it. Cyrilla put her hands on her hip. I already knew that. Couldn't you want me to explain it? Forget that now. I will jump over the wall and see what's inside. Arad turned toward the wall, squatting as the muscles in his legs bulged. Cyrilla sighed. Bam! Arad jumped into the air, almost getting over the wall. Clank! He suddenly hit an invisible wall, feeling his mana getting sucked out. Gah! As he gasped, his body fell on the wall, taking a second hit before rolling to Aela's feet. We can't jump over it, he said. Cyrilla walked toward him. Stop jumping in and let me guide us inside. This place is protected. It would defeat the purpose of the wind spirit if you managed to get in with ease. Fine. What should we do? Arad stared at her, not bothering to stand. Are you giving up? I honestly expected you to be able to break in with all the insanity you did earlier in the castle. Cyrilla smiled. This barrier doesn't seem like the work of the wind spirit. It's the work of a pixie, a powerful fairy to be exact. Arad stood, approached the wall, and stared at it. Is there a door around here? Benov. Come, it's over there, behind the corner, Cyrilla pointed out. Arad approached the door, looking closely at it, and then smiled. I have a solution, but it will take some time. He touched the door, sending waves of magic into the metal. He then extended his second arm back, letting Doma absorb mana from the air for him. I will stuff the door with mana until it explodes, Arad smiled. Are you insane? That must be painful as hell, Cyrilla cried, glaring at Arad as he started channeling mana. If it's just pain? Dalla looked at Cyrilla. Arad won't stop. Eris looked at Aela. Is this your house? It's quite big. Was your family rich or something? I won't say rich. Aela scratched her cheek. We worked as high-ranking archer family. Mother was the ranged general of the kingdom. Isdis stared at Aela, shocked. You know how important is that? I know. But the title is linked to the person contracted with the wind spirit. Only Mother enjoyed that privilege, or should I say responsibility. Having great power always comes with great responsibility. Lydia approached Aela. Don't worry about it, she smiled. Aela looked at the door. It's been a while since I've been here. Rah. They suddenly heard Arad cry as his body flew back, half-charged as he rolled on the ground. Damn it, I overloaded my body with mana. He sighed, barely sitting. I have to rest a bit. Arad took a deep breath and then looked at everyone. What? Nothing? Did you give up? Cyrilla stared at him with a smug face. Not yet. Need to rest for a moment. Arad replied with a stern face. Hop. Aela ran away, hopping with a smile on her face. Eris looked at Arad. How can you even absorb so much mana that you burn yourself? I don't know, Arad replied. Thud. Aela put a wooden table in front of the carriage with a chair. Arad, you can rest here a bit. I will pour you some water. Arad smiled, sitting on the chair as Aela started pouring him some water. Was this table on the carriage? I didn't see it. Eris stared at the strange wooden table and chair. She was sure they weren't with them before. Those? Aela smiled. We always keep some in the warehouse for when people want to sit outside. We a house? Where? Isdis looked around, seeing no such building. It's right in that corner inside the garden, Aela pointed toward the wall. Zed, the open door cried like it was never oiled in decades, sending an ear-piercing screech. You opened the door? Everyone gasped at the same time. Aela looked at the door, confused. I just walked in out of habit. Cyrilla looked at her. I was about to use this to open the door. She showed Aela a ring that belonged to her mother. You should keep it now. Wait, I could open the door. Aela gasped. Whoever is protecting the house, it can recognize you and your mother, but it's stupid enough to be fooled with a ring. Jack approached Aela. Can I look at that ring? He asked with a smile. Aela handed Jack her mother's ring, and he inspected it. Impressive craftsmanship, elvish in origin, but it has a hint of halfling touch. A marvelous ring that could go for up to 1 platinum coin for the right buyer. He then threw the ring to Arad. Does it have any magic? Thud. Arad caught the ring. None that I can see from a glance, a mundane ring. He stood and gave it back to Aela. Aela put the ring on and walked toward the door, opening it wide for everyone to walk it. Please come in slowly. I don't know if the barrier is down. Everyone walked behind her safely. This place is big. Arad looked at the large plants in the garden. How long do you need to leave grass for it to grow this big? The single leaf was almost 5 times as tall as he, sending a menacing shadow. They shouldn't be able to grow this big, Cyrilla gasped, looking around with amazement. This place must be blessed with life. You didn't know about it? Jack looked at Cyrilla. Didn't people complain about it, growing out of the walls? No, Cyrilla looked at Jack. No one did. Jack stopped in his place. Fuck me. He looked back at the wall, seeing it extending to the clouds. The grass isn't the one that grew big. We got smaller, he gasped. They could hear the faint giggles of a little girl carried by the wind. You're a smart one, artifact holder. The voice grew closer, but it was louder. B-Z-Z-Z-Z. B-Z-Z-Z-Z-Z-Z-Z-Z-Z-Z-Z-Z. As everyone glared around, in shock, they could hear something buzzing above them. They looked, seeing a giant woman flying with butterfly wings over them. The fairy landed on a grass blade, dangling her legs with an amused smile as she glared down at them. Welcome to my playhouse. Get us back to normal, Arad growled. You have to play with me first. The fairy smiled, staring back at him. Thud! Arad cracked his fists. How about I pull your wings instead? Would you get us back? The fairy looked at his, shaking one finger. No, no, no. The spell would become permanent if I was harmed or killed. Cyrilla walked forward. We will play your game. What is it? The fairy smiled. First, my name is Zephyr. I'm the daughter of May, the pixie's queen. You know me as the wind spirit, if I'm not wrong. She looked at Aella. I'm the one who let you inside, then. What's your game? Or are you going to explain something? Eris stared at her. Zephyr smiled. I want to play. In the blink of an eye, she caught Aella between her toes and flew to the sky. The game is to catch me, she smiled. Room, as she flew away. She could feel Arad after her. Give her back, he growled. You have something else to deal with. Zephyr smiled. Crack. Something stabbed Arad's back, ripping his wings off. The hell? Arad growled, looking back to see a cow-sized wasp. No, the wasp wasn't large. It's Arad that is small. See you inside. Zephyr flew away with Aella as a swarm of wasps attacked Arad, dropping him to the ground. Arad gasped, coughing blood as he healed. Bugs, I will burn them to ash. He lifted his arm, pointing at the swarm. Clack, as he aimed. A large web fell on him, tying him to the ground. Right behind him, a large spider glared menacingly. A wolf spider! Burn the web and run away. Dalla shouted as she slapped an ant on the face, killing it. Arad growled, burning the web and standing. He looked around and clenched his fist. Spiders, wasps, ants, cockroaches, worms, and even more, all the bugs of the garden are attacking us. He shifted into his draconic form, remaining as small as a beetle. Chapter 335, Weak Resolve. Arad glared forward, seeing spiders and ants rush from between the grass blades, bearing their fangs and mandibles. I'm the only one, big enough. Get on my back. Arad growled, lowering his wing. Everyone rushed to mount his back, escaping the hordes of ants. He. Zephyr giggled, flying through the cracked window and zipping across the rooms. Let me go, Aella shouted, trying to reach her bow. Don't bother. Projectiles can't fly through the air around me. Zephyr smiled. I only need to fulfill my contract with your mother. Calm down. What contract? Let me go. They will die, Aella shouted, trying to gather her magic but failing. The humanoids might die, but not that dragon. I wouldn't have sent the bugs after them if he wasn't there. Zephyr sighed. The hell is that thing? Could feel a tingle down my spine when he glared at me. The others shouldn't die, Aella glared at Zephyr, enraged. Let me down now, she pulled a dagger and shoved it beneath her toenail. Grubbily, Zephyr cried, dropping Aella to the ground. As Aella fell, she pulled a rope from her pocket and threw it toward a desk. The rope entangled around a drawer handle, and she swung across, landing on the chair. Zephyr glared at Aella, holding her bleeding toe with tears in her eyes. You're as fickle as your mother. I don't care. Die. Aella pulled her bow and aimed at Zephyr. What are you? Me? Zephyr stared at her, confused for a moment. Ahem? Then let's do it like your mother. Bam, bam, bam. Ella fired 3 arrows at Zephyr, targeting her eyes and stomach. Wash. The arrows stopped mid-air, and Zephyr looked at Aella with a smile. What am I? A friend, probably. An enemy, conceivably? A power, that's for sure. I don't care. You attacked us, so you're an enemy. Aella fired 3 more arrows, sending them toward Zephyr's face. Thay, those are useless against me. Zephyr stopped the attack. You're a slow learner, aren't you? Aella grunted, looking for something heavy to drop on the flying humanoid mosquito. A spell can explode and kill your friends. Does that mean that magic is an enemy? It doesn't. Zephyr glared at Aella with a smile. You brought them here to a sacred place where spirits could make contracts. Their blood is on your hand, not mine, nor the bugs. You're the one killing. Aella shouted, her face red with anger. I'm not. Zephyr stared at her, eyes glowing green. You're a spirit master, a soul that controls spirits. It's your responsibility to make sure I don't cause trouble. The room started shaking, books flying into the walls as a gust of violent wind broke the window. Ayla grasped onto the chair, resisting the wind. A woman who defaults her responsibility to someone else would never control me in 1,000 years. Clang. A large wind bow emerged in Zephyr's hand as she aimed at Ayla. Die or take control. She fired one arrow. Ayla released her grasp on the chair, getting swept by the wind before the arrow hit her. She looked down, seeing the table before her. She glared up, seeing Zephyr aiming another strike. Thud. She pulled her bow, aiming up. Told you arrows are useless? Zephy said as his body started getting transparent, disappearing into thin air. Where did you go? Ayla gasped. Nor crack! As Ayla looked, Zephyr hit with a kick, sending her smashing onto the wall. Crack! Ayla hit the wall, feeling her ribs shaking inside her chest, half broken and the other shattered. Bam. Ayla fell and hit the ground, unable to breathe as blood dripped from her head. Getting kicked by a giant had drained all life from her body. Thud, Zephyr landed a fair distance from her, staring down. When that dragon got kidnapped by the griffin, you released all your restraint and went on a killing spree in the forest. When danger shows up ahead of him, you always forget about your guilt and pick violence. She smiled. That's the only time you look like your mother. Ayla could barely hear Zephyr speak. Her mind slowly melted into darkness as she stood at death's door. No reply. Zephyr sighed. I guess this is the end of my contract with the Deianira. She turned to leave. No, I should probably give her one last chance. Poke her tail and see if she's going to wake up. Zephyr looked back at the dying Ayla. Listen, girl, Zephyr smiled. Since this is the end of my contract, I will kill that dragon brat since he's the reason you aren't suitable. You're happy with that. You would get to meet him in the afterlife. She flew, giggling. Head there first. I will send him soon. She got out of the window. Ayla lay on the ground, bleeding as her eyes dried open. The wind slowly swirled around her dying body. She can't breathe, and soon her brain will starve to death, and it will be over. The wind changed direction, flowing into her mouth and nose, pushing deep into her lungs and forcing her chest to expand. Push. Ayla's chest expanded once, causing her body to flinch. Fish. The wind then exited out. Push. And again a faint green light burned in her dead eyes. Arad ripped his way through the hordes of spiders and ants. They were no match for a dragon, even if his power got reduced with his size. Lydia brandished her sword, Holy Smite. She sent a bee into the afterlife with a single strike. There is no end to them, she shouted on top of Arad. I'm nowhere near exhausted, but this would take hours to clear. Eris conjured her spear, throwing it from above Arad to the ground. Boom! The spear exploded in a magnificent pillar of purple flames. I can clear them quickly, but you get into my mouth, Arad growled. Lydia stared at him and then looked around. We won't fit. You have to swallow some of us. Chapter 336, Arad's Legendary Weapon. Arad looked back at them as Jack smiled on his back, getting swallowed by a dragon and surviving, a take to tell the grandchildren several decades from now. He jumped to Arad's neck. I'm first viz. As Arad spoke with Jack, they heard something buzzing in the distance, rushing toward them at high speed. She's back, Arad growled, turning to the right to see Zephyr's smiling face. Crack! She kicked upward, hitting him in the guts like a man kicking a cat. Blood splashed across the grass as Arad's body flew into the sky, falling to the ground with a thud. Zephyr giggled. What a monster! She looked down with sweat dripping from her face. The blood splattered didn't belong to Arad, but to her. When she kicked him, he munched and clawed at her leg, shredding her foot. Arad stood spitting Zephyr's toes on the ground with blood dripping from his teeth. You couldn't dodge since the acceleration would kill the people on your back, so you braced yourself and attacked my foot instead. Her foot healed immediately as her eyes glowed with a green eldritch flame. Arad immediately turned toward everyone else, biting Jack and swallowing him. Wait a moment, Cyrilla cried as Arad swallows her next, and then Dalla without caring about their protest. Lydia and Eris rushed toward Arad. "Get us out of the way." He swallowed them without a moment's hesitation. "Please, hold a moment." Isdis lifted her, trying to run, but Arad caught her. "Eating your own?" Zephyr stared at him. "No, you're protecting them." "Should I expect a large area of effect spell or something?" She conjured a wind spear and pointed it at Arad. Arad glared at her with eyes glowing purple. Swash, the light faded from them, followed by an expansion of darkness. The bugs' bodies disintegrated, getting digested the moment they got consumed. Zephyr flinched as the darkness covered her. She stood in her place, looking around with a puzzled face. Nothing. Zon, Arad teleported behind her, swinging his claw at her neck. Whoosh! Zephyr swung her spear, hitting him on the head and sending him flying. "What an interesting attack," she smiled. Zon Arad started floating in his void. "Why aren't you disintegrating?" Zephyr smiled. "I have my own protection. The wind is the only thing protecting this world from the hunger of the void. Why can't it protect me?" She smiled, glaring at him with a smug face. "I have my own atmosphere. Deal with it." Arad growled, feeling his scales tingle. "This thing is dangerous beyond belief. Arad, run away with everyone. You're facing a free elder spirit. All the wind of the world is beneath her feet." "Where is Aela?" Arad shouted, but Zephyr just stared at him with a smile. "I can't hear Cause the Void, but I know you're asking about that girl." She stared at his eyes. "She's dying in the mansion. But don't worry, that's as far as she would go. But dump." Arad's scales stood up as he started growling, magic oozing from his claws. Lumps of stone emerged from the void, the ones he swallowed from digging and destroying the forest. Those lumps started orbiting Arad's body, heating up as they rubbed on the mana leaking from his body. That one, Arad remembered the meteor the undead almost dropped on Alina, a fast, red-hot rock. Simple but deadly, I want more. No. Radrur. Arad roared, his void muffled by the void, but Zephyr could feel her atmosphere shaking. "Moo or rurry!" Arad roared as his entire void got filled with red-hot glittering stones that filled it like stars. As Arad roared, countless stars fell on Zephyr, chasing her as she flew away. "Damn it, they are small but dangerous. I shouldn't have expected less from a magic dragon, let alone a void one," she grunted. A massive talent for magic and attunement to the largest element in the world. Crack. As she flew, something caught her leg. She looked down, sweating. Arad had bit her, growling like a starving beast. "Where did you come from?" she growled, trying to stab him with her spear. Crack. Arad twisted his neck, spinning like a crocodile and ripping her ankle off. Zephyr smiled. "I should fill this void first." A violent blast of wind expanded from her body, trying to push Arad away. "Wind already filled the world. It won't be hard to fill you as well." Roar, Arad roared, swinging his claw at her chest. Thud. Zephyr flew back, dodging his stroke with a hair strand and only getting a single scratch on her stomach. "That's all?" She smiled. "I thought you had more strength." "Sorry. You're weakened since I shrunk your size." "Kaboom," Arad growled. Zephyr blinked as her nipples blasted into blood, ripping holes as deep as her lungs. The stars flicker reflected from the magnificent blade in Arad's hand, his legendary weapon that guarantees great damage on anything. Exploding nipple knife. B.L.E. Zephyr coughed blood, glaring at Arad's claws. "You hold an artifact? Where did you get that?" she growled as her body rapidly healed. Bam! Arad lunged back at Zephyr, swinging his second claw. Zephyr dodged him, tayed it. "I need to keep an eye on the knife." As she looked, the knife had disappeared. Stab. The tip of Arad's poked her butt. The knife stuck to it. Ah, shit. As Zephyr growled, her freshly healed nipples disintegrated into the void with a bloody explosion. "Fuck off," Zephyr shouted, blasting Arad away and pinning him to the ground with a violent gust of wind. Damn it, that's painful. She growled, healing herself again. The knife disappeared from Arad's tail and appeared behind her, flying at her thigh, guided by gravity. Stab! Kaboom! Blood splashed from her chest as she fell to her knees. You bastard. She glared at Arad, unable to believe how persistent he was at destroying her nipples. That's right, Zephyr smiled. This is your domain. All attacks can reach me with the right method. She giggled. But that won't matter soon. Crack. The void above them cracked as Alla jumped in, glaring at Zephyr with green glowing eyes. Kneal, Chapter 337 Spirit Pact, Wind, crack. The void cracked as Ayala broke in, glaring at Zephyr with emerald flames burning in her eyes. Kneal? Ayala's voice boomed across the void, sending a spark of magic that struck Zephyr's heart, shaking her to the bones. She could feel her skin shudder, her knees growing weaker as her magic quaked like clouds, the dominating presence of a spirit master. Powerful indeed, Zephyr smiled. But you're still nowhere near your mother. You're not as deep or cruel. Zephyr crossed her fingers, smiling. Arad glared at Ayala. I should dispel the void, lest Ayala gets crushed. But he noticed something. Ayala's body was covered with air like Zephyr. Wait, it isn't similar. It's the same magic. Thud. Zephyr put her hands together, looking at Ayala with a crazed smile. Already sucking my magic. We don't even have a pact yet. Zephyr's magic spiked and raised beyond what Arad expected from her. She wasn't going all out before. Something big was coming, and Arad feared his stomach might rip open. Crumble, weight of the world, Zephyr shouted, the air around her body expanding rapidly as her hand clapped. Arad could feel a painful lump in his stomach. It was filling with air. Crack. The void started cracking. It wasn't just from the inside. The whole weight of the atmosphere crushed his domain. Don't let her break it. Ayala shouted, flying toward Zephyr with a blast of wind. Keep her here as long as you can. She clashed with the wind barrier around her, pushing as hard as she could. Don't worry about me, this bee ain't going nowhere. Arad wasn't going to let a meal that entered his stomach out unless it was a friend. It didn't matter how hard it was to digest. Food is food. Zephyr smiled, staring at Ayala's eyes. You're trying to dominate my magic, but you aren't as delicate as your mother. She lifted her, wind blast blasting Ayala into Arad's infinite abyss. Wind flowed to the places with the lowest pressure resistance. This is a tug-of-war, seeing who can grip the weakest onto the wind without letting go. Zephyr is the spirit of the wind. She's already relaxed to the magic, letting it fly through her body freely. But Ayala wasn't. She was hesitant, fearing it might. Ayala flew down into the darkness. The further she got from the spirit, the weaker the magic protecting her got. Arad, she shouted, and he smiled. Got you. He smiled, opening his palm with a grin. Void steps on. Ayala appeared in front of him, flying directly toward the spirit. As long as she's in my void, I can move her freely with magic. Arad pointed his palm at the spirit. Can I suck your magic as well? Zephyr glared at him with a grin. Come on, dragon. You're rough, hard, and violent. Wind magic would never grovel to someone like you. It won't be called grovel if I didn't force it, Arad grunted, pulling Ayala to sit on his back. Hold tight and release all the wind you can. Clang, the stars flashed in the dark, chasing after Arad as he flew with Ayala toward Zephyr. You two can't do anything to me. Zephyr smiled, blasting them away with ease, not like how she is now. Ayala closed her eyes, trusting Arad to fly while she concentrated on the wind magic. It's flowing out of my fingers, untamable forces of nature. The only way to command them is if it allowed it. She could feel it flowing from her toward Zephyr, following the path of the least resistance. Why, Ayala, do you hear me? Doma's voice boomed in Ayala's head, causing her to flinch. How did you get in my head? Does it matter now? I don't want my concubine to die. You're the concubine, Ayala growled inside. Told you it doesn't matter. I can be the pet if you want. Listen, for now, You can't stop a tornado. Your only choice is to let it pick you up and try navigating to the core where the wind isn't that violent. Doma giggled. I can kill her if you want, but that means you won't be getting any drop of her power. That's a force of nature, and you must tame it. Arad, let me go, Aela said, standing on top of Arad with a smile, blood dripping from her nose and eyes. Zephyr's previous kick damage didn't disappear. She would die soon if not healed. What do you want to do? Arad glared back at her as he flew around Zephyr, slashing at her with his claws and attempting to use the knife. But she kept dodging those attacks. I need to get closer to her, absorb more of her magic into me. Bam! Aela jumped from above Arad, flying with her wind and getting swept in Zephyr's raging tempest. You! Zephyr growled as she saw Aela flying toward her with a smile. Do you wish to die? You can't kill me, can you? Aela blasted herself forward with wind magic, touching Zephyr's shoulder. Come back here. The moment they touched, Zephyr's magic flew to Aela's body at a blinding speed. Thud. Zephyr flew away, and Aela started floating in her place, giggling. I didn't stand without a reason. The moment you kicked me, some of your magic seeped into my body. Is this the Pact's ritual? Why didn't I absorb anything when you carried me earlier? She stared at Zephyr's eyes. The cat is out of the bag, Zephyr smiled. I decide when the ritual starts. She glared at Aela with a smile. Show me if you have the potential of your mother. Wash! Aela and Zephyr flew at each other as fast as they could, clashing in the middle and causing Arad's void to crack. His magic is waning from keeping the spell for a long time, and from the powerful spirit going crazy inside. As Aela pushed against Zephyr's magic, her vision went black for a second. Ding! She opened her eyes, standing at a desk, writing a letter under the candlelight. To Arcanum Magic Guild. A registration demand for Aela Deanira Guild branch, Spirit Magic. The letter had more written, but Aela didn't get the chance to read it as her body shivered, sending a wave of dreadful magic falling from the sky. No! She screamed, standing up and rushing toward the window, staring at the night sky. Roar from the darkness of the night, a purple dragon emerged from the clouds, opening its jaw as it sent a purple beam of death. She lifted her hand. Wind Dome, she cried, creating a massive barrier over the city and blocking the dragon's breath. Boom! The breath exploded, waking the wolf city in a quaking blast of heat. Mother, what is happening? She heard a strange voice behind her. She turned to see herself standing at the door, panting. Aela, hide in the basement and don't come out, Aela said, speaking to herself that stood before her, and then flew away. She flew to the clouds, keeping an eye on the dragon. Zephyr, spirit assimilation, she said, and her vision went black again. Bam! The next thing she knew, she was on the ground, burning. Mother! Mother! From her bloodied vision, she could see herself rushing in. I told you to hide, she growled. Zephyr, protect her. Her vision went black again. Aela then found herself feeling light, floating to the clouds as she looked down at the city. A tiny fairy emerged from a cold, charred corpse, glaring at the massive dragon with red eyes. A massive tornado emerged over the city, picking the flames from the rubble and turning into an infernal tempest of brimstones and lighting. The purple dragon got picked like a rag doll. The elves tried their best to protect their capital, but their magic was no match for the wrath of the raging, palm-sized creature. Crack. Arad's void cracked, exploding into a blast of air as he fell to the ground, rolling in his draconic form and puking everyone out. Disgusting, Cirilla cried, rolling on the grass with tears in her eyes. That was. Eris scratched her eye, looking at the shaking Isdis, an experience to say the least. Lydia instantly picked up her sword, ready to strike anything that moved. Clack. Jack stood up, giggling, eaten by a dragon and survived. Now that is what I can, an adventure. Thud. Dalla stood up, unfazed, as she wiped the goopy liquid from her face and looked around. No monsters, and the ground looks destroyed. You aren't disgusted at all. Cirilla stared at her, crying. I was eaten by multiple monsters before. This was a pleasant experience compared to that. She looked away. His insides were soft and warm, without any acid. Jack looked at her. What ate you? Multiple giant toads, mountain drakes, and large condas. Dalla scratched her head. The worst was when a titan ate and shat me several hours later. Probably shouldn't have tried to slap a 50-meter-tall humanoid monster. That doesn't matter. Lydia shouted, lifting her sword up. Rally, get ready for a fight. Everyone searches for Arad and Ayla and kills anything else that moves. She took the front, leading the party under a holy flag, bolstering their health, morals, and magic in a single buff. A golden shimmer covered everyone except Cyrilla. As everyone ran across the garden searching, Jack looked at Lydia. An impressive spell? Why didn't you use it before? It can only buff the people I command. Nothing else, Lydia replied. Ah, so as long as Arad was the leader, it's a useless spell, Jack understood. But I don't consider you as a leader. You do, she doesn't, Lydia pointed at Cyrilla, who had no glowing golden light on her. Bam, suddenly. They got shifted back to their original size, seeing Ayla standing in the middle of the garden. A green butterfly symbol glowed on her back beneath her armor. Arad handed on a 3 upside down from his legs. Chapter 338, Zephyr's Powers. Ayla stood, staring at the tree where Arad was hanged. She smiled, falling face first on the ground, bleeding. Ayla, Lydia shouted, rushing to heal her. She will be fine, don't worry. A strange, sharp voice came from inside her head. With a gust of glowing green dust, a tiny fairy emerged from Ayla's back and stood on her head. She can withstand a few hits. Lydia stared at Zephyr. Holy Smite, clap, instantly striking her hard enough to evaporate her body. Zephyr's body disappeared into mist as she appeared a fair distance away. Why attack me out of nowhere? She cried. Cling, Jack emerged from the bushes, catching Zephyr and stabbing her repeatedly with his dagger, but no blood came out. Ha! Jack sighed, wiping the sweat off his forehead and looking at Arad in the tree. Ha! Ha! He then took a deep breath and started stabbing again. I won't die. Zephyr emerged again from Ayla's body. This is a mere projection on the wind. I already merged with Ayla, she smiled, spreading her spectral wings. The air around the garden started vibrating. I and she are one till the day she dies. No vu, thud. Arad landed, staring at the spirit with a puzzled face. Did you really need to fight us, wind spirit? I have a name. Call me Zephyr. She floated toward him, circulating around his head. Someone who can't take responsibility for their actions can't take responsibility for other people's actions. How is she supposed to control if she was controlled by you? I didn't control her, Arad replied. Zephyr sat on his head, digging her legs into his hair. The power of will is an important key to control spirits. You have a lot of it, considering the monster inside you. Don't talk about her, Arad growled. Cyrilla looked at them. You're talking about Doma. Arad gasped. You knew. You touched me several times. Of course I would notice, she sighed. Who expected that witch to return like this? Dalla approached Arad. It's true that the Queen and Doma have a lot of bad blood between them, but that doesn't mean she would snap at her. That would be foolish. Cyrilla approached Arad. In fact, it would be nice if you chained that damnable, snorty, accursed existence away, wouldn't it be? Creak. A mouth opened on Arad's forehead, smiling. Only if he could. Even I don't know how to chain myself, since all of those are curses and I control them. Doma giggled. Trying to seal her away is like trying to tie magma with hemp ropes, utterly ineffective. Cyrilla stared at Arad. To be honest, even with how much I hate you, your existence alone is a boon to the kingdom. Can't complain about that. Haha, are you talking about the orc army? No one would repeat their mistake. What are you talking about? Arad looked at Cyrilla's face. At Doma's peak, the orc tribes to the north tried attacking the kingdom. She cursed their water supply, causing them to get allergic to it. Half of their army died in a single night, and they had to retreat. Cyrilla looked at the sky. Till this day, they can't drink water, only get it from their food. You cursed an entire race? Arad gasped. No, I didn't. I made it like a disease. But I miscalculated. and it spread like wildfire between them. Doma mumbled, her voice fading into the distance as her mouth closed. "Say something," Arad growled. "What kind of horror magic the witch inside him is capable of? Aella is waking up," Lydia shouted as soon as she saw Aella open her eyes. "Are you all right?" Aella sat up, gasping for air as she looked around. What did happen? Zephyr flew at her, sitting on her head. "We finished the contract. Now you can use my power as much as your body allows you." "What?" "The last thing I remember is touching you. I didn't need you to win or lose. I only needed you to be willing to fight and stand alone with confidence. It's painful to have a weak-willed mistress, you know." Arad approached. "What kind of powers do you grant? Alla is an archer-fighter now. The best she can do is summon me like this, use me as a familiar that she shares senses with, and get a slight buff to her wound-based attacks. I also expand her mana pool by a bit." Zephyr smiled. She could draw more of my power after level 20 if she chose to change class into a warlock or a sorcerer. "Will she get different powers based on the class?" Arad asked. "As a warlock, she can start drawing power directly from me. But as a sorcerer, she can empower her wind spirit bloodline that emerged from me sticking in her family for generations." "I was thinking of sticking to the fighter archer after level 20, Aella said, looking at Zephyr. "I can fire more arrows from Arad's back bam." Zephyr punched Aella on the head. "The whole point is for you to fight, instead of firing arrows from his back like a golem. How about you fly beside him and blast everything with wind magic? You aren't supported." "You're a ranged half-spellcaster," Aella stood. "Depends on what powers you offer," she sighed. Zephyr looked at Arad, and then at Aella. She then bent around to whisper in her ear, "With enough magic flowing in your veins as a sorcerer or a warlock, the pregnancy with a dragon egg won't last a long time, as you would have the mana necessary to feed it." "I'm listening," Aella whispered back. "Where do we start?" Zephyr smiled, disappearing into Aella's body. "You can summon me at will and share my senses. Now try it." A voice boomed from Aella's body. Aella lifted her palm. "Zephyr." Swash, with a swirling gust of wind, Zephyr appeared floating on Aella's palm. "Now close your eyes for a moment and tell me when you want to share senses. I will link us immediately." Zephyr smiled. Aella closed her eyes. "Link senses." Zephyr's eyes flashed with a green light, and Aella stumbled back as she saw the world from Zephyr's eyes. Her body tried to adjust, but couldn't. "Don't throw up." Zephyr smiled, flying forward at high speed, and Aella fell on her knees. Zephyr flew between the grass blades and around the tree trunk, finally dodging the branches and going inside the house through the window. She flew upside down, skipping between the chairs and around the torches. "Wait, a door," Aella cried, seeing a massive door rapidly approaching her face. "Don't worry, I can get through." Zephyr shrunk her body further, going into the keyhole. Clack! She got stuck. "Damn it!" Zephyr cried. Her hips stuck. "I only fail now?" She growled, shrinking further and flying through. "Sorry about that. I'm usually good at calculating how small or big I need to be." Ella fell to the ground, her head spinning from all the rapid flying. "I can get as big as a human or as small as to fit inside a chickpea." "You can feel free to use me as a scout or a Zephyr stopped." Aella had passed out. After an hour, Aella woke up again, holding her head. "What happened?" "You got sick from Zephyr flying and passed out," Arad replied, sitting beside her. "Sorry." Zephyr sat on her hips. "I shouldn't have felt like that." "I'm used to Arad's rough flying," Aella replied. "My vision is almost 10 times better than elves or humans." "The information overload with the movement exhausted your brain," Zephyr replied, liking her eyes to Aella again. "Look." As Aella stared at the wall, she could see the fine details as clearly as if they were on her hand. "You're right, with my vision you can tell an ant color from 100 meters away. A good thing for archers, especially snipers, to have. Zephyr smiled, puffing her almost non-existing chest. Ayla looked at Arad with Zephyr's eyes. Seeing him normally, and after blinking, she could see the tiny scales on his skin. "Amazing! All those scales? You don't have skin?" Ayla gasped. "Won't that be obvious?" Zephyr stared at her, disappointed. How else could his skin be so smothered, yet harder than stones? "I mean, it looks natural." Ayla stared back at her. Arad watched the two argue for a while. Ayla turned toward him. "What? Didn't you before say something about tree houses? I haven't seen one of them all the way here." He looked around. Her family mansion looked fairly normal, a bit big, but nothing more. "The Wood Elves, to the west, build those. It's a several days' trip to get there," she replied with a smile. Isdis approached them. "Aren't you going to escort me back home?" Jack looked at them. "The capital is on the other side of Alina. We have to get back home before." Isdis's eyes lit up. "We're stopping by Arad's house, chapter 339. The Brilliant Mirror." Arad and Ella approached the mansion's door, pushing it open as they walked inside. "Novi?" And Arad's eyes panned around the corners, inspecting the walls and floor for magic or traps. But there was nothing. The little pixie doesn't have any more tricks. "I expected you to trap the whole place." Arad looked at Ella's head. "I did, but removed them when we finished the contract." She pouted. "I had several ones rigged up to blast you out. Had you managed to somehow chase me inside?" She smiled. "Luckily you didn't. How could I have done it?" Arad walked forward. "You shrunk me. I had to fight all the bugs outside." "There are 3 ways to break the magic. The first is to break my concentration, but that's impossible. I've been using that magic for over 900 years. Zephyr smiled. "That's 1. Jack looked at her. "What about 2 and 3? Lydia glared at Zephyr. "A banishing smite would send you back to the Fey world. You can't keep the spell from there, can you?" She stared at her with golden, glowing eyes. Demon it, paladins, gods really gave their warriors the best chance of winning. What next, coming back to life? Zephyr glared at Lydia with a grossed face. "If God still had fate for us, we won't die till we achieve it. The great paladin of old Dorak of the Golden Oath died in the great holy war before the final battle, stabbed in the back by a traitor." Lydia smiled. Zephyr looked away, heard the story. The bastard rose back to life as an angel, blasted the traitor, and won the battle. The gods wanted him to win, and they blessed him. But after the war ended, he disintegrated into golden ash. The gods wanted him to win the war, and by their will he achieved it in their name. Lydia lifted her fist, tapping her on her armor. Clang! A radiant clang emitted from the tap, sent a weak wave of holy magic. Zephyr looked at Arad. "The last one is magic density. I might have the power, but Ayla's body can't withstand my full output. She's bottlenecking my magic. A powerful mage should be able to dispel it as long as they are more versed in magic than Ayla." "So I can dispel it?" Arad smiled. "You should be able to as long as you focus hard enough. The one inside you is more than capable." Zephyr flew forward. "Follow me." Arad and Ayla walked after her as Jack and Lydia headed to explore the other rooms. Cyrilla, Dalla, Isdis, and Eris followed Arad and Ayla in silence, trying to guess where the wind spirit was taking them. After a few moments, they reached a locked door. "I was told to bring you here once you become a spirit master. It has the prismatic mirror, a magical artifact your mother kept hidden." Zephyr shrunk her body and flew into the keyhole, opening the lock after a few seconds. "Come in. There isn't much, but it's here." Arad and Ayla walked in, seeing a large silver mirror with gems all around its frame. "Is this it?" Arad looked around. That was the only thing in the room. Arad looked in the mirror. Strange magic danced around its corners, reflecting the candlelight coming from the hallway. "This mirror is strange. The magic isn't acting normally." Ayla approached the mirror. "I never heard of it. What does it do?" "I don't know," Zephyr shook her head. "Such knowledge was hidden even from me. Your mother wanted this to remain a secret until it fell in your hands." Aella looked at the mirror with a worried face. I have a bad feeling about this. Mother never kept dangerous magic items, but this one is giving me the creeps, as if someone is watching through it. She approached the mirror, wiping the dust off its frame with her hand. The mirror quaked, vibrating as a brilliant multicolored light flashed from its surface. In the blink of an eye, Aella disappeared alongside Zephyr. "Aella!" Arad shouted, grabbing the mirror. The mirror flashed again, and everyone disappeared, leaving the room empty. Splash. Arad fell headfirst into a pool of hot water. "What is this?" he growled, standing up. The water wasn't warm, yet it wasn't boiling hot. The strange smell reminded him of the royal bath smell, so he looked around. A pure white room made of opal stones. At first glance, this was a bath, but not the royal one. He didn't recognize it. "Where are we?" Aella cried, standing beside Arad and wiping the water off her face. Arad looked at her. She was naked, and so he was. "Hot!" Cyrilla cried behind them, and when Arad turned, he saw her, Dalla, Eris, and Estis, all naked inside the hot water behind him. Flash. A ray of multicolored light flashed from behind Arad, and everyone closed their eyes, crying in pain. My eyes Isdis fell into the water, blinded by the light. Arad turned around, barely able to keep his eyes half open. "Arad, don't move. This magic is tremendous, far above what 100 of me can handle." Arad covered his eyes with the void, trying to erase as much of the light as he could, but that achieved almost nothing. He could only make the rough shape of a woman of the source of the light. "What's this light? A divine being or something?" Arad growled. "I'm no such a thing. I'm but a mortal struggling to live." A voice came from the rainbow-glowing woman. Her voice sounded like that of a woman in her 40s, gentle, yet has some depth to it. Arad clenched his fist, extending his void behind him to reach the others. "A will teleport them as far as possible with void step. This thing is dangerous. Child of my old friend, I welcome you." The woman's voice boomed as her light intensified, flashing forward as she approached. Arad stood between her and Ella. "Don't get any closer." He growled. When the golden light touched his skin, it burned with holy magic, and when the red reached, it burned like flames. "Sorry, I sometimes forget how fragile other people can get." She smiled, her teeth blasting Arad with a brilliant white light. "The prismatic mirrors, artifacts that I made." Another mirror appeared before Arad, sending a dark shadow around him and everyone. "Aella, daughter of my old friend, take the second mirror to your house. It should allow you to move back and forth between them." The mirror floated and landed beside Aella. Thud, Arad stepped forward, approaching the glowing woman. "Who are you?" He clenched his fist, swinging forward. Thud. His fist stopped mid-air. "A void kid? You still have some time before swinging at your elders." The mirror should only work in your house and Aella's mansion, as they are mana-filled places. Arad clenched his second fist and swung again. I asked, "Who are you?" "Me? Let's say, someone that her mother helped in the past." She pushed Arad away and sat in the water. "A light dragon? A magic dragon like you? But unlike you, I already surpassed my twilight and have achieved the peak of my draconic heart." "Twilight?" Arad gasped, his eyes forced shut from the light reflected on the water. "The stage after Great Worm. It's only a few years long when a dragon rapidly declines, grows old, and dies. I managed to survive it. Leaning her back on the tub's edge right now, I only met one other dragon that achieved it. He is a pain to deal with." She then put one leg on the other. "But word's out that the queens already surpassed it long ago. That's why they are still alive." "What's going on?" Aella growled in the back. "My skin is burning," she cried, splashing water on her body. "Oh my, if not for your shadow, they would have already died." She smiled. "Well, it's not my mistake that you barged on me bathing." She kicked Arad backward. "You can find more mirrors scattered across the world. Feel free to take them. But I can always sell you one for 100 platinum coins. Just throw the money on the mirror, and it will spawn a second one." Encased in a brilliant light, everyone disappeared, falling back where inside the secret room in Aella's house. clothed as they were before, in the bath. The glowing woman looked at the ceiling, the massive gem door ahead of her opening, as a woman walked in, covered in full black armor. "Your ladyship?" We sensed a wave of dangerous magic around here. The armored woman said, "Don't worry, it was my old friend's child." The armored woman looked around. "I sense a spirit elf, a vampire purple dragon, a human, and 2 high elves, and a void dragon." She walked forward. "Which old friend are you talking about? The Deianira or the Orion one?" The woman in the bath smiled. "How did you guess? Deianiras are the only spirit elves, and Lady Orion is the only dragon you respect enough not to step on." She stared at her. "The fact he barged on you bathing and left with his life is a testament to that." The glowing woman giggled. "Come on, I'm not that bad as to kill a baby still reeking of his mother's womb. He's barely out of the egg. A few months fresh," she stood giggling. "I will wait for him to grow up, that if he survived the Draco Rage curse." "You don't intend to stop it?" The woman sighed. "Why would I?" The glowing woman gasped, her head tilted to the side. "Neither Orion nor Kronos bothers to interfere. Why should I?"
Probably. It's better than staying in a bath for over a decade, don't you think?
The armored woman growled. "Get out!" "No way," the glowing woman gasped, curling into the water. "My skin isn't clean yet. Look how dirty I am," she cried. "No, you're clean. You're glowing enough to blind anyone looking at you." "I can barely make your shape out of the light," she sighed. "No, I need to get more polished, cleaner, and brighter," she gasped. Her body flashed even brighter with a brilliant stream of multicolored light. Chapter 340, A Letter from Home. Arad and Ayla recoiled back inside the room, staring at the second mirror beside them. "What was that?" Arad gasped, rubbing his eyes. "Zephyr, who was that?" "Do you know that thing?" Ayla growled. "Not a clue." "Your mother was a master of the sealed pact magic. If she doesn't want me to know something, I won't." Zephyr shook her head. "But as you had found, your mother never makes friends with bad people." "I don't know what to call her," Arad growled, standing up. "But we got something from it, at least. How does this thing work?" "A link mirror. When a person touches one, they can be teleported to another mirror that is linked to the first one. The subject's body is transformed back into energy and then flies toward the second mirror in the form of a light beam protected with magic." "Light?" Eris stared at Arad, confused. "What does a torchlight have to do with teleportation?" "It's complicated, but to explain it simple enough for you to understand, light is the fastest natural power. This mirror uses magic to control its power and use it to move people and objects from one place to another. The creatures who mastered that power can be counted on one hand." "Who are we dealing with?" Isdis stared at Arad. "There are 3 types of magic dragons that are known to me," Doma said with a worried voice. "Temporal dragons, also known as time worms. Time has always been and always will be. They live in the past, present, and future as they wish. Void dragons, also known as astral worms. A void exists everywhere and nowhere. They are as vast as the world, living between everything. Prismatic dragons, also known as light worms. Light is the strongest force of nature, and they dance with it. I suspect we're dealing with the one and only Lady of Brilliance, the only light worm which bothers to leave some traces for us mortals to follow." Arad looked toward Cyrilla. "Do you know anything about it?" Cyrilla shook her head. "No way. Even I don't have such contacts. But you might find some information in the Star Dragon Peak or the floating Platinum Fortress." Dalla looked at Arad. "The chromatic and metallic royal courts. We don't know where the magic dragons live, but they might have some information." Arad scratched his head. "Probably I should ask Kinryu first. He might help." "True, it's better to prepare first before looking into the matter," Ayla stood. "Why even bother? She helped us, and power is power." Eris looked at the mirror. "You won't even need to make the trip between the Elvish Kingdom and your house ever again. No power is ever free." Isdis stared at her. That glowing woman must have had her motives, and I suspect they fall in her own interest, not ours. Then what do you suggest? Search for her and ask what she wants. Eris stared at Isdis. No, that would be foolish. We must seal the mirrors away. Using them might come with severe precautions. Isdis replied, I will study them when we get back home. We should move now. Cyrilla approached Alla. I will send some people here to clean the mansion and restore it. For now, let's return to the castle. Alla nodded with a smile. That would be for the best. I didn't intend to stay here after all. We should prepare. They got back to the carriage and rode back to the castle, stopping abruptly at the castle gate. A strange man stood there, arguing with the guards. People with demonic blood like you aren't welcomed in the inner castle. Scram, the guard growled. This is a holy land. We can't allow you on the castle ground to speak with the guild if you want. The second guard grunted, pointing his spear at the man's throat. I have a letter for a young man named Arad Orion. He should be a guest at your castle right now, the man replied with a calm voice unfazed by the guards. He walked forward, the spear pushing on his throat. Crack! The spear snapped, unable to pierce the man's skin. Arad looked out of the carriage window, staring at the man's back, inspecting his strange clothes, the weird sword at his waist, and that ponytail on his head. Arad's face paled, his eyes seeing death itself standing in front of the gate. Zon. Arad teleported between the guards and the man, grabbing them by the face and restraining them to the ground. He looked back with a sweaty face. What a surprise seeing you here, Sir Caden. 2 draconic armies stopped for this man. I can't have him snap here and blast the castle with everyone inside. Caden smiled. There you are. He pulled a letter from his pocket and handed it to Arad. I only came to deliver this to you. It's from Merlin. Arad grabbed the letter and looked at it. From Merlin? She could have waited for me to come back, or does she want something? Caden looked at Arad. She wanted to send it with magic, but that would have taken a day, so I suggest delivering it. Arad started sweating again. How long did it take you to deliver it? Caden smiled. Don't worry, I ran as fast as I could without destroying the land. She handed me the letter about 10 minutes ago. Is that so? Arad smiled. This man is a monster. How in the hell do you run all the way here in 10 minutes? He cleared his throat. Do you know what the reason for it is? Did something happen? Caden crossed his arms, closing his eyes. I do not know the reason, but I'm suspecting something. It might be the reason Ratto-mouth Calm Arad looked at him. You suspect something? I'm bad at reading the mood, and usually get things wrong. Caden looked at Arad. That girl named Mira. I suspect she's the reason. Arad flinched. Did something happen to her? Not to her, but in her I could sense a dense lump of magic inside her body. Draconic magic at that. Similar to yours? Caden looked at Arad. She might be pregnant. Arad froze in place, his body turning into stone as the life drained from his soul. Yet. Caden pointed at Arad. Her human body is unable to sustain the lump, or egg if she was pregnant. At this rate she would shrivel and die. He approached Arad. Merlin is providing her with magic through potions and spells, but that won't last long. You must get back as soon as possible. Crack. Arad snapped back to life. Hold up. She's pregnant. He started panicking. I should get back. No, she can't sustain the egg. What would I be able to help with? They should be able to link you to her, so the egg feeds off your magic rather than her. It's best that you hurry back. Caden patted Arad's shoulder. No time to waste. Let's go, Arad. Aella rushed in with everyone. Cyrilla looked at her guard, knocked to the ground, bleeding from their noses. What happened here? Who is he? Dallas stared at Caden. She saw him before, but when? She scrambled her memory, going back several years. Yeah, it was in the capital. The orphanage there. He owned that place. Then the memories flew back at her. Nina growled, the bloodied axe lifted above her head as she charged forward. Alcott screamed in the back, and Merlin sighed in exhaustion. Cling. In one swing, Nina's head flew away, That man stood there, staring at them with 6 red, glowing eyes as blood splashed. After the fight, they came to know that is no normal being. Caden Damon, the first ranker of the world powers, the demon lord and the god slayer himself. An absolute demon slap. Dalla instantly grabbed Cyrilla by the face, pulling her back. Don't you dare open your mouth. One wrong word and we're all gone. This is a sacred land of Lady Sylph. Cyrilla growled, her voice muffled by Dalla's palm. Sacred land be damned. This man can kill Lady Sylph if he wants, so shut up for now. You will thank me later. Dalla growled at her. Caden laughed. Don't worry. I'm the one who asked Sylph to ban half-demons from her lands. I can control my magic, but they can't. He shook his head. The latent Cruz magic in their bodies leaks out with time, seeping into the ground. It can harm the world tree, he smiled. Albeit, I should be an exception as I can control my magic extremely well. Everyone blinked twice, glaring at Caden. Forget that, Arad growled. We need to get back now. He turned around. We're set off from outside the capital. Let's go. He started walking, and Ayla chased after him. Wait, what happened? She asked, stealing glances at the letter he was reading. Eat! She gasped as everyone rushed after them. Chapter 341, A Surge of Magic Outside the Elvish Capital. Arad stood with everyone and looked toward the sky. This is far enough. We'll fly after we cross the mountain. Ayla approached him. Let's hurry. We shouldn't keep Mira waiting any longer. She smiled. Are we going to walk there? Jack looked at Arad. It would take half a day. He looked around. I can't exactly carry you all, Caden said in the back. I don't have any long-distance teleport magic. What about your void step? You're too much to move, Arad replied. I tried teleporting you, but you don't budge. Caden's 6 eyes opened up, looking everywhere as he thought. I'm not that versed in magic, but I know that the soul's weight can hinder control. Arad approached him. What are you talking about? I should be able to move anything as long as the total weight is less than my draconic weight. Why can't I move you? I can't explain any better than the soul's weight. I only trained with the blade and how to swing it alongside my demonic powers, Caden replied with a sad face. Don't worry about it, Arad sighed. Thinking about it won't help. He turned toward the trees. Let's get moving. Bam! A surge of magic rushed across his veins, his skin turning black as his scales expanded. Crack! His bones grew bigger as 2 wings burst from his back. The large tail swatted the trees like a steel whip, ripping them apart. Rrr! Rrr! A deep growl came from Arad's chest, akin to a cat's purr but far more violent, like an engine rumbling with fire. His body felt strange. Something heavy rested inside his chest. Ayla blinked, noticing Arad's body shaking a bit. Are you okay? Arad's vision blurred momentarily. Surges of exhaustion coursed through his mind as he felt his heart shake. Arad shook his head like a dog shaking water from his body, growling to wake himself. Your body is on the verge of evolving. You won't be able to shift back into humanoid form before that. What? I'm stuck like this. You can force a shift, but that might hurt you badly. I recommend you fly back home and rest till Roberta and Sarah get you the cursed metal. You injured anywhere? Lydia approached him. I can't say I know how to heal dragons, but I might be able to help. I'm not injured. I will be fine. Get on my back. He lowered his wing and they started getting up. Ayla approached Arad's head, staring at his black scales. They lost their glow. You don't look well. His polished scales now looked stale, losing their mystical glimmer. I should be fine flying home. We can think of everything else later. Arad nudged her with his nose toward his wing. Get up. The sooner we get home, the better. Ayla nodded with a worried face, climbing above his neck and sitting on her saddle just behind his horns. Arad looked forward, his eyes scrying the forest for gaps between the trees that he could slip through. It didn't take him long to decide on a route and lung forward like a big cat. 1 claw forward and 1 back. Each time he stepped, his knees absorbed the shock, and kept his back stable. His wings clung close to his torso, allowing him to slip between the trees. Ayla grabbed onto his horns, seeing the trees zap behind them as he got faster and faster. "You move better than a horse. I can't feel any shaking." Jack smiled, patting Arad's back as Arad rushed forward. A bear jumped out of his cave, growling. "Roar!" He glared at the approaching dragon, swinging his claw. "A red bear," Ayla gasped, pulling her bowstring and firing an arrow. Bam! The arrow stuck to the bear's hide, but it didn't get deep enough to harm it. "Arrows won't kill it," Caden said in the back, his eyes still closed as he sensed the air around them. Arad opened his jaw, and without stopping, he chomped the bear's upper torso in one go. The bear's lower half fell on the ground as the dragon raced across the forest and quickly reached the other side of the mountain. Flap, Arad expanded his wings as he got away from the city, taking into the sky in one leap. Back in Alina, Merlin walked down to her lab carrying a basket full of alchemical ingredients. Standing above the wooden door, she reached for the doorknob click. As the door opened, she could feel the room's dry air. A sense of danger washed across her body as she saw Kane sitting on the chair, staring at the ground with a distant look on their face. "I got the plants," she approached him, looking at his face. A drop of sweat dripped across his face as a smile crossed his face. Thud, Jemima appeared behind Kane, touching his shoulder. "Master, I'm here." Kane blinked, slowly lifting his head and looking at her. "Jemima, sorry, I've zoned out a bit." Merlina stared at Jemima. Where did she come from? "I'm sure she wasn't in the room when I got in." "How did you get in here?" Merlin asked with a smile. Jemima looked at her, ignoring the question and taking the plants from her hands. "Thank you." She handed them to Kane and walked toward the counter, pouring a cup of water and bringing it to him. "Thank you." Kane drank the water and took a deep breath, standing up. "Let's make the potions." He looked at Merlin with a smile. "Are you okay?" She looked at him and then at Jemima. "I know you're a renowned alchemist and a retired mage, but I felt your magic flutter for a moment." Kane looked at her. "Forget about that. I'm fine. I need you to learn how to make the greater mana potions as soon as possible." He picked a glass tube and filled it with magic water. Merlina picked the flowers and took them to the grinder. "Fine, but let's have a healer check you later. Magic instability can be dangerous." "What if you had a wild magic surge?" Kane looked at her. "There is no cure for the damage done by time. And be assured, I won't have a wild magic surge." He smiled. "If I had one, the world would crumble to dust." Merlin giggled. "Yeah, let's hope you don't blast my lab with fire or lightning." Jemima looked at them and then walked out of the lab with a worried face. She walked into the darkness, putting a finger on her ear. "Lilia, another dose." He almost had an episode. Shit. It's been 50 years only. Was it bad? No, just a passing moment. But I could feel his magic getting loose. Andret Madler, I will act immediately. We can't have him slip from our hands. Jemima closed the line and went back to the lab, seeing Merlin and Kane busy making potions. She stood outside by the door, feeling a cold hand on her shoulder. Jemima shuddered for a moment. She looked to the side, seeing a shadowy figure glaring at her. Staying outside helped him relax, but I believe he should return to my home. The shadow said, "Mistress Gracie, we agreed to let him relax outside. Your domain might provide him with the best time, but it can't allow his mind to relax." Jemima gasped. The shadow stared at her with glowing pink eyes. Sophia planned this, didn't she? Does she really believe that Void Brat can stop Kane? Jemima lifted her hand. "That isn't for me to think about. Speak with her directly." She clenched her fist, and the shadow disappeared. She looked down, sweating. "There are still some years ahead. Let's hope everything remains fine." She turned toward the door, stopping as she sensed a surge of magic coming from afar. Flap! Flap! Arad landed beside the mountains, rushing toward his house as fast as he could, stopping by the garden. Mira stared out of the window with a smile. "Arad, you're back!" She waved her hand, lunging out and rushing toward him. "Don't move like that," Arad cried, lowering his wing for everyone to get down. "Arad, guess what?" she said, with an excited smile. Arad looked at her, lowering his massive head. He was about to speak, but he felt something squeezing his throat. "Don't say it. Let her speak." "What's happened? I was told to come as fast as possible," Arad replied. Mira smiled, her face slightly red. "You know, I might be crack." A muscular, tanned hand burst from the ground. Everyone froze, staring at it. Thud, the hand grabbed the ground, pulling up as a huge woman emerged from the dirt. "My lord, you're back!" The woman lunged at Arad, hugging his neck so hard she brought him down. Arad was in his draconic form, but he couldn't breathe in her grasp. Thud, Mira touched the woman's back. "Let him go," she said with a smile, and the woman let go of Arad with a scared face. Just by the smell alone, Arad could tell that the woman was the Ant Queen. And most importantly, with a single glance at Mira, he could see the magic surging in her body. There was no mistaking it. She was pregnant. Chapter 342, Who Can Carry the Dragon? Mira stared at Arad walking around him. "Why aren't you shifting back?" She quickly noticed that his scales looked off as if they were dry. Arad tilted his head. "I'm about to evolve. I won't be able to shift back into a humanoid form before hibernating for a while." "Is that so?" Mira looked at Aella. "You received the letter, right?" Arad smiled, opening his wings and growling. A deep rumbling coursed across the forest, calling all the monsters to gather. Everyone shook, backing away as hundreds of monsters surrounded the house. Giant cobras, apes, goblins, and even monsters that no one knew lived in the forest. Those who value their lives had to attend. A dragon egg is about to be born. Even with their high intelligence, dragons are still monsters. They always get more violent and active when they are expecting an egg, protecting some, or waiting for them to hatch. The monsters had to know who was the mother of the egg so they could avoid her. In the wild, dragons, especially chromatic, rarely protect their eggs. That job is usually taken by the monsters living in the dragon's domain for one reason. They are the ones getting eaten if the egg was harmed. The monsters stared at Mira and then at Arad, growling as they slowly backed away. She was the mother of the egg, and they shall protect her as their own. All those monsters. Isdis looked around, sweating. A lot of B-rank monsters. "Are you sure it's safe to live here?" "It's the safest place for a dragon," Arad replied. "It's better to put my lair in a monster-infested area than an easily accessible one." He looked down at the woman that just emerged from the ground. "That gets me back to you. Did you use a magic item or something?" He could see magic surging across her body stronger than before, as if she became something else. Nun nuv ilm. The Ant Queen puffed her already large chest, staring at Arad with a prideful smile. "I ate a lot, fought a lot, and forced myself to evolve." She became an S-rank monster by Nina's words, to be close, a half-beast woman. She can't speak yet. Mira scratched her cheek, staring at the almost 7-foot-tall Ant Queen. "You're only understanding her due to the dungeon and the lair," Arad said, sniffing the Ant Queen. "You're stronger?" "What about the other ants?" he asked. "They are the same, but the ones hatching from my recent eggs are bigger and stronger," the Ant Queen replied. Arad stared at her. "You're laying eggs?" "I only smelled females in the ant colony. We're born from a dungeon. I lay eggs without the need for a male. But if that Mage Merlin's words are to be believed, I would create more powerful spawns if I got a strong male." She glared at him with a smug smile. "Someone like you. Tap." T. Esdis tapped Arad's large leg. "What is she saying?" She could only hear the Ant Queen screeching. Those who don't live in the lair can't understand her. Arad sat down. "As you say, I'm stuck in this form for now." He looked around. "I need to get down to the dungeon and sleep for a while to evolve." Arad's mind saw this as an opportunity for Arad, whose main goal was to give birth to as many void dragons as possible. The fertile Ant Queen, who can dish out hundreds of eggs, was a golden opportunity. "I suggest you hibernate as soon as possible." Arad looked down. Is my room clear? And did Roberta and Sarah get back about the cursed stones? I don't know about that. I didn't hear anything from them. But Merlin wanted to see you as soon as you got back. Mira stared at him. You do need that, right? Of course, Arad replied, staring at her. But I'm more interested in you now. Send someone to bring Merlin. I'm here. A voice came from the sky, and when Arad looked, he could see Merlin with Old Man Cain flying on a broom. She floated down, and Cain barely climbed down, tapping his back. I can't get used to this. Merlin rushed toward Arad, staring at him. Seeing Mira here, she must have told you. She pulled a potion from her bag. Mira is pregnant with a dragon egg, and her body can't sustain it naturally. She doesn't have enough mana to feed the egg. She showed the potion to Arad. We can give her supplement with potions, but drinking too much of them can break her stomach and body. Cain looked at Arad. We need someone to feed her, and that's going to be you. He then inspects Arad, but not in your current condition. How long do you have? Arad blinked twice. You can tell? Cain opened one of his eyes. I can see it in your scales, the way they lost their light, and how your eyes faded. You remind me of dragons in the twilight standing at death's door with pride. And how do you know about the twilight? Arad growled, sniffing Cain but smelling nothing. Not the first time I saw it. Cain approached Arad, touching his scales. A powerful body requires a lot of power to keep alive, and when you can't provide it that, it rapidly dies. You're starving for something. Your body is crumbling without it. Merlin stared at Cain. What are you talking about? Cain pointed at her with his cane. Can't you see it? His magic is waning and his bones are cracking. Arad doesn't have enough energy to keep himself alive, let alone someone else. He turned around. Give the girl the potions. She would have to keep using them until he gets better. What is he starving for? I'm sure I can help to get it. Izdis walked forth, staring at Cain. Merlin looked at her for a second. Princess Izdis, she gasped, rushing to bow to the royal crown. Even Mira panicked with her. Only Cain and Arad stared at them, lifting an eyebrow. Merlin glared at Cain. Why aren't you bowing, old man? It's the princess. Cain looked at her and then responded in a passive voice. Does it make sense for me to bow? Merlin and Izdis paused for a second. Their brains can't even imagine Cain staring them in the eye, let alone bowing, even though he was shorter than them with his crooked back. They could only remember staring up at his face. Izdis could feel her stomach turn, her body sweating, Cain bowing to me. The mere wording of the sentence caused her to feel disgusted, as if eating shit in front of 1,000,000 people. Izdis bowed to Cain. Sorry about that. It's inappropriate, considering the circumstances. I will be staying in Arad's house until he can accompany me to the capital, so please ask me if you need any help. Wag, 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 wag. As everyone stood in silence, they could hear the cry of a baby coming out of Arad's house. Mira stared back. That's Seren. What is Tina doing? Arad turned his head. A tiny fairy landed on his nose. Your landing woke her up, and she wants to see you. Tina is in the kitchen cooking dinner. Aella rushed into the house, seeing Tina standing beside Seren, trying to calm her down. Let me handle her for now. Tina smiled, bowing to Aella before handing her Seren. Shake her a bit, and she would calm down. Bring her to me if anything happened. Cain looked at Arad. That's Seren. She's a talented girl. She's a baby, Arad replied. Cain stared at him with a disappointed face. She's older than you. Don't you respect your elders? Arad's head started hurting. Cain wasn't wrong, but where did he learn that? The more he stared at this old man, the more the world around him seemed to twist and converge, turning into a whirlpool of incomprehensible mess. Are you okay? Cain patted Arad's chin, staring at him with a worried face. Your eyes have lost their magical flare. The trip exhausted your last supply of energy, and you're like a human that hasn't slept in days. Arad blinked twice. You're right. My body feels heavy. He turned toward the house. I will get inside. How am I going to fit through the door? He can't shift back into a human, so he can't walk into the dungeon. Arad looked at the ground, trying to step inside, but his magic failed. His body is on the verge of falling asleep, and all of his magic is starting to shut off in preparation for the evolution. Relax, Kane said with a smile, staring at Merlin. Get him inside. You've been to his lair before, right? Merlin stared at Kane. I can't cast magic strong enough to teleport a dragon. He's past my skills. Kane sighed. Listen, stop whining and do it. I can see that you're able to cast 7th tier magic. A teleport spell should do the trick. Merlin's eyes glowed as she glared at Kane. I've been wondering, how much do you know about magic? A 9th tier spell is what broke my back, Kane replied with a laugh. Your lying 9th tier spells aren't so simple, and you won't be living a normal life had you known a fraction of its scripture. The Mage Tower would hunt you down. Kane smiled. You're right. That was a lie. He turned around, but knew that the world won't wait for you. As Kane walked, a woman emerged from the forest. Arad immediately recognized her. Senna, the woman that sold them the house, and Kane's daughter Merlin looked at her for a moment. She only wore common clothes without a single magic item on her, not even an arcane focus or a magic inscription. Yet mana flowed from her body like that of a monster, radiating enough power that Eris and Isdis went on guard. Senna lifted her hand, and Merlin instantly pulled her wand. She could sense a 7th tier spell coming. Crack! Suddenly, they stopped, looking back to see a giant hole in the ground. Miriam took Arad down. Mira smiled, pointing down the hole with her thumb. Ah, Darlin is on my bed! Ah, Miriam, the Ant Queen cried as she circulated around Arad's body, clicking her mandibles with a happy chuckle. Chapter 343, Ant Swarm and the Ancient Bloodline. As the Ant Queen danced around Arad, everyone stared down the hole. Wait, you took him down? Merlin gasped. Senna sighed, turning toward her father. Father, should I? She paused, seeing him stare into the distance with an empty glare. Caden reached to his hilt, opening his 6 eyes and standing before Kane. Should I? Caden said in a calm voice. Nah, Kane replied, shaking his head. I'm fine. Probably another time. Caden stared at him for a second. Even though I might not be up to the job, you better get something ready. Kane smiled. I'm already working on something. Let's hope I finish in time. He started walking away. Why? Merlin stared at Kane. I should just give her the potions, right? Yes, until Arad get back on his feet. Go check on her, he added. Arad looked around him, seeing Miriam running around him in her Ant Queen form. His body felt weak, barely able to stand up from exhaustion, but he could tell something was different about her. You got stronger, Arad said with a smile, curling into a ball ready to sleep. I've been training with Nina. She far stronger than she looks. Miriam smiled, clicking her mandibles as she sat beside Arad. Rest. Don't worry. I shall protect you. Don't sleep yet. Hold until we get the cursed metal. The ground started shaking as a flower emerged between them. Arad! I can't find that metal anywhere on my back. Shall I bring Roberta and Sarah here? Losi said as a mouth opened on the flower. Nude! Don't let's send someone to call them. Probably Aella or Jack, Arad replied, looking up. Jahi! As they spoke, a kobold stared at them from the tiny hole in the corner. Is the master okay? He mumbled, his head wiggling as his eyes scanned Arad. A bit exhausted, Arad replied, signaling to the kobold to come closer with his claw. The kobold fearfully approached Arad, keeping an eye on the Ant Queen staring him down with a ghastly gaze. One wrong move, and he's getting on her dinner plate. The kobold looked at Arad. Lizard kings love gold. He pulled a gold ring from his pocket, a poorly made one, but it still looked a bit better than what you could find in the market crafted by human hands. Does this make you feel better? The kobold gave the ring to Arad with a hopeful smile. Arad smiled, taking the ring. Thank you. I do feel a bit better. That wasn't true, but the feeling got through. The kobold's eyes flickered with pride. You really felt better? He smiled. Wait a moment. I shall bring more than enough to make you better. The kobold raced out without waiting for a second. A few moments later, a horde of kobolds rushed in with baskets over baskets full of gold and gems, dancing and singling as they poured it around the sleeping Arad. Dancing with gold, we offer the shiny glimmer to our draconic lord, one of the kobolds sang, pulling a flute from his pocket, glittering rings, glowing gems, and precious rings. A lizard king's pride is his hoard, and we shall not be kobolds if our master didn't have the biggest pride. It only took a few minutes for the kobolds to cover Arad in a blanket of gold and gems. This dungeon had almost unlimited mines, and those kobolds are the third best miners after dwarves and gnomes. The Ant Queen looked at the kobolds, her face twisting. "My children," she screamed, and the ants swarmed the room. "Bring me the biggest monster you find outside Lochi's back. Don't you dare get back without a suitable hunt," she growled, and the ants rushed out, swarming the forest. An adventurers' group sneaked around the trees, tailing a group of wild giant boars. Their druid suddenly stopped, putting his ear on the ground. "The fuck?" he growled, sweating as his face turned pale. "What is it?" The fighter looked back, grasping the handle of his greatsword. "Did they sneak behind us?" "I should get my fireball ready." The wizard woman sighed, waving her staff with an incantation. Redder than blood, brighter than the sun, the rogue woman stared at the druid's face. "Hoy, he's almost shitting himself," she gasped, seeing his sweat-drenched back. "Hundreds, no, thousands of heavy footsteps are rushing toward us," he cried, rushing to climb a tree with terror in his eyes. The other three quickly climbed after him, getting ready for a fight. "You sure about that?" "I will rip your balls off if it was a false warning." The fighter growled, taking a deep breath as he pulled his sword. The ground started shaking, and they could see a large dust cloud in the distance. Moments later, a horde of giant ants rushed through like wild animals, kicking dust and trees as if it was nothing. The fighter silently pulled back. "The hell is this?" he gasped. "B rank." "No, some of them are A rank. Giant ants," the wizard whispered. The rogue stared at the fighter. "Don't you dare attack. Hit one, and the whole colony is after our assessment." The giant boars ahead came out of their hiding, running away from the ants, but they soon got ripped apart and carried back home like they were nothing. The figure looked at the rogue. "They are hunting for food. They don't seem interested in us. I don't care." The wizard woman pulled a scroll from her pocket. "I've been keeping this in case we got stuck in a bad situation. This seems to be it." She showed them the scroll. "The lesser teleport one?" That was 3 months of savings. The druids stared at the scroll. "We were keeping it to explore dungeons. Do you want to walk back home between them?" She pointed down at the ants. "The moment they run out of prey, we would get on their dinner list." The wizard used the scroll, teleporting them back in front of the guild's door. The fighter immediately kicked the door open. "Monsters!" "A stampede of giant ants is swarming across the forest," he shouted at the top of his lungs, causing every adventurer inside to tense up. "You aren't drunk, are you?" One of the adventurers, a paladin, approached him with a suspicious stare. Crack. With a loud bang, a tanned arm burst out of the ground just outside the guild's door, causing all the adventurers to freeze. Thud. The arm was pushed to the ground, and a large and muscular woman emerged. Everyone instantly pulled their weapons, sweating buckets as they could feel it in their bones. That was no human, but a monster. Arad's humanoid shapeshift was a bit special as it hides even his draconic aura and magic. People would see him as only a human unless he do something outrageous. But Miriam's shapeshift was sloppy, only giving her the look of a human, but the magic oozing out of her skin told another story. "Grrr, grrr. Where is Abel?" Miriam tried to speak, but the adventurer could only hear growls. They can't understand what a monster says. Nina stood, pushing her chair back and walking toward the door. All the adventurers hid behind her as she smiled. "Grrr, grrr, grrr. Didn't I tell you to remain quiet? Or do you want another smacking?" A deep growl came from her throat. Barbarians are as wild as the monsters themselves. Abel knows where to find Sarah. I can't find her. She has something for Arad. Miriam replied. Arad returned? Nina stared at her. Are the ones responsible for the ants in the forest? She asked, looking behind Miriam at the large hole she made in the ground. He's sick, really bad, Miriam replied. We're hunting to feed him. Where can I find the women named Sarah and Roberta now? She grunted, her muscles bulging rapid Dausnovelk. Snop, stop. Alla rushed in, riding Mick, stopping right at the guild's door. What are you doing? She grabbed Miriam by the head. Looking for Roberta and Sarah, Miriam replied with a scared face. Get back home. I told you not to act rashly. Ayla growled. Don't blame her, Nina smiled. She has even lower intelligence than me. Nina had 7, and Miriam had only 6, barely above what most animals have. Ayla sighed. At 7, you can be seen as rude and make really bad decisions. But at 6, you're a savage. Ayla knew the base description of lower intelligence. Nina smiled. Send her back. I will find those 2 and meet you later. She turned around toward the adventurers. There are no problems. The ant swarm is just monsters moving. Ayla looked at Nina's back. She might look smart and act like normal people, but all of that is a mere imitation, a skill she learned over the years after retiring. Ayla stared at Nina. You might train a tiger to act like a cat, but when the chance allows him, he would return to being a tiger. She could see the monster everyone fear inside Nina because of Zephyr's magic sense. That woman is a true monster. Even now, she won't have a problem killing the ant and us in the blink of an eye. But I do sense primordial magic in her veins. Be careful. Primordial magic? The one belonging to a mindless monster from ancient Earth. She's from Aunt Tara's bloodline. A Tarask's bloodline sorceress, chapter 344. Finding Sarah, a Tarask. Ella gasped. The ancient monster that could eat the world? The Tarask had some Earth magic, and the Earth spirit is her direct descendant. But I don't think this woman got any of that. She instead got traces of Aunt Tara's primordial anatomy. Ayala. Nina approached her. I will contact Sarah. You go find Roberta in the Central Market. Yes. Ayala rode Mick and turned to leave, glancing back at Nina's back. Push her to death's door, and the blood dormant in her veins will rush out. She might have gotten the jackpot that every melee fighter dreams of. As Ayla left, Nina walked toward her desk and hid all of her papers. She looked at the other receptionists and smiled. I'm going to the Lord's house for a moment. Please hold out for me. One of the receptionists nodded. Yes, of course. She didn't know what to say. A monster just appeared and left. They could barely understand what happened, but as long as Nina was fine with it, they were mostly safe. Nina walked toward the door, all the adventurers moving out of her way. No need for a response. The ants won't pose a problem, she said, opening the door and leaving. The adventurers sat back down, taking a deep breath. What is happening? One of them sighed. I will go check it out. A ranger stood, and soon he was followed by a bunch of druids. Standing outside the guild, Nina looked toward the Lord's castle with a passive face. I hope she's there. She squatted, the muscles on her legs bulging. Bam! With a single leap, Nina took to the sky. I've seen some birds fly out of the forest. Do you think some adventurers are fighting a big monster? A guard said with a smile, standing at the Lord's mansion front gate. I bet you. So those people can be crazy sometimes. Busting fireball on a sleeping ogre or a troll like it's nothing. The other guard smiled, shaking his halberd. Bam, as they chatted. Nina landed in front of them, scaring their bones out of their bodies. They stepped back, seeing her stand back up with veins around her face. Is Sarah home? Nina smiled, standing like nothing happened. You could have just walked here. One of the guards cried, his face drenched in sweat. Nina looked at the 2 guards. Arid came back, but I couldn't sense his presence around. I suspect his condition is extremely bad, whatever he needs from Sarah. My instincts tell me time isn't on our side. We don't know about Lady Sarah. You have to wait a bit while we ask inside. The second guard replied, He has to get permission to speak from the Lord first. They can't simply disclose the location of his daughter. Nina stared at the guards. You don't seem to understand. She smiled, taking a step forward. I'm in a bit of a hurry. Where is she, or her father? I assume he would be just as useful. She grabbed one of the guards' halberds, snapping its shaft in her palm. The two guards stared at each other, terrified. There was no way they could stop Nina. To her, they are no more than air in her way. The Lord is in his office. You can speak to him if you want. One of the guards looked down, sighing. Please, don't cause trouble. Our heads are on the line. Nina nodded. Worry not. I merely wish to speak with him. Nina pushed the steel gate with one hand, shattering its lock as if it were nothing. Bid, Nove, one of the guards rushed into the barracks to bring a new lock. They didn't dare to stand in her way any further. Inside the mansion, Nina finally made her way to the Lord's office, standing at the door with a maid at her side. The Lord is inside. He's awaiting your arrival. The maid bowed, opening the door with one hand. Nina walked into the office, seeing the Lord standing by the window, staring at the mansion's gate. That was an expensive padlock. Do you know how much it cost? Nina approached the Lord's desk. If I wanted trouble, I would have landed in the middle of your mansion. Your guards refused to answer my question, and I don't have time to await their games. There were no games. They would have opened the door if you waited 1 minute. The Lord replied, staring at her. You know that I don't have the ability to tell when I'm being tricked, so I always act with the simplest solution. Nina replied, A locked door can always be kicked open. The Lord sighed. You not being able to tell if they are stalling for time or not shouldn't be an excuse. He sat back on his chair. Take a seat. What brought you here? Nina sat with a smile. Sorry for the lock. But you should know how to treat a barbarian. You don't know how to act normally outside the receptionist life you've been practicing right now. I'm not facing the receptionist Nina, but the blood barbarian Heracles of the 7 Wars. The city lord stared at her with a smile. What do you want? Speak. Sarah, where is she? Nina stared at him, and he started sweating. My daughter. Why would you need her? The city lord reached with his hand below his desk. I myself don't know. A friend of mine seems to need her. Nina replied, looking at the door with a smile. I can hear you outside. Come in. Click. The door opened and Sarah walked in. Heard from the guards you've been looking for me. Sarah stared at Nina. What do you want? Nina smiled. Arid returned and he wants to see you. Sarah blinked twice. You should have said that from the start, she sighed. If it's about the cursed metal, I found it, but not a way to bring it here. Nina looked at her. I do not know what it's about, but you seem to have an idea. If that metal is what he wants, tell me where it is, and I shall bring it. Sarah sat facing Nina. You don't understand. Even you won't be able to move it. It curses people to death. She pulled several drawings. First, your skin turns red, and blisters cover it. After several minutes, you start vomiting blood as your vision blurs. A bit more, and you start feeling better. But that's only the beginning of what is worse. Nina looked at the drawing. Necrosis? Is it a form of necrotic magic? Sarah shook her head. No, the metal lacks magic. That curse is the property of the thing itself, no matter how we think about it. Moving it without tens of casualties is impossible. Nina scratched her chin. I'm not a mage, but did you try summons? Those things can be an effective meat shield. Nothing short of undead and constructs can get close to it, and even those soon fall. The metal disturbs magic and life alike, Sarah growled. I was thinking of giving Arad its location, letting him decide how to act. Nina stood. Fine, but you should go see Arad. Tell him yourself. Sarah stood. He doesn't trust your words. I don't trust my own words. I might forget the details, and on top, you might be lying, and I have no way of telling. Nina replied, taking a deep breath. Sorry about the trouble. I will make sure she returns safely. She quickly changed her tone, staring at the Lord with the gentle smile of Nina, the receptionist. The Lord sighed. Please do. Sarah followed Nina out. You sure are scary. Not many people can walk into my father's mansion like this and get out with their heads intact. Nina smiled. Your father would have died fighting me to protect you if he knew I meant harm. Did you forget your mother? He stood against the church that wanted to purify you with your brother. Sarah smiled. But it was you who grabbed the Pope by the head and almost drowned him in holy water. Sarah! Abel rushed out of the hallway. Nina, where are you taking her? He shouted, his knees shaking. His body still remembers when she shattered his bones. Arad is back, and he wants to speak to her, Nina replied, and Abel's face changed. What does he want from my sister? Abel growled, getting some courage in his veins. Sarah stared at him with a smile. He wants me to marry him. I'm going now if you don't mind. 3 veins bulged on Abel's face. By the hells, he's going to pay. Abel rushed toward them. Sarah smiled. I'm joking. It's about the cursed metal. She shook her head. You still get angry for me. Abel sighed. But to be honest, I probably won't mind him. He looked at the wall. People treat tieflings poorly, us devils even worse. But he is different. Sarah blinked twice. What are you talking about? Abel looked at her. That's right. That's my whole concern. He stared at Sarah. He might just be the one to treat you fairly. See you and me as Sarah and Abel, not 2 devils. Brother, Sarah gasped, sweating. Chapter 345. Don't deal with the devil. Nina walked out of the forest with Sarah and Abel, seeing Ayla standing in front of Arad's house with Roberta by her side. You already found her? She was in the market, easy to catch. Ayla approached Nina with a smile. Puff. Zephyr appeared above her head. I sniffed her out from memories. Impressive, right? Nina tilted her head, staring at the strange creatures with an observing gaze, a spirit of the wilds, a pixie. She knew them. Some of the forest barbarians worshipped them, but not her. I'm more than that. Zephyr puffed her chest. Nina approached, glaring at her. There is something strange about you. You're strong. Zephyr started to sweat as Nina glared at her. She's dangerous at this close range. Forget about me. Arad needs help. That one better has found what we need. She changed the subject, staring at Sarah in the back. Bitnove. Or, I did find the cursed metal, but there are some complications, Sarah replied with a worried face, looking around in search of Arad. Complication? Zephyr stared at her. You fiendish devil, I bet you want a sweat contract. Zephyr floated toward Sarah's face. Speak. You want to control Arad. Make him your pet, Srentiu. Abel glared at the little thing. Nothing of the like. Move away from her, or I will pluck your wings like a chicken, he growled. Zephyr wiggled. Oh my, how could it be? She flew around Abel and Sarah. 2 devils came to make contracts with Arad. Just how desperate are you? Let it be known. You won't sneak anything behind my eyes. Crack. Ella grabbed Zephyr in her fist. Get back here. You're trouble on your own. She stared at Sarah and Abel, sorry for her baseless accusations. Did you find the metal Arad was looking for? What are those complications? Sarah sighed. Don't worry. She's right after all, she smiled. Most devils like us walk by contracts. It's natural to assume we came for one since she doesn't know us. Ella stared at Zephyr, squeezing harder. This little girl knew about you. She shares some of my memories now, but forget her for now, the metal. What happened? Short story. Sarah approached Ayla. We knew the location, but have no way to mine it, let alone transport it. Roberta approached Ayla. I was trying to find some artificers to make a golem to move it, but got nothing so far. Magic doesn't work that well around it, so we had to improvise. Sarah looked at Ayla. I have a plan, but a risky one. Abel stared at her. Sister, told, that's an insane plan. We would only die. Sarah glared back at him. If we don't trust her, then how are we, devils? I got the word of the mistress, and by her grace we shall prevail. No, Abel shouted. She isn't known for mercy. Trusting her would at worst kill us all and at best kill everyone beside us and binds us to the hells. Abel, I know what I'm doing. She glared at him. It all depends on Arod's situation. She pulled a tainted holy symbol from her pocket. It didn't take Ayla a second to recognize it. The mistress of the 9 hells, the devil lady Alice Asmodeus Furberg. She stared at Sarah. Don't tell me. Sarah looked away. You might not like hearing it, but I'm a cleric to the mistress of the hells. Nina stared at Sarah. I knew you had some holy magic about you, but why Asmodeus? She stared at her, confused. Asmodeus wasn't known for mercy, for not answering prayers. People knew she had both holy and curse powers, but not that she could grant them to people. The mistress of the hells isn't fond of getting prayed to. Sarah stared at Nina. Praying to her is an insult, and most get burned on the spot. She stared at Ella. But when I ran out of options, I tried my luck, asking her for a solution, but not help. Sarah smiled. Guess what? I got a reply. Even cult leaders sacrificing thousands of people never got to hear her lordship's voice. But I did. I'm with Abel's mind. We shouldn't trust Asmodeus. Zephyr's words would come true. Aella glared at her. Lydia approached from the back, her arms crossed. I might not agree with the hells, but I'm in no spot to belittle another person's beliefs as the will of the sun, Mother Earth, and the new birth, as is the will of the hells. Jack stared at Lydia. What nonsense is that? Lydia stared back at him. Albeit being a devil, Asmodeus is a deity. She's the jailer of the sinners in the hell. That's a job that must be taken. Sarah nodded. She says that even gods are considered evil. Are there still gods that are necessary for the stability of the world? Lady Alice might be evil, but she would answer to hold the pride of the gods. Abel sighed in the back. I hate to admit it, but she's right. Asmodeus will hold her part of the bargain. That is for certain. What I fear is the price. What will she take in return? Sarah looked down. Lady Alice didn't state a price for her plan, only stated, what should I do? She looked at her holy symbol. What was the plan? Nina stared at her. Me and brother are to open 2 portals to the first layer of hell, one here and one at the metal's location. Sarah stared at Lydia. Devils, by the lady's orders, would lead a group of sinners to carry the metal through hell. Lydia nodded. That's too much. She started approaching Sarah. You do realize how dangerous opening a gate to hell is, and 2 on top of that. She shook her head. A devil's trickery, your brother is right. Your hell lady would stab us in the back the moment the gates open. Eris approached them, dancing with the devils, aren't we? She smiled, walking in between them, covered in her black cloak. Asmodeus is merciless, unlike the red-eyed lady of death. She merely watches in silence. Lydia and Sarah stared at her. What need we have with a god that doesn't answer prayers? Eris glared back at them. What I'm trying to say is that as real as miracles are, we shouldn't rely on them. Nothing is free, especially convenience. Can't Merlin teleport it here? She's skilled, Nina stared at them, or she combines her magic with Ginger. Those 2 can create wonders. Thud, thud. Footsteps approached from the forest, a woman pushing a man in a wheelchair. Magic isn't that simple. We can't mix it, not move that metal. Ayla looked at them. Ginger, Alcott, she rushed. I didn't have a chance to visit yet, but is Alcott's condition still bad? Ginger stared at Alcott with an angry smile. Let him suffer. The idiot thought it was a good idea to go out and fight a horde of ogres while recovering. She grabbed Alcott by the head, squizzing him as he laughed. Sorry, I couldn't let the young adventurers die. Alcott laughed. Nina sighed. A group of ogres attacked Alcott, fought them while still recovering, and got his condition worse. We're still investigating it. Is that so? Aella stared at Alcott. Don't worry about me. I might look like this, but I'm well capable of beheading a dragon or 2 before kicking the bucket. He smiled. And speaking of that, why don't we ask the man himself in question? Where is Arad? Aella nodded. You're right, let me take you to him. Aella walked toward the house, and everyone followed her. Is he inside? Sarah asked with a puzzled face. Of course, Aella stared back at her. What do you think? Jack shook his head. Aella, she can't sense him. His aura and magic have faded so much. Isn't that right? He stared at Lydia. Speaking my words as if they were your own, Lydia sighed. But that's true. What you think is Arad's residual magic is his current aura. Abel's face paled. By the hell if that is true. He is either a corpse or close to it. He shouldn't die, Ginger growled. Not like this. Not with his blood. Aella looked back at them. Let's say he's about to grow. She reached the basement door and turned toward everyone. Don't attack anything unless you want to get killed. Aella knocked on the door. Open the door. Go Abba. A growl came from behind the door as it opened. A small goblin started at her, wiggling in place as he waved his hand, signaling them to enter. First was the goblin lair, then the axles, and finally the ants, where they were greeted by hundreds of A-rank giant ants, clicking the mandibles at the strange guests. As Sarah looked around, she noticed something. The ants didn't look at Jack or Alcott. They merely glared at the women with disgust. Those ants aren't welcoming, she whispered. To Aella, Aella looked back with a smile. It's their queen. She's with Arad, and I bet you she wants no other woman around him. As they entered, they froze, sleeping on a pile of glittering gold and countless gems, surrounded by a platoon of armed kobolds and royal guard giant ants. A withered, jet-black dragon slept with a massive ant probing on his side. The dragon barely lifted his head, revealing a woman who sat between his arms. She was none other than Mira. The dragon glared at everyone. A fading flame flickered in his purple eyes. You have come, the dragon said. Sarah froze in place. This dragon was Arad. She could see it, feel it, sense it. But something was even more strange. He looked weak, felt weak, with no power, magic, or aura, but something kept screaming in her mind. That's a sleeping bear, one wrong move, and he would wake up enraged. Chapter 346, An Adversary. Arad? Is that you? Sarah stepped forward, staring at the massive dragon in front of her. I am, Arad replied, his voice crackling inside his throat. He slowly moved his head closer to her. Holy magic? No, it's unholy, cursed. He glared at her. Sarah gulped. I'm a priestess of Asmodeus, the devil goddess of the hells. I can use both holy spells and curses granted to me by her. Your curse magic seems too simple. You don't have any powerful spells? A faint purple light gleamed deep inside Arad's eyes, the witch inside him inspecting Sarah's magic. I'm not a fighter, and worshipping the Lady of the Hells can cause some problems. She looked away. I might have slacked a bit lately, thud. Abel walked forward. You can't worship Asmodeus without being blamed for every plague and lost soul in this world. He stared at Arad. It's best for her to use as little of the Hell's Lady's gifts as possible. He's right, Lydia smiled. We shouldn't trust devils, albeit Sarah, and he can be an exception. That hurts my infernal heart. A deep, booming voice came from the shadows. Two red eyes glared at them. Everyone froze for a second as Arad growled, his magic rushing back out as he glared into the darkness. What are you? Lydia pulled her blade, igniting it with holy magic. A devil! Cut the bastard! Bam! She lunged forward, swinging at the shadow's neck. Clang! Her sword stopped at the devil's neck, shining with a bright light, revealing the infernal's red skin and wings, leather-rough skin, and long black horns. You stink like acid. The devil lifted his palm, catching Lydia's sword and pushing her back. Bam! She regained her stance and glared at him. You smell like charred rot. The devil bowed. I was sent by Her Majesty, the immortal devil of the 9 hells, Arad Orion. I bring you a contract. That can't be right, Sarah cried. I was tasked with speaking with him. The devil stared at her. The queen watches over her children, and you failed. It was obvious that kids can't save children. The devil walked out of the shadows and looked at Arad, a majestic void worm with infinite potential. It's sad to see you wither and die of starvation, he smiled. That's none of your business, scram. Arad growled, his muscles bulging again as he walked down his mound of gold. The devil lifted his hands. Each step gets you closer to death. It's better if you don't pretend to be deaf. The devil waved his hands. Stand down, child of none, before the void beckons. I told you to leave, Arad growled. He could feel it in his bones and hear both Doma and Mom screaming inside his head. That thing is an archdevil. He can't win, and even if he won by a miracle, he would die of starvation and exhaustion. We curse lives to the eternal take the contract, and I shall bring you the medal. The devil flicked his fingers and a flame sparked. You better sell when your stock has a price? Arad Nina, who was in the back, walked forward. If you won't take contract, can I kill this thing? Arad glared back at her. Doma shouted inside his head, she would die. An archdevil isn't something a mortal should face. They are too much to handle even with holy magic. The faces of the hell's terror. Don't fight, I won't take the contract, but stand back, Arad growled at her. Ginger emerged from the shadows behind the devil, staring at him with a smile. It's brave of you to come here alone, she smiled. It's been a while since I tasted a devil. Brave? You're the ones in need of my help, mercy, and favor. Refuse my offer, and he would die, soon followed by you all. He smiled, hellish magic flowing from his claws. Good thing I was watching. Ding. Merlin emerged in a spark of white magic, pointing a small wand at the devil. You speak of our need, yet that only shows your desperation. Merlin smiled. You approach Arad when he's young, weak, and vulnerable. You rot worms of the hells barely hold the courage to face someone of your power. Big words from a mere human. The devil glared at her. Thud, Nina walked forward. You two stand back. I will finish this quickly. She started approaching the devil. The devil glared at Nina, big words from a human, and insolence from a magicless, mindless, and crazed animal. He swung his arm, throwing a trident at Nina, gouging her stomach and sending her body smacking into the wall. Nina! Arad roared, and the devil started laughing. Dead like a bug. Guess who the worm was? He stared at Arad. Take my contract, or everyone will end like her, stuck to the wall like art. The devil's lips stopped as he saw Nina standing with the spear still protruding from her stomach. She walked toward the devil with a passive face, standing a few meters before him. With one hand, she grabbed the trident shaft and pulled it out of her stomach. Blood gushed out, and Nina tossed the spear at the devil's feet. Try again, the devil glared at her, sweating as he opened his palm. Zon, the spear flew back to his hand as he rushed forward, thrusting at Nina's neck. Clang. The trident stopped at Nina's skin, unable to pierce her neck. I faced kids stronger than you. She lifted her hands, grabbing the devil by his horns. Thud. Nina jumped up, pulling her legs toward her stomach. Swash. She then swung both of her feet at the devil's face, while still holding onto his horns. Crack. The devil's horns shattered as his nose sniffed his brain, and his body rolled with a splash of blood through the air. Groar, Nina growled, her skin turning into a dark red color as her veins bulged, her eyes bloodshot as she leaped forward. Rage, thud. Before the devil could stop, Nina grabbed his bloodied face in her palm and swung him at the ground like a stick, shattering the ant's royal room. Merlin smiled in the back, swinging her wand. This is going to be fun. I'm taking the horns and the tail. She smiled, pulling the devil's shattered horns toward herself as she conjured a barrier. Arcane ward, the blood and liver are mine. Ginger licked her lips. It's been a while since such a rare ingredient showed itself. She giggled. I lost count of how many times I tried to bait a devil into a contract with me so I could farm him for alchemy. Clack. The devil healed himself as he bounced off Nina, standing on the wall with glowing red eyes. Mortals dare defy a devil? You hurt my feeling, Ginger appeared beside him. I'm immortal, you know. A blood spear emerged in her hand as she stabbed forward, action surge, note. The devil swung his trident and deflected Ginger's barrage of 32 stabs in the blink of an eye. Bam! He jumped back, landing upside down on the ceiling. Ginger smiled, remembering how her belly was full today, how she spent the past week sucking on high-quality blood, Alcott's blood. She's at full power and doesn't have any reason to hold back. The devil pointed at her with his spear, ready to blast her with a spell, but he saw her smiling, making him confused. That woman just used an action surge. She should be feeling the backlash. A well-known opening of such a powerful ability, Ginger's blood rushed through her veins. Her immortal body defied natural boundaries, exhaustion, breathing, heartbeat, and life itself. As long as she has blood, she cares for none. Action surge, action surge. She blasted forward with another barrage, using the third action surge to cast her blood magic, and the last one to summon her kin. The whole room turned dark as blood spikes rushed from the ceiling at the devil, and when he fell to the ground, shadow wolves lunged at him. One of them was a barbarian called Nina. The devil stopped. Wait, that isn't a familiar. Nina grabbed the devil by the tail, swinging him around like a rage door, smacking his body on the ground and walls before kicking him toward Merlin. Merlin sighed, seeing the devil flying toward her. Mages are rear support. She sighed, lifting her wand and opening her palm. In the name of the flickering magic, I call upon your wisdom. I, the white mage of Alina, seek knowledge whom you keep. Strands of blue magic flickered around Merlin, flashing with sparks of golden light. Goddess of magic, Lilia Bodhi Mika, Merlin's magic turned from elemental into holy, her palm flashing with a divine light. A mage seeks the forbidden knowledge of holy magic. Banishment, she pointed 2 fingers at the devil, dropping the biggest and largest divine smite Lydia had ever seen in her life. A hell gate opened behind the devil, ready to take his charred body, chapter 347. Hell has its laws. Flap. The devil expanded his wings, spinning mid-air and landing feet first on the skeletal hell gate, growling as his face healed. Damned wizard, he glared at Merlin with rage. I will decorate my throne with your skin. Stab. As the devil stared forward with rage, he felt a sharp pain in his back. He turned to see Jack smiling, stabbing him with a wakizashi. You bastard, he growled, feeling his insides burn as the blade glowed crack. Jack pushed the wakizashi deeper into the devil's back. There is a shred of holy magic in this blade. Wonder if it hurts. The devil grunted. The magic was weak but potent. He could instantly recognize the symbol carved into the blade's leather handle. The blazing sun of the east, the inevitable eclipse of the end, the symbol of the goddess of the dusk and down the red sun, and the eclipse, Amaterasu. The lady's foster mother, to this I wouldn't fall. Never, he growled, grabbing Jack by the neck and jumping into the hell gate. Take the contract if you want a chance of saving him. The devil smiled. Jack? Lydia shouted. Bam. Nina lunged forward as fast as she could before the gate closed, but she was late, barely putting her fingers between the iron doors. Clank as the gate slammed shut. Nina growled, pushing against it, trying to force it open with all her might. Merlin grunted. Damn it, he took him? She pointed her wand at the gate. What was that idiot thinking of? Ginger growled. Open it again, she glared at Merlin. I'm trying, Merlin cried. The goddess of magic isn't answering. That bitch must be finding this amusing. No matter how much she tried, she couldn't muster holy magic again to open the gate. Grabla, Arakli, Nina screamed as the veins on her arms bulged. The gate crackled, its metal growling as Nina put pressure. Merlin and Ginger stared at Nina with terrified smiles on their faces as they saw the gate slowly open. That's a hell gate. Are you serious? Ginger giggled. Merlin pointed her wand at the crack. Hold still. I will pull Jack the moment I see him. Grawapae. Nina roared, applying even more force at the gate, forcing it halfway open. Bam! Bam! Lydia rushed forward, her blade burning with a divine flare. Give Jack back, she screamed, jumping over Nina's head and squeezing into the gate. Another idiot, Ginger cried. Arad! Don't let more of them jump. I will bring those two back. She turned around only to see him missing. Swash. As Lydia jumped into hell, she could feel the putrid, charged smell assault her senses. The pure heat and acidic air burned her throat and skin as her hair and armor started catching fire. She blinked as her eyes started burning with acid, seeing the scope of the first layer of the hells. It was infinite, bare mountains of souled stones, fire, brimstone, and acid lakes with lightning crackling in the red sky above. The gate spawned in the middle of the sky, and she had already started falling toward the ground. Hordes of imps flew toward her with hunger and rage in their claws. Lydia's golden, glowing eyes flashed as she located Jack and the devil falling below her. Holy magic ignited her blade as she swung at the imps. Get out of the way, divine smite. With a brilliant flash, the small imps turned into ash as Lydia fell after the devil, and Jack swinging her burning sword. Peaky, Ackley, 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 Ackley. The devil screamed, an ear-shattering screech boomed in the hells as he looked up at the paladin falling at him with a swing. Should have killed me. A voice came from beneath the devil, sending shivers down his spine. As he stared, Jack glared at him with the hell ground approaching. Thud! Jack grabbed the devil by the neck and stabbed his chest with the wakizashi. Half-assing, it won't get you anywhere. Jack smiled. Gnarly. The devil growled, glaring at Jack with terror. Divine Cleaver, Lydia swung her sword down at the devil's neck, barely wounding him before his tail slapped her away. Blah. Lydia coughed blood, falling at the imps chasing her, aiming to eat her corpse after she fell to her death. The devil spun in his place, kicking Jack toward the ground with an angry frown. Die, mortal. He smiled. With the pride of scaring a devil, you achieved more than the other worms of the outer world. The devil lifted his hands, expanding his arms. Forces of hell, devour those two souls and bring me their rotted bones, he shouted. And the thousands of imps inhabiting the lair heeded his command, swarming the place. Wash. As Aella was falling, a black shadow flew and caught her, and soon that shadow snatched Jack and landed on a nearby hill. The imps stopped. Their bones shook as they saw the massive black dragon glaring at them, bringing bad memories of the past. Ared expanded his wings, roaring with his jaws open. The hell ground sharded, shaking as the devil growled. What a fool, you chose death over life. The devil stared at Ared with a smile. As Ared roared, black tattoos covered his already dark scales, and a blue orb started forming between his teeth. Breath, roar, if we're going to die anyway, let's make it count. Doma started using every trick she knew, bending Arad's void magic to pull the hell ground into the breath, crushing it to charge the coming blast. The devil couldn't feel any powerful magic coming from Arad's breath, but there was an immense sense of danger feeling his bones, a cornered dragon, his last flash of life. Nothing good will come from it. The devil formed a shield of fire. Turning his back to Arad to run didn't seem like a wise option. Doma smiled inside Arad, me and my darling's most powerful magic. Her eyes flashed purple. Fuck everything in that general direction. She didn't have time or energy to think of a name, so she shouted in anger, enraged at the devil and the hells. The matter crumbled in Arad's jaws as the void got sapped out, releasing a beam of blue light, flashing toward the devil in a brilliant light. The devil's vision went white for a second, and then black as the breath erased him and blasted a chunk of a faraway mountain. The beam traveled further, hitting a jet-black iron fortress, quaking its walls. Inside the black iron fortress, in the innermost chamber, a titanic 20-headed Dracaina woke up from her slumber, standing up as the devils swarming her hall cried, her head wiggled like snakes. "Who dares knock on my doors?" she growled, taking a deep whiff. "I see, the Void Kid." She smiled, and a nice meal, bam. Her massive body disappeared. As the massive Dracaina flew to Arad's location, she saw one of the mountains cut in half and hordes upon hordes of dead devils. Did he do all of this? She looked at Arad, seeing a sea of blood as a barbarian woman swung her battle axe through hordes of devils, ripping them to shreds as she screamed. A few seconds earlier, Nina mustered all of her strength to open the Hell Gate and jumped after Lydia and Jack, summoning her axe at the last moment. When she fell into hell, she only saw a decimated battlefield. A mountain has been cut in half in the distance, and imps feel dead from the sky like flies. Bam! She landed beside Arad and stared at him. He looked as dead as he could get, but there was still a whiff of necrotic magic in his body. His vampirism is holding his body together. Calling upon her previous battles against vampires, Nina sighed in relief. He should survive with some blood. She grabbed her axe, cutting her wrist and dripping blood in Arad's mouth. As she did so, more devils swarmed. This was hell. Expecting a moment of peace is too much to ask. Nina picked up her axe and roared, raging once more as she lunged at the swarming devils. As she hacked and slashed hordes upon hordes, the devil's body emerged from the ground, rising to the sky with a smile on his face. "Fools! Fools!" he laughed. "Hell has its laws." He expanded his wings, radiating curse magic. This was hell, a place of suffering. No matter how much its inhabitants die of torture, they always come back to life to suffer more. Devils abuse this power by pulling fights to hell where they can't be killed. You fight me on my land, fools? Your death shall be grand. He conjured his trident. Nina growled. She knew that she couldn't win here. It's an endless fight. Could she hold until Merlin manages to open the gate again? No more deals. It's over. The devil smiled. He's in my grasp. I shall raise him as a Dracolich pet, serving me for eternity. The devil laughed. I made the right move at the right time. Bam. As the devil laughed, a massive Drakenah landed behind him. Your land? She growled, and the devil froze in his place. No, I didn't, he cried. But she didn't allow him time, swallowing him with a single bite. Nina froze. The Drakenah's claws were as large as mountains. She stood above Else, radiating magic like nothing else. Everything beside her looked so pale it became meaningless. This had gotten out of claws. The massive Drakenah growled in hells, "None shall touch you if you prayed to my name." She expanded her wings, flying without flapping them. No more deals, it's over. A greater fate awaits you. Void born Bam. She disappeared, and Nina sighed, seeing the devils fly away. She walked toward Arad, seeing him stable. The hell flame and acid have stopped harming them as well. There was a single dragon who could do this. Even Nina wasn't ignorant enough not to recognize her. "Tiamat," she growled, sitting beside Arad and looking at the sky. "She resides here after all." Clack, a massive red gate opened, and Senna walked in, looking around. "Nina? Arad!" she shouted, her eyes quickly spotting them. "We're here." Nina waved her arm, exhausted. It appears she arrived in time. Senna sighed in relief, but then stared at Nina. "Ahem, I arrived in time. Let's get out. I will help you get Arad's medal." Nina looked at her. "We just fought a devil." Senna tilted her head, extending her palms toward them. Telekinesis, Arad, Nina, Lydia, and Jack levitated as Senna waved her palm, throwing them through the massive gate. She opened. Senna took a deep breath, staring at the hell sky. "I know you're there," she smiled. Zon. The sky shifted as Tiamat showed herself again, floating down. She didn't leave but merely used her camouflage. "You picked a powerful one," Tiamat growled, glaring at her. Senna stared at her. "Aunt Alice didn't send that bastard, did she?" she growled. Tiamat scratched the chin of her red dragon head, looking back at the mountain. "I don't believe so. She won't act like this." "Then who was it?" "Don't tell me that fool acted alone." Senna growled. Tiamat got her face closer to Senna. "This kid has a lot of potential, and you know how powerful people would react." Senna looked down. "They will either try to enslave him to control his power, or kill him before he gets out of hand." "That's true," Tiamat growled. "Powerful people aren't stupid." They won't send weaker minions to him and make him stronger. They will attack at the first chance with all their might. Then what do you suggest I do? Senna sighed. Tiamat smiled. If you want him, then take him. She looked closer at Senna's face. You must compromise with how weak he's now. Senna looked away. Don't want to. She approached the Hell Gate. You don't have any right to tell me that. I won't accept someone weaker than myself. Chapter 348, Senna, Lisworth, Crackle. Hundreds of steel chains emerged from the thin air, and a massive skeletal gate rose from the ground. The gate opened with a growl, sending a gust of searing acid heat. From it, Arad flew out, rolling on the ground unconscious. They came back. Ginger rushed toward him, looking around for Lydia and Jack. Those are with me. Senna walked out of the Hell Gate, Jack and Lydia floating behind her. They need healing, fast. She laid them close to Ginger and Merlin. A restoration spell to lift curses would help them as well. I suggest you take them to Father instead of the church. How did you open a Hell Gate? Merlin approached Senna. Even I can barely call an 8-level spell, and that was much higher. Senna stared at her. The same way you opened one, I called upon a god's power, she smiled. You call on the goddess of magic, and I have my own. Which god? Not many are open to the idea of opening the hells. Merlin growled at her. Neutral ones, like the goddess of magic, will grant it for fun and only to achieving wizards. But even she doesn't grant such fine control. Ginger glared at Senna, trying to pick on the smell of her blood. Something was off. She could feel it. She isn't a humanoid, but a monster shifted into a human form. It only took a second for her to back away. Ginger looked at Senna's head, channeling blood magic into her eyes and trying to probe into Senna's mind, for nothing more than figuring out what kind of monster they are dealing with, as such information can be the difference between life and death. At that moment, a sharp pain struck Ginger. For the first time in a century, her heart beat faster than drums, and her eyes burned slimy tentacles, and sharp claws scrapped on her skin as she drowned in blazing divine water as dense as tar. Bend all. Crack. The illusion shattered as Ginger opened her eyes, seeing Senna staring back at her with one eye. I don't mind you looking, but I suggest you be careful lest you burn your mind. Senna approached the unconscious Arad as Nina walked out of the Hell Gate, drenched in blood. His condition got worse. We can't leave him like this. She patted his head, but he's too weak, too young, and too naive. I can't help but feel he isn't worth the effort. She stood. But I do want to help him, and I hope he's good enough to make it worth it. What are you talking about? Ayala glared at her confused. Sina lifted her hands. What do you mean? I'm not a horde jumping from one man to another. I want to make my first one count, and I absolutely hate a weak man. White magic swirled around Sina's body as she started floating, her eyes glowing with an eldritch white light. That cursed metal. I shall bring it. Sarah stared at her. You will die. Don't underestimate it. She rushed toward her. We have to plan this. Arid won't like it if anyone dies because of him. Senna glared at her, sensible words. Her light faded as she landed back on the ground, the Hell Gate behind her disappearing. Merlin approached her. What was that magic? Sina smiled. Figure it out on your own. I did. Merlin glared at her. Draconic, divine, and something else. An abnormal magic that shouldn't exist. Sina giggled. Even I don't know. We shall know later, right? Merlin felt a gust of cold wind brush on her cheeks, the faint smell of lavender coursing through her nose as she relaxed. Yeah, we should focus on Arad. She nodded. Can someone explain to me what's happening? Roberta stood, her knees still shaking. Ginger sighed, scratching her head. In short, Arad's condition got worse. Mark us the location of the cursed metal, and we shall find a way to bring it as soon as possible. Roberta nodded and pulled a paper from her pocket. Sarah approached her, and they started drawing a map. Head east until you reach the mountains of Zelor, then turn right across the Beastlands until you reach the death-cursed land. But be careful. That place is full of monstrosities. Roberta drew a mine of the map. You will find a red ravine in the wastelands of the death. Inside you shall find the metal. But keep in mind that informations are made based on rumors, as not many idiots would investigate the place. Not like those idiots who went there lived to tell the tale. Sarah sighed. Sina nodded. I see a place with a curse that kills people. The cursed metal should be there. I will fly there. It might take some time, but that's our only option. Merlin conjured her broom. No, you remain here and tend to Mira and Arad with the rest. Senna replied. I should go. Ginger stared at them. Won't it be easier to take Arad there? You can teleport, right? Senna stared at her. The problem isn't teleporting him there. It's the fact we have to protect him as he evolves. She smiled. I'm sure teleporting him while he's incubating would cause some problems to his innards. Ginger imagined them teleporting Arad as he evolved, causing his organs to misalign and killing him. You're right. That could be lethal. She looked at her. But we could leave him there, right? That place is oozing with monsters. We have to stay and protect him while he sleeps. That's dangerous for us, Senna replied. It would be much faster and easier if I flew there, grabbed the metal, and came back. Bring as much as you can, within reason. Ayla approached her. I'm sure he would need more for his next evolution. Senna giggled. Sorry, but I'm only bringing as much as he needs now, she smiled. I need him to get stronger. The fact he didn't prepare the metal beforehand shows a lack of planning and insight. That isn't nice, Ayla sighed with a smile. But I can understand. Sorry for the trouble. Sina smiled. You don't need to apologize to me. She flicked her forehead. My aunt once said that a man's worth is the size of his pride, and a woman's worth is the size of her man's power. But to each her place, and stepping over the order should be faced with blood. Sina turned, vanceing into silvery mist. Isdis, who sat in the back, finally walked forward now that the magic cleared. She stared around in confusion. What just happened? A devil appeared. You and the bloodchild back there seem to have failed against his presence. Ginger approached Isdis, touching her forehead. Good, you aren't charmed. She then turned toward Eris. And you? Well, my presence is more troublesome for you than anything else. Eris stood in her place, staring forward with a blank stare. You seem to be related to one of my spawns. How pitiful. The moment you stood before me, your blood quickly turned you into a spawn. Ginger waved her hand, and Eris fell on her knees, gasping for air. Damn it, what was that? She cried. Vampire spawns. People that I suck their blood until they die, I can turn them into vampire spawns if I wished. They aren't true vampires and are eternally enslaved to me. She smiled. I can also turn them into true vampires like I did with Arad. What are you talking about? Eris growled. What I'm saying is that now I'm here. You became my blood slave, a mere puppet for me to play with, and you shall remain like that for eternity. Ginger waved her hand. That's what I would have done a century ago. Right now, Alcott won't exactly like that. She smiled. Whoosh! A burning crest emerged on Eris's back, smoking as she screamed. Come on, don't cry, let me finish. Ginger waved her hand as her eyes gleamed with a blood-right flare of magic. Here you go. She waved her hand as Eris fell on her face. I linked you to Arad instead of me. You're his vampire spawn now, or should I say blood slave to make it simpler. What did you do? Eris growled, barely able to stand, just like how a mother vampire grants her blood child some of her vampire spawn upon birth. I granted you to Arad since you were already his prisoner. She smiled. Iris sighed, standing up and shaking her head. You could have just freed me, making me an independent vampire. Freedom of blood is never free, Ginger smiled. But Arad is still young and naive. You can deceive him to free you if you wish, or serve him. It's your decision, not mine. Eris looked at Arad. You're right, I should be able to trick him quickly. She shook her head. But as you said, that's for me. She smiled. I do have some purple blood in me. I would certainly rather have him a master than you. Outside, the old man Kane sighed, sitting underneath a tree. Alice, you didn't send that idiot, did you? Absolutely not. You know I wouldn't do it. I'm investigating it right now. A voice replied in his head. Please do. Don't make me come there to flip the hells like a pan, he growled. Don't let anything big around Arad Orion. Senna has taken a liking to him. Really? Let's hope he can handle her. She's as vicious as Sophia and as hard-headed as you. The voice giggled. It didn't help that Zalaria and Selena helped raise her. Don't remind me. I tried to raise her as a normal girl, but her blood was too strong. At least she isn't like Gray, he smiled. Chapter 349, Brother and Sister in a Faraway Land. A cursed ghoul ran between the rotted trees, panting as he never did in life. The death magic coursing through his body shook as he glared back. Behind him, other ghouls ran covered in blood, rushing to hide in a hole behind a small hill. Did it go away? One of them whispered, his knees shaking. Another ghoul closed his mouth. Shut the fuck up. What if it hurt you? The ghoul glared back at him, screaming inside. Why are you shouting then? The earth quaked and the trees cracked as a horrid stench washed over the lands. The devils froze, feeling their souls shake like scared rats. Sid's all. Their skin started charring as a wave of hold magic washed over the forest, but they remained still, clenching their teeth in terror. If only they could remain hidden for a few seconds. The monster would move away. Crack! Tentacles smashed the trees away, lifting the trunks and throwing them away. Massive claws dug the ground, moving mounds over mounds of solid stones and dirt. One of the ghouls gulped, crawling up the dirt and sneaking a look at the monster. Zon. The ghoul's vision started to twist. He could see a black shape, but not comprehend it. His mortal mind struggled to interpret the creature. Soon enough, a sharp headache assaulted his brain, causing his body to start shaking, falling on his face covered in sweat. Don't gaze upon the ineffable. It's useless to try to understand something that doesn't exist within your mortal boundaries. A woman's voice came out, searing the ghoul's body. A black tentacle came out of the monster's body, touching the ghoul's forehead. Even this one, it's the simplest shape your mind can interpret. Swash! The ghoul's body disintegrated into ash with the overflowing holy magic, and his undead soul started sinking into hell. You killed a lot of people in life, but dying by my hand would send you way deeper, far than you deserve, the monster growled, catching the ghoul's soul with its tentacles and pulling him from the dirt. The soul quaked, unable to move or resist. You shall feed me for 1,000 years, and I will release you into the lowest heaven. The tentacles pulled the ghoul's soul into a giant, abyssal maw with teeth and magic binding it with the tens of thousands feeding the monster. I heard a monster was on the loose. A man's voice came from behind the monster. He smiled. And look who I find, my dear, sweet sister. Gray smiled, pulling his staff away. The monster shifted into a humanoid form facing Gray. Senna smiled. I'm sure no one survived seeing me. The corpses can speak. Gray smiled. You didn't eat everyone that saw you. Some only died from their flesh brains overloading. Now that you know it's me, can you leave me be? Senna stared at him, and Gray held his heart. Oh no, sister is shoving me away, he cried, and I came here since I was concerned you might be in danger. Senna sighed. Danger. You know you and me are the danger. He? Gray giggled. You're absolutely right, he pointed at her. But unlike me, there are still some things that can harm you. Senna stared at him. Father eliminated all the abominations. None of them would be wandering around the world anymore. In that, you're wrong. Gray's face shifted. They can't be eradicated. Father merely shoved them outside the crystal sphere. Gray opened his palm, revealing a tiny black sludge. Senna jumped back. Where did you get that? She cried. It fell from the sky to the south and killed a whole region before I could reach and eliminate it. He sucked the sludge through his palm. The Dracorage mythic. The shards of that accursed meteor are smashing into the crystal sphere, cracking it. Gray glared at Senna and growled, once the real thing hit the sphere, it would not only cause all the dragons to go mad and ravage the world, but those things would return alongside the Age of Chaos. Do Father know? Gray nodded. He knows, but can't do much about it. Keeping this world intact alongside everything else is draining his life. We need to find a way to erase that meteor before he hits the sphere, and no simple magic won't affect it. Won't Father or Lilia have the power to blast it away? I'm sure they have it. Senna stared at Gray with a sad face. Why aren't they acting? I was told by Mother not to tell you. At least for now, Gray replied with a sad face. It's not that they can't, but it shouldn't be just blasted like any mundane thing. It must be completely erased from this world, from the future and past. Gray lifted his palm, several orbs of magic floating between his fingers. It should have never existed in the first place. Complete eradication is the only safe solution. He then smiled. Let's change the grim subject. What brought you here? Sina flinched for a second. I came to find the cursed metal. Gray blinked twice. For that baby dragon, can't he come fetch it himself? He's sick. He didn't get it before evolving. She looked away with a red face. Mother would laugh at you for a decade. He's so weak. Gray stared at her with a teasing smile. I don't care what Auntie Morena thinks. I chose whom I like, she growled at him, as if about to bite him. Father killed Mother 4 times before she finally submitted to him. 1 when she was alive, 1 when she returned as a Dracolich, 1 when she went to hell, and 1 when she got back. He smiled. You're too soft compared to that. My mother is different than you. She had the wisdom to see our father's potential. I also see Arad's potential. She stared back at him. Gray nodded. I see, he smiled. But to be honest with you, I don't care as long as you're happy and having fun. Gray's magic started flowing. I will come skin him alive if he fails to provide those too. His eyes flashed with an eldritch flame dripping death, magic like death itself. Bam! Senna punched his face. Don't touch him. I don't need more trouble. Gray didn't even flinch. More trouble? Someone attacked you? He growled. Not me, but Arad. A devil tried to force him into a contract. She sighed. Aren't you supposed to be overseeing them? Crack. 2 horns emerged on Gray's head as 10 black wings burst from his back. Leave it to me. Thank you, she smiled, looking at the ground. Now to find the metal. Gray stared at her. A contract. You call me brother, and I shall bring you all the cursed metal in this cursed land. Sina giggled. You're making it a contract? She smiled. Dear brother, can you help me get the cursed metal? Gray smiled, of course. He smiled with a happy face, lifting his arms. The earth shook as hordes of zombies rose from the ground, dragging every bit of metal out. Sina looked around. You already sent them, didn't you? She giggled. Did you plan it? I sadly didn't. Gray shook his head. It's just a trick Mother taught me last decade, worm corpse exchange. Gray opened his palms. A magic that allows me to swap my stored undead with the worms in the ground. Sina stared closely at the magic. I can't understand necromancy no matter how many times I look at it. It really isn't that hard, Gray replied. Your only problem is seeing souls as living beings, not currency to be used. I know the souls aren't alive, Sina stared at him with a tired face. Sorry, I might have explained it wrong. He smiled. I see souls as coins to be used. You see them more like cattle. You can throw chickens at someone as an attack. You can't see that possibility due to your attunement to holy magic, since they were alive and deserve a better ending. Sarah stared at Gray with a smile, compared to the eternal life in the heavens or the eternal suffering of the hells. A mortal life is pathetic, worthless, and nothing but the dirt at the doorstep. She waved her hand. I agree with you on that. Gray nodded. If mortals here understood what awaits them, they won't spare any effort to try snatching a spot in the heavens and avoid the hells. Sina flicked her fingers, and the metal the undead brought disappeared. You're right, but I must go now. Sina turned around. Arad needs me. Gray smiled. Call me if you need anything. I'm always listening where death exists. Sina looked back at him with a smile. Thanks, brother. Zahn. She disappeared in a silvery mist, and Gray looked around. He walked toward the trees, standing at the edge of the hole where the ghouls hid. He stared down at them with a smile. "You were listening, so I offer you a choice, heaven or hell." One of the ghouls forced himself to speak. "Heaven?" Gray smiled. "Fine, go to hell. I need servants there." With a flick of his finger, they all burned with crimson flames. Gray then stared at their ashes with a smile. "You only turn into a ghoul if you kill and eat innocent people in your life. I'm not going to spare you." Back home, Senna returned after just a few hours. She appeared right beside the unconscious Arad. "I brought the medal. Where should I put it?" she asked with a smile, but then froze, seeing the Ant Queen curled above him in her ant form. Chapter 350, Kidnapping Attempt. Aella walked into the city's gate holding a large bag filled with greens. She looked at the houses. "How long has it been? Aella, wait for me." Mira rushed after her. "We were supposed to go together. You shouldn't run, right?" Aella stared at her. "Don't worry, it's not like a normal human pregnancy. As long as I drink enough mana potions, I would be fine." Mira smiled, puffing her chest. "I hope that's right," Aella smiled. "But you can't keep drinking those potions, right?" Mira sighed. "You're right," she tapped her head. "I can hear a faint ringing in my ears, and my body feels lighter than it should be. Not to mention my stomach is quite restless. Humans aren't supposed to drink mana potions like that." Aella looked inside her bag. She had 3 potions inside from Mira. "When will Arad wake up? It's been a month since he went to sleep." Mira sighed. "Ever since Senna gave him the medal." Aella closed her eyes. "Zephyr, how is he doing?" Inside Arad's lair, Zephyr flew between the tunnels until she reached him, staring with a passive face. Still the same. She could see a massive black cocoon nested in the middle of the room. Arad's body expanded before as he started evolving and hasn't moved since. "You sure? How many days has it been?" Aella asked. 32 days. Zephyr floated around Arad and sat on a flower that strangely bloomed beside him. His magic is still increasing. The flower spoke, and Zephyr stared at her. "You can sense him, Losi. Wasn't there any change, no matter how small?" "Psychic waves have been surging from him every now and then," Losi replied. "Even I can sense the power of his mind. Whatever power he would get upon waking up, it's going to relate to that." "Not like you're certain." Zephyr stared at her. "You aren't a void dragon healer, are you?" Zephyr sighed. "He's a vampire. Dominating people with the power of his mind should be a natural ability." Eris walked into the room, standing beside Zephyr and Losi. Zephyr stared at Eris with an exhausted face. "What vampires use is illusion and blood magic." She flew to her face. "You either use your blood magic to starve the victim's brain so he starts hallucinating, or show him an inclusion through magic like the vintage of a lover or a friend." Thud. Zephyr kicked Eris in the nose. "A woman is inclined to allow her lover to kiss her neck, isn't she?" Eris scratched her nose. Zephyr's kick was so weak she almost didn't feel it. "Sounds like you experienced it." Eris stared back at the flying pixie. "Not me, one of my old mistresses fell to it. And thanks to that, I was stuck with her in the service of a vampire for 1,000 years, she sighed. "Is that vampire still alive?" Eris asked, hoping she could find and kill him to get his blood. "It's easier to get help for such a mission when it's a personal enemy of the wind spirit." "No, I burned him and all his spawns after my mistress died." Zephyr smiled. "I made sure he's—" She froze, glaring into the sky. "What in the hell?" She flew, drilling a hole in the ceiling and flying out at top speed. "What happened?" Eris glared at Losi. "Aella lost Mira. Someone kidnapped her." Losi growled. 3 mages and 1 large fighter. They are running across the west side of the city while using an anti-magic item to prevent people from tracking them. "It's daytime," Eris growled. "Did you inform the others?" "I'm doing that now," Losi replied, and a hole appeared in the wall. "Go, this will lead you to the sewers." "Hurry," Eris nodded and rushed away. Losi stared at Arad's cocoon. "This is the second time," she sighed. even though we killed them all last time. In the city, the fighter ran in the front, carrying the tied-in-a-bag mirror on his shoulder. "You better get that spell ready," he growled. "Shut up! It's hard concentrating on magic while running." One of the mages behind him panted. "This is a complicated spell." "I don't care. The first team got annihilated by that elf woman. We're dead if she catches us." The fighter growled back at them. "Hurry before she puts your sorry asses in the ground." "We should find a place to stop, or at least walk," another mage said, panting like a dog. "We can get the spell faster like that." "Sewers. There should be an entrance nearby," the fighter replied, "but it's guarded by the city guards." He glared at the mages. "You need to carry the woman." "No need for that." One of the mages pulled his wand. "A sleep spell is a simple one. I will knock them out." He started running beside the fighter. "Lead us there, understood?" The fighter smiled. Thud, thud, thud. Soon they reached the sewers, and the guards glared at them. "Who are you?" "Stop. Excuse me. Do you know where I can find the Blue Church of the Black Cow?" The fighter said rapidly, drawing the guards' attention to him for a second. The mage behind him waved his wand, sending a wave of soothing magic. Bam, clang. The guards fell to the ground fast asleep like babies. Thud, the fighter jumped over them and opened the sewer's door. "Hurry, ignore them. We know." One of the mages replied as he rushed after the fighter. "Let's hope we can find a place to stop. Start inscribing the spell." The fighter glared at them. "We can't stop or the elf woman would catch our scent. She's like a dog, a well-trained one." Back in Arad's room, Lotzi stared at him. "You're still asleep. Don't worry. They will retrieve her." Lotzi smiled. "And they shall have a lot of stories for you." As she said that, she could feel waves of psychic magic rushing from the cocoon, far stronger than anything she had seen before. The threads of magic knitted like fabric, dancing across the sky and expanding faster than the wind. "Are you waking up?" Lotzi got to hope for a moment, but that soon faded as she didn't sense any physical change in the cocoon. He only radiated psychic magic. As the kidnappers ran across the sewers, they rushed past a fat rat that the fighter noticed. "That's a big one. Now you're getting distracted?" One of the mages growled at him. The fighter stared at the mage. "That isn't it. This is the first time I've seen such a big rat." He looked forward. "Is the spell ready?" "Not yet. We're a third through." One of the mages replied as he waved his wand. The fighter looked to the side, spotting a door. "Is this one leading outside the city?" He stopped to open the door. Evil, The fighter could see a strangely dark room with a single rat standing on a barrel in the middle, staring back at him with pitch-black eyes menacingly. "Another rat?" The fight gasped clean. Suddenly, tens of red eyes emerged in the dark, sending shivers down the fighter's spine. Clap! He immediately closed the door, feeling the tens of rats smacking into it. "Shit! A swarm of rats!" he growled. "We run away?" He started running, and the mages chased him. "They are only rats. Can't you deal with them?" One of the mages growled at him. "I will fight an ogre while naked and unarmed before I fight another swarm of rats." The fighter growled. "You attack one and the rest start chewing on you and they are infested with diseases." After running for a while, they reached another door. "By the gods, let it be filled with shit and not rats." He opened the door and saw a woman standing inside. "You came?" Eris smiled, conjuring a flaming spear in her palm. "Shit!" The fighter slammed the door closed and glared at the mages. "Seal it the fuck out." Arcane lock. One of the mages sealed it immediately with magic. "Why the fuck did you scare us?" He growled. "That bitch is a vampire. I saw her teeth. How many monsters does this city have?" He started running away and the mages followed him. Thud! The fighter stopped, and the same fat rat from earlier stood before them, cutting the way and standing on its hind legs. Damn it. The fighter pulled his sword, swinging at the rat and cutting it in half. He then stopped, staring at the corpse and sweating. The hell is he smiling? He couldn't believe his eyes. The rat corpse was smiling, Acklay, one of the mages cried, screaming in pain as a massive rat bit his leg, dragging him away to a full swarm of rats. The mages watched in horror as the rats chewed on their friend. Run the hell out. The fighter growled, "We need to get this woman to the master." The mages rushed with the fighter abandoning their friend. The rats stopped eating the man, keeping him alive as the big one climbed on his chest. The man watched in horror with his tear-filled eyes and bloodied body as the rat smiled. The rat's mouth opened and closed, his eyes flashing purple. "Whew!" The rat gasped, shaking. "Who sent you?" The rat spoke, glaring down at the man. "Speak." The whole swarm said at the same time, "And I shall spare your life," the massive rat said with a grin. Chapter 351, I Am Hungry. The mage's eyes quivered. "In death, we're one, and with blood. We're bound," he cried, hellish blue flames raging from his chest. The rats got incinerated instantly as the mage's body turned into ash. Thud, thud. The fighter ran as fast as he could. "We're almost at the end. Is the spell ready?" He glared back. "It should have been ready if we didn't lose Jaren. A minute is all we need." A mage growled, a faint magic circle emerging around his wrist. A tiny ball of magic danced between his fingers. The fighter looked forward, seeing an iron bar door. We reached the end. This should take us outside the city. He looked at the bag on his shoulder. "Hold tight, lady. This is going to be rough." He pulled his sword, smiling as veins bulged on his legs and arms. "Midliff. Neglap." The fighter swung his sword like a flash, cutting through the rusted iron bars as if they were nothing. Bam! With a single leap, he flew out, landing on a tree branch and jumping again from it to reach the ground. Crack! The fighter landed, followed by the mages. "The spell is ready. Get over here." The fighter smiled, turning toward them. "It was about fucking time. Let's get out of this damned city." "You're right." A sharp, high-pitched voice came from the woods, and the fighter glared back, seeing a tiny pixie staring at him with a smile. Time to fuck out. Back in the city, Ayla pulled her bowstring. Her eyes sank with Zephyr. She took a deep breath, charging a massive amount of magic in her arrow. Boom. She fired in the middle of the busy street, scaring everyone around her. The arrow flew, zapping between the people's heads and arms. It swiftly darted between the gate guard legs and looped around the walls, racing between the trees toward the fighter. The fighter lifted his sword, blocking the arrow. Boom! A blast of air sent him flying backward, but he quickly regained his balance, staring forward to see another 2 arrows flying toward him. Monster. He took a deep breath and swung his blade like the wind, ripping the 2 arrows apart. Deal with the bug. The mages pointed their staffs at Zephyr. Beware of the size and sleep magic. Pixies are known for their trickery. One of them cried, casting a spell. Feyward, a black glyph emerged on the ground, oozing dark magic, and Zephyr growled. "You're ready this time, aren't you?" She stared at them. One of the mages glared at her. "The previous party fell to your size magic? You shrunk them, and then slowly killed them by stepping on them one after the other. You even ate 2 of them, you monster." Zephyr smiled. "I didn't eat them. I sucked their mana dry and spat them out," she giggled. "Half of them died happy. Your wings, dust, skin, blood, and tears are all valuable alchemical ingredients. I will make sure you die a slow and painful death." He pointed a staff at her. Chain monster chains tied Zephyr down, dropping her to the ground, and the mages approached her. "What should we start with?" One of them lifted her up. "Plucking your wings should be a good start." "Please, let me go," Zephyr cried, tears flowing out as she wheezed. The mage started at her for a second. Something was off. He could notice it. Those weren't real tears, and she wasn't afraid. Zephyr went silent for a second. "Damn, I'm still a bad actor." She sighed, looking at the mage's face as he realized she was faking it. "Pew," Zephyr extended her lips forward, blowing at the mage's face. The mage looked forward for a second. Zephyr's breath smelled nice and sweet, enough for him to try and take a deep breath. Crack. The wind flew from the sky, pushing into the mage's nose and mouth, rushing into his lungs with a violent gust. Zephyr smiled as the mage's chest expanded like a balloon, his ribs cracking and eyes popping out of his skull. Crack! He fell on the ground, wind seeping from his corpse. Thud! Zephyr landed on his forehead, tapping on his forehead with her feet. See, doesn't matter if I shark you or not, you lots always die beneath my feet. Bam! Bam! The fighter rushed forward, swinging his iron boot. Crack! He kicked Zephyr into the forest like a tiny ball, sending her bouncing from one tree to the other. Cast the spell! We're getting out! He shouted, cutting 2 of Ayla's arrows. One of the remaining mages lifted the scroll, Dominar Darer Al Bartorn. He growled in a strange tongue, and gusts of magic flew from the scroll, engulfing them, Zon. The fighter and the mages disappeared, leaving only a char on the ground. Zephyr stood, growling. The bastards teleported away. That scroll was a teleport spell. Ayla grunted in the city. You let them away. I told you to kill all the mages while I deal with the fighter. Don't scream at me. That Feyward spell they used actually works. It weakened my senses and magic by a lot. Zephyr stood, cracking her back and flying to the sky. Otherwise, why would I blow at that bookworm's face? I needed a direct conduit for magic. Inside Arad's room, Losi stared at the cocoon. They teleported outside my detection range. At this pace, I need to call for help. A gust of magic flew through the ground, racing toward a certain house in the city. Crack! But before she could do it, the cocoon cracked. Arad, you're waking up? She cried, an eye emerging on her flower body. Crack! Crack! The cocoon cracked open, and a flood of black liquid flooded out and burned the ground. Losi looked inside. The cocoon was empty. Outside the forest, the fighter and the mages landed on the ground, panting. We made it. One of the bookworms cried with a happy smile. Save the celebration till we get back to the camp. We need to keep running. The fighter looked forward. One of the mages sighed. I hate that you're right. Let's run. They started running. Crack! The fighter stopped, feeling the fine hair on his back and chest stand as a shiver crossed his spine. A brown squirrel stared at them from the tree. The birds landed and the ants stopped moving. The wind ceased to move and the trees cracked. Something is off. The fighter growled. Is there any magic around? He looked at the mages, seeing their faces turn pale. He looked back forward, seeing a naked muscular man dripping in black sludge standing in front of them. At that moment, the fighter stopped breathing. A single stare at the man's naked body told him everything. He was up for a back-breaking fight. Arad slowly turned his head toward them, his clear eyes glowing with a purple haze. Arad lifted his palm, and Mira's body flew toward him. He laid her on the ground and ripped the bag open. Mira was unconscious with an arrowhead sticking to her left shoulder, sleeping poison. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, he started counting, looking at Mira's body and ignoring the fighter and mages. The fighter pulled his sword and chugged a strange potion. Hoy, naked bastard. He approached Arad. Don't you know how to wear clothes? Arad gently brushed Mira's hair, slowly standing up. Too many. I can't count them all. He said, looking at the sky, too many blood drops, too many hairs, too many lives. The fuck are you talking about? The fighter glared at Arad. Cover yourself. Arad stared at the fighter with a passive face. Why should I bother? He smiled. I never heard of someone bothering to wear clothes in front of food. The fighter growled, roaring at the top of his lungs as he lunged forward, stabbing Arad in the chest. Die, you bastard! Arad didn't move. He stared at the fighter with an empty gaze. Ha! He opened his mouth, biting a chunk of his shoulder through the armor. Gragwa! The fighter cried, crawling back and touching his shoulder. Arad bites him, crushing the armor and a chunk of his shoulder bones. Even ogres can't get through his armor. Yet this naked man did it. Arad grabbed the sword stuck in his chest, slowly pulling it without flinching. He then lifted it up, munching on the blade before swallowing the whole thing. Disgusting, but I'm hungry after waking up. He glared at them, the wound on his chest closing in the blink of an eye. No! Oh! A woman screamed between the mages, pointing his staff at Arad and firing a massive lightning bolt. Clap. The lightning bolt exploded, but Arad remained unscathed. He lifted his palm, staring at the woman's eyes. "Come to me," he said with a gentle smile. The woman shook her head, feeling something itch on the back of her head. "Come to me," Arad repeated again, a purple flame burning in his eyes. "I must come," the woman mumbled, walking forward in a daze. Chapter 352, A Deal with the Dragon. Crack. Black scales covered Arad's skin from head to toe, shifting into clothes and armor in the blink of an eye. He extended his hand forward, pointing at the dazed woman. "The poison in Mira's wound. I can smell it on your hands. Are you the one who made it?" he said in a calm voice. The woman's head cracked, shaking from one side to the other. "I did. I alchemist." The fighter in the back growled, a psionic monster. He lifted his blade up. "Release her at once. Bam!" The fighter lunged forward, swinging his sword sideways. Arad pulled the woman toward him, jumping into the sky and avoiding the strike with ease. Crack. The fighter stomped as hard as he could, taking a deep breath and looking up, his palms clenching on the sword hilt, ready to strike. In the sky, he could see Arad biting the woman's neck, her body withered and disintegrated in the blink of an eye. Arad looked down. There were 3 mages remaining with the fighter. Taking them first should be a wise decision. He doesn't know what spells they can throw out. "You are the back who wants to get eaten first." He smiled. "You're dead." The fighter growled as one of the mages pointed his staff at him. Haste, the other 2 did the same. Empower Iron Fortress. Their magic flew into the fighter's bones and skin, bolstering his power like never before. He smiled, skin glowing red as the air around him twisted. His body heated up and he smiled from ear to ear. "Let's slay the monster." Arad looked down with a smile, standing upside down in the air. Slay? What? The 2 glared at each other for a moment, and the fighter suddenly disappeared. Nowhere of late, Arad's eyes darted from left to right, trying to locate the heavy man. Fighters are trained in multiple arts, and from them is the art of escaping their opponent's vision. After years of rigorous training and battles, they can spot and determine the shortest route and accelerate at an incredible rate. After panicking for a fraction of a second, Arad's mind calmed down. He doesn't need to see the fighter to see him. As long as he's an intelligent being with a thinking mind, he's always going to leave a trail. A tail emerged from Arad's back, blocking the fighter's sword with ease without him looking back. The fighter growled, "Blind sense? Very well, let's see how far you can go." Arad smiled. "A sword, I ate yours earlier. Did you have a spare one?" "I have a spare for my spare, and a spare for that as well, and several other weapons tucked away." Don't underestimate fighters. The fighter pulled a dagger from his waist and swung at Arad's neck. Clang! Clang! Arad turned around, swinging his palm and deflecting the attacks. The fighter started sweating. Arad was fighting him without a weapon, only if you didn't count the weird gauntlet that emerged with the scales earlier. "Get the girl!" the fighter shouted, kicking Arad away. One of the mages rushed toward the unconscious Mira. He pointed his wand at her head. Mana gathered at the tip as a blue magic circle appeared. Click! The fighter froze, seeing Arad smile, pointing a finger at the mage. A dreadful wave of magic rose from his body, rushing in a purple haze of twisting waves. Gravity, crack! The mage's body floated up and smacked right back on the ground, bouncing like a ball till his bones turned to mush. Damned, squishy mages. The fighter growled, lunging at Arad. "Look at me!" He swung his sword. Action surge, adrenaline rush. The fighter roared at the top of his lungs, unleashing a blinding 16 attacks in the blink of an eye. Clang! The sword shattered as the fighter flashed beside Arad, landing between the trees with a growl. Behind him, in the sky, Arad floated with his wings covering his body. They slowly opened up as he stared back. A half-dragon form with 2 massive black wings, large horned scales and claws covering his arms and legs, and a long whip-like tail with black bone spikes covering it. The fighter threw the broken blade and smiled. "As expected, a dragon. I won't be able to kill with normal means, will I?" He pulled an arrow from his pocket. A long black tip and a long and thick black shaft. Strange symbols are drawn in the wood, oozing with a gust of arcane magic. Arrows of dragon slaying. Don't get hit, or they will dig right through your scales. But they are expensive and hard to make. He won't have more than an arrow or 2, 3 at best. The fighter smiled. You have noticed? I don't have much, only this one. The fighter giggled. Since I saved my money for this, or should I say the client's money? He pulled out a black long sword marked with hundreds of arcane runes. Do you know of this one? The fighter smiled, impressed. Dragons should be telling their wormlings horror stories of this blade. As the fighter swung the sword, the air around it quaked, shivering as the magic inside the metal burned. The dragon slayer's sword. It takes the form of a typical longsword but is black in color. It was forged 5,000 years ago by the dwarves to slay a tyrant dragon. Since that day it was sold around like an art piece, since no one is stupid enough to face a dragon head on wielding it. Arad floated down, staring at the fighter in the face. I'm the one named a dragon slayer. Not you. I'm taking that sword on my corpse, dragon. The fighter lifted the sword up, taking a wrath stance. On my blood and soul you shall not live to see tomorrow. Arad nodded. I see. Wealth only belongs to those strong enough to rob it. I shall take the sword and your corpse as a dinner. The older Arad got, the more he got attuned to his draconic nature, the more of their arrogant and dominating selfishness. Dragons are proud and arrogant and think the world belongs to them. It's their birthright to fly high and mighty, staring down at the ants they could burn with a single breath. Doma, I need a spear, a solid one. Have an idea? Arad smiled, lifting his hand up, and a violent gust of wind swirled around him. Stones got pulled from the ground, compressing into a single long pole, a conjuration of earth magic compressed by gravity and void magic to create a durable yet heavy stone shaft. The fighter blinked twice, seeing something silvery in color glowing at the pole's hard tip. A kitchen knife with a strange aura around it, yet he couldn't mistake it. Where the hell did you get that? The fighter smiled, the same way I'm going to get that sword. Arad smiled, spinning the spear around his body, and then pointing the tip at the fighter. True damage weapons aren't something you can find easily, the fighter giggled. How about we make a deal? Interested. Arad stared at him. Making deals at this point? As you see, this thing is only useful against true dragons. Using it means risking a direct confrontation. It isn't that useful weapon to me, very situational. He smiled, walking sideways while keeping his eyes on Arad's face. Give me the knife, and I will give you the sword. I will even throw a pretty penny with it, 100 platinum coins. The fighter glared at Arad. Our client also wants the girl, don't even know who he is, but he would pay us a generous 1,000 platinum coin for her to be delivered alive. Arad walked to keep pace with the fighter, and the mages held their breaths. Depending on what Arad says, they might not walk alive from this. Arad smiles. Fine, but bring the money first, or none of you are leaving alive. The fighter lifted his palm. Open the lock, he shouted at the mages. But we can't do that. One of them growled. Making a deal with a dragon is risky. It's far riskier than dealing with devils. Hee. Arad giggled, his wings wiggling and waving as he glared back at the mage. His stance shifted as he waved his palm. Lives expired. To you, this could end up as a boon or with only doom. Open the lock, the fighter shouted. It's a deal, otherwise everyone might die. He hasn't transformed yet. The mage growled, waving his wand and opening a tiny portal close to the fighter's shoulder. The fighter shifted his arm and pulled a sack from the portal with a smile on his face. Clang. He threw the sack toward Arad with the sword. There should be over 100 platinum coins in there. Arad nodded with a smile, throwing the knife at the fighter. The fighter sighed in relief, as did the mages. Done deal. It's over. Arad smiled. You have the knife, and I have the money and the sword. Arad picked up the dragon slayer sword and glared at the fighter. Now for you to pay for kidnapping Mira." Arad giggled. "I look forward to looting the knife back from your corpse and selling whatever is in your camp." The fighter froze. The camp. A wave of magic started surging from Arad's body. The moment you opened that tiny portal, I could sense thoughts from the other side. All I needed was to link it with magic and locate where is the other side. Arad clenched his fist. "No more dealing, it's over." Arad's eyes burned with eldritch flames as he lunged at the fighter with an open palm. The fighter tried to block the attack, but Arad grabbed his wrist, jamming the knife back into his forehead. As Arad landed beside the mages, the fighter's chest exploded in a rain of blood. 4. He's counting, Chapter 353. The last spark of a wizard's life. Clack! One of the mages pointed his staff at Arad, charging a fireball. "Burn to ash," he shouted. In a crimson flash, the massive ball turned dark red in color, expanding toward Arad's face. He swung his wrist up, smacking the ball to the sky. "Gee!" the mage gasped, stepping back as he saw Arad swing the sword at his neck. Miststep covered in silver ash, the wizard disappeared, leaving a weak magical presence. He appeared a fair distance away, pointing his staff at Arad. "Ah, Lady of Mysteries and Magic, grant the student a hint of your wisdom." The wizard's body ignited in an eldritch flame as he smiled, giggling. "What are you doing, you idiot?" One of the other mages growled. The mage smiled, the flames dancing around his body. "Today, I shall offer thy a dance within magic. Let's play." He pointed his staff at Arad. Arad stood there, staring at the mage for some reason. His presence now overshadows the other mages. Arad walked sideways, staring at the mage and inspecting his mana with the void eyes. "I thought he was getting power from the goddess of magic, but he isn't. This is his own power, albeit he's emitting more than what he should be able to handle. The last spark of a mage's life. All wizards dream of freely wielding magic, command it to their heart desire without fear of backlashes or failing spells." Doma laughed, glaring through Arad's eyes. "That wizard is ready to die and is charging at you in a suicide. His spells won't follow normal rules, so be careful, or let me handle him." "Nothing I can't handle." Arad clenched his fist, lunging at the wizard. "Time to put you to rest? Fire." The wizard shouted, sending a blast of flames at Arad's face. Arad swung his arm, trying to deflect the flames, but he ended up frozen. Crack! Arad flexed his muscles, shattering the ice and looking around. The wizard pointed his staff forward. Frozen while burned. How interesting. What about teleport? He vanished, and Arad's body shook, his chest caving in as he got blown back. Crack. Arad smashed several trees before stopping as the wizard landed on the ground, pissing himself and lacking an arm. Blue. The wizard puked blood. "Damn it, how the fuck did time stop? I only wanted to touch your chest to cast a curse, but it resumed and you were blasted." Arad coughed, standing up as his chest healed. "Stopped time? The hell you'd do that?" "I don't know," the wizard smiled. "It could be the 4th or 10th formula of the Eldritch runes, but I'm not sure," he replied honestly. "Make sure to write that down after my death. I only sucked enough magic for a 4th level spell, while stopping time usually takes a 9th level." "I'm not a wizard," Arad growled. "Your knowledge is dying with you." The wizard smiled. "That's also good. Magic is magical, and its mysteries shall be solved in due time." Arad blinked, staring at the mage as he heard Doma speak some words in his head. That was the 2nd line of the runes. You didn't stop time, but slowed it a lot. Arad recited what Doma told him. She was an expert in magic, and even she was observing the mage's last spark of life. The wizard's eyes opened wide. "You're right. How could I be so blind?" he cried, laughing. "I see getting half mark isn't half as hard as getting a full mark. Those last few grades are the most time-consuming. No Aloculum." He took a deep breath and started approaching Arad. "My esteemed scholar, I'm Jurgle of the Shadow Fort, a wizard." He bowed, blood dripping from his burning, severed arm. "I have a request of thee. A deal. Even though you said deals were over, Arad glared at him. Speak. He kept an eye on Mira and let the other try touching her. The wizard smiled. I know how to make deals with your kind. I tried to warn him, poor musclehead. He looked back at the fighter's corpse. Here is the deal. He smiled. I want you to record the details of my death, the magic I'm about to conjure, and keep that for future scholars. Why would I do that? Arad glared at the wizard. And what do you get from it? You get the spells, the possibilities of magic. He paused. You can even name the spells yours. I do not seek glory or wealth in this mortal world. All I wish for now is that something I helped start would make it into the goddess of magic's library, something that could impress her, even by a little. The mage walked forward, staring into Arad's eyes. Shall you keep my last spark of life engraved into history, so I may get the Lady of Mystery's favor? Arad smiled. Fine, I'm fighting you to death anyway. Show me all the magic you can cast. The wizard smiled. Our base, I assume. You know its location. Kill everyone. Don't let a soul escape. I felt blood magic from the client who wanted the girl. I assume his spawns have already infiltrated the place. He pointed his staff at Arad. This is it. I don't have much time left, Bam. Jurgle flew toward Arad with a storm of magic raging across his body. He swung the staff in his hand, releasing a booming thunder wave that sent Arad rolling, wash. A burst of flames burned beneath Jurgle's feet as he blasted forward with a lightning spark, his lost arm growing back with flames. Arad swung his sword down, cutting the wizard's newly formed arm with ease. It isn't sturdy, but it allows me to make magic hand signs, so it's useful. Jurgle smiled back, opening his mouth. By the mana, release! He barfed a wave of acid, rotting the trees as Arad barely dodged it and flew to the sky. I'm here, Jurgle smiled, appearing behind Arad and expanding his arms. Shaking waves, he roared. Arad's senses heightened. He could sense the danger. He could see the mage's hands slowly move, leaving after images as he could barely move, clap. A lighting bolt emerged out of nowhere, blasting Arad's legs away into dust. As Arad growled, Jurgle's right arm disintegrated and his body was failing rapidly. Jurgle smiled. One last spell. Can you heal your legs? Crack. Arad's legs grew back in the blink of an eye, with ease. Is this all you got? Almost, but this is the last spell? He smiled, taking a deep breath. Sorry, this might hurt you badly. Jurgle pointed his leg toward Arad as he didn't have arms anymore. He smiled. Holy magic and curse magic are two faces of the same coin, the same basics of magic. Yet the result is drastically different. Those words are the epitome of blasphemy, but I see potential in it. Magic is forbidden by all gods except the goddess of magic herself. She won't mind me trying that at the end of my life. Sparks of golden goodness and dark, pure evil swirled around Jurgle. His soul screamed in agony as he smiled. Bodhi Mika, goddess of magic and arcane arts. I plead to you, grant me your holy magic so I can defile it with curses for the sake of magic and knowledge. A forbidden knowledge. Arad shivered. He could feel a powerful presence glaring down at them from the sky. She was watching. Holy magic engulfed Jurgle's body. She is allowing him to do it. And on top of that, Jurgle started crying as sparks of curse. Magic came with the holy magic. The goddess herself provided him with both holy and cursed magic so he wouldn't defile his soul. Jurgle burst laughing. As you wish, my lady, my short lady, I shall do my best. Mess everything with a laughing tornado of doom. Black and golden winds engulfed Jurgle's body, and Arad lifted his arms to block it. The hell is this? He could feel it in his skin. Regeneration wouldn't save him from this. One hit, and his soul would get snuffed out. Doma burst laughing inside Arad's head, her body spinning like a storm. I know it. I know it. That is why holy magic can dispel curses, and why curses can defile holy objects. How beautiful, how ugly, and how magnificent. Did you go crazy? We're about to die. Arad growled at her, transforming into his draconic form and teleporting Mira all the way to his lair. It only took him a blink, but Arad smiled as well. Fine, I shall swallow that spell of yours. He opened his jaw, changing the properties of his void to only erase holy and cursed magic. It's sloppy, ugly, and unrefined. "But look at this!" Arad shouted. Devouring void, a burst of void rushed forth as a spear of holy and cursed wind flew down, clashing in a brilliant flash. Crack! Arad fell on his legs. His skin burned and his wings fell off as ash. Jurgil's head floated in front of him, burning in an eldritch blue flame. "My spell, my magic, my life's worth, take it and make it known to the world. The goddess of magic allows me a peek at her face, or library of I'm to indulge myself." His face started disintegrating. "If you ended up in her heaven after death, look for me. We can share a drink, my friend, that I only know for a minute." Arad's body instantly healed as he stood. We meet again, but until then I shall put your magic to good use." Arad transformed into his draconic form, being even bigger than his very young state. He's young now, and his power has grown far beyond his past self. Arad's mind quaked as he looked in the direction of the attacker's camp. I can sense them. This evolution mainly affected his mind, giving him several powerful psionics abilities that the void dragons are known to abuse in space where matter is scarce, controlling lesser creatures like animals and influencing humanoids' mental statuses. The ability to manipulate people and bend them to his desire, that also pushed his cognitive function to the limit. Now his brain extends from his head to the tips of his fingers and toes. Each nerve is now an extension of his brain. Neural cells encased in the void, folded over 1,000 times and keeping records of his body and surroundings. Even if he was beheaded, chopped into 1,000 pieces, like an annoying worm, he would grow a new body and keep fighting. Chapter 354, Bonus Dragon's Rage, a fair distance away in the mercenary camp. Their leader was having an urgent meeting. He took the money from the safe. "Do you think he was caught?" a woman asked. "I expect so. We lost his signal shortly after, so I think. He was killed," a man sighed, shaking his head. "Another team. Let's try with another approach next time." "What next time? We wasted enough resources on this mission," the woman growled. "We can't stop now," the man replied. "You know what we're dealing with, right?" He glared at her. This contract must be finished no matter what. Above them in the sky, something was approaching at a tremendous speed. Its gazes focused on the middle of the camp. All this trouble for a single woman, what could she do to be worth it? The woman growled, "We lost several talented warriors and mages for her. That is none of our business. All we need to know is that she's worth 1,000 platinum coins. So someone out there. Nothing else matters." He looked around the table at the other leaders. Most of them nodded. "We already got halfway. We only need one last push to grab her." A man between them said with a smile, "How about I go myself?" The other gasped, staring at him and smiling. "You're going? Then we have nothing to worry about. You'll snatch her like this." One of them flicked his finger. The woman sitting in the back, her face suddenly changed as she felt a chill run down her spine. Her eyes gazed upon the ceiling. "Something is coming," she shouted, pulling her staff. Everyone sprung into action, pulled their weapons, and got ready. Some of them felt the presence, but the rest didn't catch it before it disappeared. No wog. What was that? A man growled. "A huge mass of magic was above us, right?" Their leader, a woman armed with a long spear, looked at the mage woman. "Put a barrier up. We might be getting spied on." She took a deep breath, sitting back on her chair. Thud. She felt something strange. She wasn't sitting on the wooden chair, but on something soft. Clack. Everyone pulled their weapons and pointed at her, terrified. No, they weren't aiming at her, but at the strange sitting on her chair, the man she sat on his lap. "Yo, Arad lifted his arm. Care to explain why are you after my wife? Who the fuck?" Crack, the leader growled, standing to attack Arad, but her head flew away, smashing into the wall in the blink of an eye. "Why are you after my wife?" Arad asked again, blood dripping from his palm. "Die, you bastard!" One of the leaders charged at him with a sword. Arad glared at him. "Those are my words. You worms trying to kidnap my wife twice, my child twice. Death is too good for you, he roared, veins bulging on his neck as his body grew large, sprouting wings and claws. Roar, a massive dragon emerged from the leader's tent, his booming roar shaking the whole camp. Arad glared down at the camp, enraged, his eyes red with blood. His draconic blood boiled at the thought of those fools laying a hand on his wife and child. A dragon! Kill it! A man screamed on the ground, firing a javelin at Arad's neck. Clang. The javelin bounced back like a toothpick, falling on the ground and shattering in half. Crack. Arad's neck snapped as he glared at the ground, the wind getting sucked into his massive jaw as he took a deep breath. The void inside his lungs expanded. Clap. A black beam flashed from between his opal teeth, and the ground evaporated. The void ripped the camp apart, consuming everything that it touched and pulling it to Arad's stomach. Arad expanded his wings, flying into the sky as he headed back to his home. He left a city-sized hole on the ground. An example for those who dare lay hands on his kin. Flap, 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 Arad landed on the mountains of Alina, staring at the forest with a passive face. "This can't stand," he growled. "You want to build the castle?" "That's right. I need a fortress to protect my wives while I sleep," Arad replied, shifting back into his humanoid form and teleporting to his house's garden. He can now move up to 4 kilometers with a single cast of void step. When Arad landed, he saw Aella and Merlin treating Mira on the garden's bench. "How is she doing?" he asked. Merlin glared back at him. "Where did you go?" "Slaughtered everyone who worked on kidnapping her." He lifted his palm. This was in their camp. "I sucked it with my breath, and a friend said it could help." A green bottle emerged in his palm. Doma smiled inside his head. Antidote they didn't make, just the poison. Arad nodded and approached Mira, pouring half of the bottle on her wound and making her drink the rest. Almost instantly, her breathing slowed and her body relaxed. Merlin and Aella sighed in relief. Thank the gods it worked. This paralytic poison was harming her. Whoever made it didn't consider she might be pregnant. Arad glared at them. "That doesn't matter. What matters is that they even tried to harm her." Merlin stared back at her. "I know you're angry, waking up to this, but it isn't our fault. Can you not take it on us?" Arad stared at her and at his hands. He was radiating bloodlust like a crazed monster. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. "Sorry, I need to calm down." He sat on the ground and Aella approached him. "Sorry, we couldn't protect her." "That isn't your fault. I'm more angry at myself," Arad replied with a passive face. "I should do better to prepare for such things." Aella shook her head. "You're doing enough. There was no way you could expect someone to try kidnapping her." Arad shook his head. "Someone put 1,000 platinum coins as Mira's price if brought alive. I can only think of one bastard that could want her, that vampire brat," he growled. "It's my fault for being weak and letting him escape." Chapter 355, Calming Down. Arad looked at Mira and then at Merlin. "Get her inside. She will get better rest sleeping on a proper bed." Merlin nodded. "You're right," she waved her hand and Mira levitated. "You should get ready. We can't have her keep drinking potions any longer. I'm linking her to you as soon as we get inside." Linking her to me. Arad looked at her, confused. "Of course, the egg needs a lot of mana to grow. We're going to use yours instead of having her drink potions. You have a lot that you don't use, right?" Merlin started walking toward the front door with Aella and Arad to her sides. Arad nodded. "It isn't a matter of me using it or not. I need to give her mana, and that's what I'm going to do." He walked inside the house after them and sat on the couch as they carried Mira upstairs. Swash. Zephyr emerged in front of Arad with Losi. "You're still on edge, aren't you?" Losi stared at his face. "I can feel it." Zephyr looked closer into his eyes. "You probably need to calm down a bit, take a nap, and drink some tea." Arad sighed. "You can say that." He relaxed on the couch, closing his eyes. "It's a strange feeling. Fear of losing her, anger at the kidnappers. I don't feel like I could relax or sleep for days." "You will feel better with time," Zephyr sat on his shoulder. "You're alert now. Take a deep breath of fresh air. It will help calm you down, or ask Lydia to cast a calm spell on you. Losi smiled. In fact, she's coming toward here now with Jack. Arad looked at the door. I can sense her at the city gate. Did something change in her magic? He could feel something strange sticking to Lydia's aura, something immense. Zephyr looked at him, surprised. You can tell from here? She got a divine favor for taking her oath to the hells. It's been centuries since the last paladin who fought devils in hell. Losi sat on Arad's head. Everyone in the church felt it, and it was magnificent. I heard the church even made a mural of her in their main hall. Arad looked at Losi. And what about Jack? Is he all right? He got something else. A few minutes later, Lydia knocked on Arad's door. It's me, Lydia. Come in, Arad replied. And Lydia opened the door, seeing him sitting in the living room with Tina, bringing tea with Serena in her arms. Arad looked at Lydia's face, noticing how weird it looked, sparkling without a single blemish or a scare. In fact, her skin looked so smooth you think it was sculpted from stone. Jack walked behind her. The white of his left eye had turned back, and it was bright red, faint black lines crossed his skin from the eye down to his palms. What happened to you two? Arad stared at them, confused. Jack sighed, walking past Lydia and sitting beside Arad, putting one leg on the other. Nothing important, just consequences of going to hell. You're blind in one eye? Arad stared at Jack's eye. Jack smiled. No, this one allows me to see in the dark, both natural and magical. I also got attuned to hell, which gave me resistance to fire and acid. Arad sighed in relief. For me, you won't like what you're going to hear. Lydia smiled, sitting beside Jack. I got a divine favor. My smites have gotten stronger, and my divine sense has gotten sharper. I also received a divine presence that allowed me to frighten evil creatures and buff my allies. Lydia waved her sword. How stronger are we talking with your divine smite? Arad giggled. A lot. My divine cleaver now feels like I'm just using a holy smite, so I say almost double the power. Listen to this. Jack approached Arad. Last week we took a quest to slay a spined devil. We wanted to test how far she would go against a fiend, and guess what? She killed him in one hit. Arad looked at Jack. Noined. That. Well, that's at the end. Jack scratched his head. The whole village was infested with imps, but they all ran away the moment she stepped in. We had to track that spined devil for 3 days before we cornered it. Jack stared at Arad's eyes, and even when we did, that fiend shat himself upon seeing her holy magic engulfed divine smite coming. Arad smiled. Good to see you two still fighting well. I better learn that spell that mixes holy and cursed magic as soon as possible. Doma, what are you doing? It takes some time to make it safe to use. Let me study it in peace for now. I will tell you when it's ready. Arad relaxed on the couch as Tina poured them tea. Arad, you're here. Isdis and Eris walked down the stairs and approached them. Glad you're okay. Arad looked at them. You were up. Did Merlin call for me? Isdis shook her head. No. She asked us to ask Lydia to come up and cast a healing spell on Mira. They just finished patching her wound. You will join them later when Mira wakes up. Eris approached Arad and pulled a chair to sit facing him. Arad looked at her face, and he could see it twisting a bit. She had something on her mind, but wasn't telling him. Speak up. What do you have in mind? Arad looked at her with a gentle smile. Speaking with them like this quelled his rage, and his chest started to feel lighter. Eris looked down and then away. Her eyes fluttered from one side to the other before gathering the courage to open her mouth. Apparently, I'm your spawn now. Arad blinked twice. What is a spawn? Do you mean pawn? That word I heard off. Eris sighed. I admit it's kind of a disposable pawn, and we, vampires, usually see it as a short for a slave pawn. That's a spawn. She then explained what Ginger told her. So, in short, right now I'm your spawn, a blood slave that you can command at will. She waved her hand. So, what should I call you now, Master Lord? Just call me Arad, and what need do I have for a spawn? He sighed. It would have been better for Ginger if she released you, right? Eris glared at him. Remember, I'm your prisoner. Me standing here without chains doesn't change that fact. Arad smiled. Do you want to run? Eris looked away. Probably. Who knows? She could feel the traces of the red dragon blood in her veins boil. The dragon before her is far stronger than her, a perfect candidate, but she doesn't want to admit it. You're a dangerous vampire, a half-dragon, and our hostage against your father. I can't allow you to run. Arad stared at her. I would have to cage you down if you made any funny moves. Eris sighed. I won't. I would have already ran away when you was asleep. Chapter 356, The Magic Seal. Arad walked up the stairs when Merlin called him. He saw Mira sitting on the edge of the bed with her shoulder bandaged. How are you feeling? He asked. I'm fine, Mira smiled, lifting her arm. The wound itself isn't that bad. Arad sighed in relief, sitting beside her and looking at Merlin. You sure all the poison is out of her body? Of course, she only needs to rest so her wound can heal. Otherwise, she's as healthy as a horse. Merlin smiled, pulling a bottle of ink and some parchments. I will get the spell ready. You two wait there. She started writing. Myra looked at Arad, the monsters. They didn't show up this time, Arad nodded. I could sense them. He looked out the window. They were lured to the edge of the forest by some large monsters. At the end of the day, they are animals and beasts, Merlin stared at Arad. Even if you can speak with them and give orders, that doesn't mean that can't be easily manipulated. They were prepared this time, since it's the second time they tried to kidnap you. Arad smiled. But don't worry, there won't be a third time. You're here to protect me? Mira smiled, resting her head on his shoulder. That's a part of it, but there aren't any more kidnappers. He patted her head.
What do you mean?
Mira stared at his face. They were a bunch of bandits taking that kind of job. I flew to their camp and burned it to the ground. I made sure nothing was left but a giant, gaping hole. Arad opened his palm and a stream of gold coins started falling. They had a lot of money. Feel free to use it as you like. Mira shook her head. No need. I don't need all that money. She closed Arad's palm. I only wanted to know why did they want me. Arad crossed his arms. Well, I probed one of their minds and learned one thing. He stared at her. Their client is a kid with a lot of money. The only kid I know of that has a lot of money and could want you is that vampire brat? Vampire brat? Merlin stared at them. You mean Shuzuke? He's back? Not sure, but I think it's him. Arad sighed, staring at the wall. I will hang him in the sun like a rag till he burns to ash. Vampires usually plan everything beforehand. Merlin stared at him. Your only chance of winning is attacking first. Arad nodded. Yeah, he's a thread to be left out in the world. Arad stood. The magic is flowing around that parchment. Is it ready? Merlin nodded with a smile. It is. I need you to keep this on you. You can eat it. It won't matter, and I will draw the receiving end on Mira's stomach. On my stomach. Mira stared at her. A magic circle around the womb to act as a transfer gate of magic. That way, Arad's magic can make its way to the egg without harming your body. Merlin smiled. But if you feel a bit adventurous, you can try to pull some of his mana to yourself and use it. But she doesn't have spells to cast. Arad stared at Merlin. Won't the extra mana harm her? Merlin stared at them. You're right, the best she could do is randomly release your magic. In this case, it's the void. I guess I have to keep her close, right? Arad looked at Merlin's face and then at Mira. It's not like I don't want to take her with me, but won't the trip exhaust a pregnant woman? Merlin shook her face. Since the egg mostly needs mana, Mira's body won't face any exhaustion. Not at this stage, at least. She would be fine. But I suggest you keep yourself in check since you're the one feeding the egg. Merlin gave the parchment to Arad and then approached Mira with a quill. Lie down and show me your stomach. It won't take long for me to write the circle. After that, Arad didn't waste any time and went down to check the spell's range. It was, as he expected, he could link with the spell as long as Mira remained in his domain. and that is the range that he can teleport to with a void step. That range is now 4 kilometers in every direction. Several days later, and after an uneventful trip, "Run," a man screamed, rushing across the dead of the night. His eyes darted left and right, looking for escape. "Come on, man!" A white-haired man walked behind him, bored with his hands in his pockets. "I'm only asking you to tell me which tavern I can find them in." The man stared back. "Get away from me, monster!" he cried, seeing the man's blue eyes glowing in the dead night. Thud. The man hit something as he ran away and fell back. "Come on," the white-haired man said, staring down at him. "Gojo, don't play with him. If he doesn't want to speak, I can always open his maid with magic." A blonde elf mage approached, pointing his palm at the man, and a small crystal orb floated forward. Gojo looked back. "But Vars, you aren't going to find more than I can do. We have to get him to speak." Vars stared at the man. "How about we torture him a bit? Rip his nails one after the other, then heal him to do it again." The man's face paled. "Newell, that's nasty, isn't it?" Gojo stared at Vars. "We gotta find another way. It isn't fun." "I know it's a bit savage, but he isn't leaving us with any choice." Vars sighed. "We have to know which tavern it is." Gojo blinked twice. "Ah, sorry, you misunderstood me." He laughed, scratching his head. "I mean that we already used that torture method before. Can we change it? Like dropping him in a bug-filled hole or slowly cooking him alive." Vars sighed. The elder trees, I always forget how unhinged you can get. We need a clean method that doesn't leave lasting damage, beside the mental one." Vars looked away as he said the last sentence. That's the point, after all. Gojo glared at the man's face with a smile, his eyes burning with disturbing magic, glowing under the moonlight like dying stars. "How about you speak before I get more bored?" Gojo slowly lifted his hand, and waves of magic rushed from his fingertips and eyes, piercing the man's mind. The man shivered, seeing Gojo rip him to shreds, hair by hair, bone by bone, each time freezing his wounds so he wouldn't bleed out, and slowly munching on his flesh. Death was a mercy. The man jolted, the life fading from his eyes as he looked down. The east, the weeping window. Vars stared at Gojo and the man. What did you do to him? He lost all the will to live in the blink of an eye. Gojo smiled. I showed him an image of what I'm going to do to him. Humans are easily frightened. He stood up and flicked his finger. Go, we have no need for you. Gojo and Vars walked back to the city, taking their time. They have been gathering information and working non-stop for days, and they both agreed to slack at every possible moment. Now, all we need to do is get the information from Baltimore and we're set. Vars smiled, taking a deep breath. The elder tree blesses us this day. Elder tree, you say, Gojo sighed. I wonder about that. He looked at the moon. If I was to choose something to worship, it would be something massive and majestic, something out of reach. Vars stared at him. You told me once that if I were to force you to learn about the elder tree, you would freeze it. Gojo smiled. A god that can be killed isn't a god, but a fake. He flicked his finger. A true god needs to be omnipotent, powerful, and majestic. People place their beliefs in what gives them peace of mind or grant them power. Vars waved his hand, and a gust of wind rushed out. The elder tree grants me some of its magic, and I merely make an offering to her. Water, mostly, and that's a cheap price to pay for spells. When they approached the capital's massive gate, Gojo stopped, staring inside with a large smile. He's here, he mumbled. He. Vars stared at him quickly, blinking as he figured it out. Do you mean Arad? What brought him here? This is about to get fun. Gojo smiled, taking the first step into the city. The moment his foot touched the ground, the whole city fell silent. Everyone stared at the stars, wondering, what is that strange feeling they got? Arad, who stayed in the weeping window, looked at the door. This feeling, chapter 357, half-drunk Arad. Arad sighed, sitting on the wooden table. looking at the wooden wall ahead of him, hearing the people laugh in the back of the tavern. He blinked. "Boss, another drink." A tall man with white hair, an artificial arm and leg shouted, standing on top of the largest table. He waved the empty beer mug in his hand with a smile on his face. Arad blinked again. An armored woman walked into Arad's view, grabbing the man by the face and dragging him away. He struggled like a dying worm but couldn't match her might. Arad blinked again. A blonde elf woman stared at his face, so close their noses almost touched. "Are you all right?" She touched his forehead and sniffed his breath. She pinched her nose and stumbled back. What did you drink?" She gasped, tapping her arms on the table and glaring at his mug. Her gazes shifted toward the bartender, dripping with rage. Arad blinked again. The elf woman was strangling the bartender, shaking him like an old rug. "Why did you give him dwarven fire wine? That thing has its name. It's only for them," she growled. Arad blinked again. The armored woman was trying to solve the fight as the bartender started foaming, his face ashen and his legs shaking. Arad blinked once more, feeling a warm tingle down his throat. He pulled the mug toward his mouth, finding it empty. A sense of sadness filled him. Why is it empty? Arad turned his head, looking at the stairs. A brown-haired woman stared at him, walking down with a smile on her face. "You lot are here." She took a step down. The woman stared to the side, seeing Ayala choking the bartender and Lydia trying to get them apart. She cried, rushing down to help. "What is happening?" "Novo." Or Ard blinked, and Mira slipped. She was still in the middle of falling. Arad blinked again, the laughter behind him getting deeper and slower, and a burning sensation rushed from his chest up to his head. Vroom! Clap! Silence fell as a shockwave blasted across the tavern, scaring everyone. They looked toward the stairs, seeing Arad standing there, his feet digging into the wood with Mira in his arms. "What?" Ayala gasped, staring at Arad's table, seeing 2 holes in the ground and a shattered chair. Arad blasted right from his seat toward Mira. "Happened?" She slipped. "And I caught her," Arad replied, staring at Mira with a smile. "Are you okay?" Mira looked up and down at Arad's face. "I'm fine. You didn't twist an ankle or anything, did you? Let's get Lydia to look at you." Arad smiled and turned around, his feet ripping the stairs as he pulled them from the holes they made. "Put me down. I can walk," Mira gasped, her face red as she stole glances at the full tavern. "After Lydia checks you up." Arad ignored her and walked down the stairs, approaching Ayala and Lydia. Ayala dropped the bartender, and Lydia quickly hit him with a healing spell before turning toward Mira. Arad sat Mira on a chair and stood beside her, a smile on his face. Ayala approached him. "Weren't you drunk? Dwarves' fire wine? Is what this idiot gave you, right? That? I asked him for it, wanted to see how it feels to be drunk." Arad scratched his head. "Even with that, I had to relax myself quite a bit for it to work." Ella looked at the chair and the stairs. "And you could still react like this?" Arad nodded. "Sadie, the moment I get excited even a bit, my body erases anything the alcohol does and clears my mind on the spot." The bartender opened his eyes, coughing like a dying man. "By the gods, I saw the heavens," he gasped. Arad stared at him. "You're still alive?" The bartender shook his head, trying to wake up. "I think so. This is my old and musty tavern." He stood glaring at Ayala with an angry face. "Almost went to see my parents, thanks to you." He pointed at her face, growling. Ayala frowned. "You should be thanking me then." Seeing the bartender got her blood boiling. If Arad got too drunk and transformed, this whole capital could end up destroyed. "I will show you." The bartender growled, reaching to his desk. Arad stared at him and extended claws from his fingernails, ready to strike the bartender down if he pulled a weapon. The bartender turned toward Ayala with a smile on his face. "Now you will learn to mess with me." He produced a piece of dried meat in his hand, pointing it at Ayala. Ayala gasped, taking a step back and pinching her nose. The bartender laughed. "This a piece of dry-aged meat. To me it smells like heaven." He rubbed the piece of meat all over his face and chest and stared at Ayala. I know it to you. It smells like a piece of shit rotting under the sunlight for weeks. He laughed like a madman. Do you dare approach me now? Ayala hid behind Arad, her nose pinched. Arad, can you punch him? She pointed at the bartender. He will die, Arad replied. Ha ha, you hide behind your husband? Aren't you an adventurer? The bartender laughed. You two? Stop it. Lydia stared at them. Jack is enough trouble for me to keep in check. Try to act your age. Arad looked at her, opened his mouth, and started screaming, a poor imitation of a baby cry. Click. The tavern door opened, and Eris walked in, stopping at the door and looking at the chaos. What is happening? She asked with a puzzled face. Ayala pointed at the bartender. He tried to get Arad drunk, she cried. Not I asked him. Arad mumbled. He asked me, the bartender mumbled. Eris nodded. I see. I will cremate him immediately. She started approaching the bartender. The bartender stared at her long ears. Another elf? He smiled, pointing the dried meat at her. Get away from me, elf, he shouted, like he was exorcising a demon. Eris approached him, grabbed the dried meat between her fingers and burned it to ash. What a waste! She then conjured a ball of fire in her palm. Arad looked at her. She can't be serious. There is no way she would kill a man just like that. Swos, with a passive face, Eris tossed the ball of flames at the bartender's face, igniting his whole body. Graua! The man screamed. What did you do? Arad growled at her, but she pointed at the bartender. Ha ha! The bartender started laughing, the flames around his body fading as he looked at Eris, smiling, cold flames. Is this all you got? Crackle! Eris conjured a lightning bolt between her fingers. The bartender stared at her, waving his hands and urging her to stop. Please don't do it, he started sweating. That would kill me, for real. Eris stopped her magic as she looked at Arad with a smile. See, he's still alive. Edward Burnhill, the name a fire elemental bloodline sorcerer. He smiled, bowing down. Nice to meet you again. Your friend Jack told me about you. My daughter has taught you well, it seems, your daughter. Arad stared at the man for a second. Wait, Amber, Chapter 358. The Three Dangers of the Capital. Arad smiled, staring at the man. Did you know about us? Edward smiled. She sent a letter talking about you. She said a newcomer has been showing off in the guild. Arad pulled 2 chairs and sat down, urging Edward to sit with him. What did she say? She called you a magic and martial monster, boasting both a powerful body and innate talent for fire that surpasses our elemental bloodline. He stared at Arad's chest and shoulders. I say you can put some paladins out there to shame even though you're a sorcerer. Arad stared at his own arm. In what way? Edward smiled, staring to the back where a bulky man sat on a chair with a stern face, reading a book with a hard leather cover decorated with gold. That's a paladin of Amaterasu, the goddess of the dawn and dusk. They boast a high resistance to curses and the power to smite with flame and holy magic. Edward snorted. Look at those muscles, he's huge like a bull, but nowhere near you. Arad looked at the paladin in the back. I can't really mess with them, can I? He sighed, imagining an army of muscular men running after him with smiting blades held up high. I would die. How many of them are there? Arad whispered to the Edward. A lot. I don't keep count. But the royal court had once said they have over 5,000 paladins in the capital alone. He stole a glance at the paladin in the back. If they intended to crusade, they could gather over 20,000 men in a week. Holy hell, literally. I can't win, but at least they can't fly. Even so, Edward smiled, scratching his head. There is an elite unit of holy blood sorcerers that took the paladin class as well. Those can manifest angelic wings, fly rain, holy swords from the sky, and even summon low-ranking celestial beings to fight by their side. I would count them like 10 paladins each. Arad started sweating. Holy shit, they are insane. Edward laughed. Holy bullshit, I say, but at least they aren't as insane as the mages or bards. What? Arad gasped, staring at Edward. The what? wizards able to drop meteors from the sky to obliterate cities, bards with powerful enchantments and charms that could seduce the mightiest dragons and demons. I say those are more dangerous, Edward smiled. Isn't that right? He looked at the woman who was sitting on the edge of the tavern. The woman sighed. You give us more credit than we deserve. At least make it so that we can buy beer with it, she growled, taking a large gulp of her mug. It's not that simple to charm a powerful creature like a dragon. Their brains are built differently, she sighed. I mean, some of your people in the collage of words can, right? Edward stared at her and then back at Arod. She's a bard in the collage of words. They study the meaning of words like love, hate, fear, death, and more to inscribe into their songs. The woman smiled. Words carry magic, names are important, and they don't come back after being spoken. She looked at Arod. Have you heard of Princess Isdis? Her name carries the meaning of an ice goddess. Thus she can use its power to draw upon cold magic. Then I can change my name and get power. Arod stared at her. No, your name is only given once. She smiled, staring at Mira. Make sure to pick a nice one for your child. She stood and approached the counter, paying the bartender for the beer and looking at Arad with a smile. He glared at her, ready to strike. Don't look at me like that. There isn't that man's reason for a man to lung like you did, but protecting a child. Treat them well. She then left. Aella looked at Arad. So you have to avoid bards, I guess. I don't want to end up seduced by one. Arad replied, looking back at Lydia and Mira. Is she fine? Told you I didn't get hurt, Mira replied, smiling. I've been sensing a lot of holy magic since we came here. It's as expected from the capital with 3 massive churches and a lot of small ones. Lydia smiled, taking a deep breath. If it wasn't ruined by the stench of beer and wine, Edward stared at her. Beer and wine are good, not for your health, but your head, anything that muddles the mind is generally bad. She smiled, but I didn't say you should stop it. Everything has its place. Eris looked at Arad and then at the bartender. Care to bring us something decent? A wine, not too strong nor weak? Edward smiled. Something to discuss atop with. I got the right thing. Eris sat with Arad. I checked the city. This place is beautiful at night, but going to the back allies is a deadly mistake. Arad blinked. Did you get attacked? Bednavel? Of course I was, she sighed, waving her palm. Robbers, kidnappers, scammers, and even weirdos. Alas, I can handle it myself. Arad stared at her face. She killed them or fed on their blood. I hope she didn't leave any traces. Here you go. Edward gave the drinks they asked for. Halfling's Dead Knock wine. It's made of glitter grapes and is known for its sweet yet strong taste. And even though it's as strong as the dwarf's firewire, its effect only lasts for a few seconds. You won't remain drunk for longer than 5 seconds. Eris took a sip, her eyes rolling back, and quickly came to their place. Wow, this thing holds a punch. Try it. Arad took a sip, feeling nothing. He then gulped the whole thing, sensing a shiver in the back of his head radiating to his lower back, but quickly faded. It's weaker than fire wine, but good, man, you're going to get some hate. Halflings are stubborn about their wine. Edward smiled. Arad looked at Eris. You better go sleep after we deliver our package, Isdis. We're going to the marketplace to buy some clothes for you and the rest. Eris smiled. I can sleep this early. She looked back. Aren't I used to staying laid up with you? Arad stared at her, confused. That's your fault. Learn to sleep? She smiled, standing and heading up on her way. She stopped and pointed at the holes in the stairs. What happened here? Who's going to pay for it? Of course, me, Arad sighed, looking at Edward. How much is the repair? I don't know. I need to hire a carpenter to look at it first, Edward smiled. I don't know the prices around here. Mira stared at the stairs. But I would say about 10 to 15 silver coins. Arad, do you have some wooden planks? Arad stared at her, wanting to cry. I have, he screamed inside. You shoved your whole workshop down my throat. He then glared at her. But you aren't fixing it. Leave the work for someone else and rest. Chapter 359, How to Massage a Dragon. Arad stood walking toward the stairs and carrying Mira across the broken steps. I can walk, she cried, unable to escape his arms, not taking any chances. Arad ignored her cries and took her to their room. Alla and Eris quickly followed them. Click! Arad opened his room's door, staring inside to see Izdis asleep on his bed, hugging the pillow like a massive teddy bear. He glared at her, counting the distance she left from the edges. She's dead in the center of the bed, Arad growled, grabbing her by the ankle. Move that Mira and Ayala's place. A few more minutes, she mumbled, crawling beneath the blanket. Let her sleep, Mira said with a smile. I will sleep on the couch. Arad stared at her. No, you two are using the bed. Arad pulled Izdis by the ankle, dropping her from the bed. Bang! Izdis's forehead smacked on the ground, and she woke up, crying, Awa, what happened? She stared at Arad. That isn't your bed? Arad stared at her. You could have woken me up. Izdis growled, and Arad glared at her, poking her red forehead. I tried, use the couch. Izdis stood, dragging herself to the couch and sitting on it. Couldn't we rent more rooms? Arad stared at her. We arrived late. All rooms are full, and we barely managed to get 2. Even so, if you said I was here, they could have emptied some rooms. She sighed. And have a rain of assassins storming us? No thanks. Mira is here as well. Remember that? Arad glared at her. Tomorrow we will cross the city and get you to the castle. You're only sleeping on the couch once. Ayala and Eris walked after them. They saw Izdis squatting on the couch with tears in her eyes and a red dot on her forehead. What happened? Ayala asked with a puzzled face. He hit me, Izdis cried. Ayala stared at her. Is that so? What did you do? Eris laughed. You deserve it. I bet he dragged you out of the bed. Arad stared at them. That bump on her forehead is from dropping from the bed. Izdis grunted, and Eris approached her. If Arad hit you for real, you won't be alive to speak of it. And he's more of the type to mess with you rather than get violent. She smiled. Ayla approached the bed and sat beside Mira. Where will you sleep? This bed is small. She looked down. That was a 2-person bed. There was no space for a third one, let alone someone as thick and wide as Arad. The ground, I'm sitting in the corner for the night, Arad replied with a smile. I can better observe the door and window standing guard, Eris sighed. You're a hard-working one, but you need to sleep. I can stay awake for weeks, Arad replied, lifting his hand. Bam. A coffin appeared out of nowhere, dropping to the ground. You bed, thanks. Eris smiled, opening the coffin and laying a pillow and blank sheet inside. Arad sat in the corner, cracking his neck. Ella stared at him. I can give you a massage if your shoulders are stiff. Arad looked at her. Can you do it? Of course. She smiled, standing and waving her hand for him to get on the bed. Arad stood and went to the bed, lying on his stomach. Ella rolled her sleeves and cracked her knuckles with a smile. Tell me if it hurt a lot. She put her palms on his back and started squeezing and squeezing. Her face turned bright red as the veins on her arms bulged, her fingers white, yet never digging into his back, like a rock. She couldn't dent him. Arad turned his head. You can't do it. Give me a moment. I will start getting serious, Ella growled, almost popping a vein. Wait. Mira stopped her with a smile. Leave it to me, she said, clenching her fists and puffing her chest. Have a plan. Ella stared at her, not expecting much. Mira nodded energetically. Yes, Arad, get the hammer. Arad lifted his hand, creating a small black hole in the air. Mira ran her hand through it and pulled a hammer. Get ready. This might hurt. Mira lifted the hammer and swung down as hard as she could. Crack. The hammer hit Arad's back, its shaft snapping as the head flew away, smashing a hole in the wall. Mira scratched her head. Oh my, it didn't work. Arad looked back. My scales deflect most weapons, I won't even feel a hammer hit. If a hammer won't work, Mira smiled, reaching back into the hole. She then produced a sledgehammer. Worthy of being called a war hammer, a maul, Ella gasped. That thing is too big. Are you intending on breaking his back? Mira smiled. I'm not sure even this could help. She spat on her palms, rubbing them together before lifting the sledgehammer above her head, taking a deep breath, and swinging down. Bam! The bed bounced as the floor shook, and a shockwave spread across the wooden inn as dust started falling from the shaken roof. The sledgehammer rested on Arad's back, and he slowly looked back. Nothing. It's like getting hit with a light tap. Eris smiled, getting out of her coffin and approaching them. Let me try. I have a few tricks. She smiled, pushing Ella away. What can you do? Arad looked at her. Just watch, she smiled. You will be surprised. She rolled her sleeves and looked at Arad's back. Would you mind taking your shirt off? I don't want to rip it apart. Arad sat up and snapped his fingers, the shirt disappearing into his stomach in the blink of an eye. Iris smiled. Now look at this. She tapped his chest. This is what I call strongly built. Arad immediately fell on his stomach. Get to it. Let me get surprised. Eris cracked her fingers and smiled. Chank, her nails turned black, extending forward as sharp claws. Don't worry. I'm not stabbing you. I just need longer fingers. She grabbed his shoulder, her claws wrapping around his collarbone and taking hold. She used that as a support and started pushing her fist into his back. Iris's face turned pale and her skin seemed to dry off as she growled, pushing with all her might. Crack. Finally, Arad's back cracked once. Ha ha! Eris gasped, falling on her butt, gasping for air. That was exhausting. How are you this hard, draconic muscles? Arad replied. Can you do it again? I can, but not with my hands. They are too weak, Eris sighed, standing up. I need more power, she climbed on the bed. What are you doing? Legs are stronger than arms. They have more muscles. Eris smiled, stepping on Arad's shoulder, her toenails extending into claws. She grabbed onto him like a bird to a branch and then started pushing her right foot on his back. Crack, crack, crack! It's way easier this way, she smiled. That's it, on the neck, Arad gasped. I always try stretching in my draconic form like I saw cats do, but that can't help me that much, Arad smiled. I take pride in my strength, and even I'm struggling. Eris stared down at Arad. We should probably start asking that ant woman to do it. Mariam, you're right. She has a lot of strength and should be able to use her hands. Arad sighed. It's sad that she has to stay, but it can't be helped. Izdis stared at them. Mariam is a queen. Her colony, her kingdom needs her. Ella and Mira stared at her. Should you come give it a try? Izdis pointed at her face. Me? I don't have that much strength. She looked away. Even Iris barely managed to crack his back with her legs. Ella smiled. Speaking of legs, she looked at Mira. I will massage his right arm. You take his left. She then stared at Izdis. You take his legs with Zephyr. Poof. Zephyr popped out of thin air. Why me? Nablagamble, do it. Ella glared at her and she sighed. Fine. Zephyr flicked her finger and her body expanded to the size of a human. Thud. She stood staring at Izdis. Get your ass up. I'm massaging the right leg. You take the left. Why? I'm the princess here, Izdis growled. We're all equal in his room, so get to work. Zephyr growled at her, pulling her toward the bed with wind magic. Izdis sighed, looking at Arad's leg. Fine. She rolled her sleeves up and started squeezing. Unlike the others, she wasn't struggling. How are you doing it? Aella stared at her. His arms and legs are just as hard, right? She poked his left leg. It's about the technique. Izdis sighed. We, princess, or any noble girl, are destined to be sent on political marriages. They can't have us be clueless about basic things to the point where we get divorced. Is that so? Mira stared at her. I heard such a thing from Merida. She was right. Izdis stared at them. It's purely theoretical, but it makes sure we can get it good enough on the first time. Ella blinked twice. So you can cook, of course. Izdis smiled. Aella glared at her. Had I known, you would have taken your turn in the cooking shift. Chapter 360. A friend, Arad rolled on the bed, staring to the side and seeing Aella and Mira by his sides, Isdis lying on the couch with Eris inside her coffin. Tomorrow we will get rid of her. He can't wait to send her back home and have some time with his girls. He stood, walking toward his corner and leaving enough space on the bed for the two girls to relax on. He stared back. That bed is too small, but the same size as the one he has back home. Arad looked at his arms. I didn't get larger in my humanoid form this time, but I might later on. I should invest in a bigger bed, or at least something more durable than wood. He sat on the corner, closing his eyes while leaving all of his senses turned up to the maximum. He could sense the thoughts of people and animals in a 4-kilometer radius, still can't understand them. Arad sighed inside and Mom smiled. They sound like distant screams. It will take you a while to be able to understand them. For now, keep in mind that the louder the thoughts, the more intelligent the creature is. Time quickly passed, and morning came without a problem. Arad opened his eyes as the sun rose to the sky. He could see the sunlight threads piercing the window's frame. He stood, looking at the bed. Aella and Mira are still asleep. Isdis isn't showing any sign of waking up, and Eris's coffin is as silent as the other in the ground. He walked toward the door, slowly opening it and walking down the stairs. Out of the kitchen he could see some adventurers lined up for breakfast. He looked back, seeing a water jug and a basin where they washed their faces. Arad washed his face and then approached the tavern counter, pulling a chair and sitting. "Edward, got anything to eat?" "A moment, please," Edward replied from inside the kitchen, rushing to prepare the meals. "Don't worry, I ordered one extra for you." A voice came from beside Arad, scaring him. There was something off. He couldn't hear any thoughts beside him, meaning the person who spoke was a monster above anything else. As Arad turned, he saw a man with white hair, pure blue eyes, and a gentle smile. He sat there beside Arad. This thought was silent. "It's been a while." "Gojo," Arad gasped. "What brought you here?" "Work," Gojo replied. "I'm with my party, seeing to annoy a certain being." He grabbed his mug, dangling it. "Can't really tell who is it, though. Annoy Job must be a bit complicated." Arad closed his eyes and quickly opened them. "I saw in some paper from the Thive Guild in Rita. Are you trying to grab something here?" "With more than just asking for it." Gojo giggled, as expected of you catching faster than Goog did. He looked at Arad's eyes. "That's exactly it. We can't let that object remain where it is. We should return it to the elves as soon as possible." "To the elves?" Arad approached Gojo and whispered, "I was with the queen, and she didn't mention anything about any stolen artifact. What is it that you're looking for?" "An artifact of the god of murder, a dagger tainted with black, rotten blood." Gojo whispered back, "It's quite powerful with the right elf user. It can drastically increase a kingdom's ability to kill in wars. Is it the reason for the tension between the elves and humans?" Arad whispered, looking around to make sure no one was listening. "Yes, we better get it back to them before this situation gets out of hand." Gojo waved his hand. "It's Cold War now, since the elves want to avoid a direct conflict and avoid the artifact being used against them. But if they got worse, they would have no chance but to attack. And how did you end up chasing the artifact?" Arad whispered to him. "Is it okay for you to be in the middle of two angry kingdoms?" "Not me, Vars is," Gojo whispered. "He was sent to retrieve the artifact on a secret mission. We're helping him reach it so he can teleport it back home." "That doesn't sound safe," Arad sighed. "You're infiltrating the castle and stealing. Something will go wrong." "You're right. That way we're taking our time to prepare." "I prefer it if the humans only notice the artifact missing after a few years." Gojo smiled. "So no fights. Just a lot of waiting and thinking." "Need any help?" Arad asked. "Not currently." Gojo smiled. "I'm free for at least a week while we wait for someone to get back to us." "Want me to show you around the capital?" Thud. Edward approached them, putting 2 large plates filled to the brim with large chunks of half-cooked meat, blood still dripping from the sides. "This isn't cooked," Arad stared at the plate and then at Edward. They are for him, he pointed at Gojo. Gojo pushed one of the plates toward Arad. I ordered this one for you, he smiled. I know it's a bit overcooked, but it will do. Overcooked. Edward sighed. This is basically raw, only seared from the outside. Can't even call it rare. It's raw. Arad looked at the plate. It's true that he prefers raw meat, and this is just at the edge, and how did you know? Arad pulled a chunk of the meat and gulped it down. I know what someone likes when I see them. You're just like me, a monster in a human carcass. Gojo smiled, wolfing his meat. Edward stared at them. For real? You two look like monsters eating that? He stared back at the other people waiting. Gojo stood after finishing their breakfast. Call me if you need a guide around or an ally in battle, he smiled. I'm always near. Arad stared at Gojo leaving. The air around him is strange. Magic twists and bends around him. He has more latent mana than you. I can tell he isn't human, but I can't probe his mind to know what he is exactly. Doma seemed to have the same thoughts as Arad. Clack, clack. Jack walked down the stairs, yawning and scratching his head. Arad, you're awake? I never sleep, Arad replied, pointing at the basin in the back. Jack washed his face and approached the counter, sitting beside Arad. Can you go with the girls to the castle? I want to take Lydia to the main church, Jack replied. It's a costume to visit on the first day. We came yesterday, Arad replied. Night doesn't count, Jack replied. Or should we go with you to the castle? Arad crossed his arms, thinking, I have no problem with you going, but job only ends when we deliver Izdis safely to the castle gate. Jack sighed. You're right, cities are the best place to assassinate someone. We don't want a princess's blood on us. Arad nodded. We will deliver Izdis first, and then you can head to the church. Of course, I'm not going with you for obvious reasons. Roar. Jack smiled. They will wake soon. He waved at Edward to bring him something. You can take them to the large market, get them some clothes or souvenirs. We better enjoy our time here.